Yeah, put the @ symbol, and then if you start typing their name, it'll bring up a list of all the people that have got that name.
Ah, okay.
And then you can, if you know their icon is a very specific one, you can click that, or if you keep typing their name, you'll get it.
I got it. All right, cool. Thank you, Matrix.
All right, and that's me being nice for the day, and that's the end of my lunch break. So, peace, guys. I'll catch you all later on. Cheers, man.
You're back, Jedi?
Yeah, man, what's up?
Okay. There's something you said about, I don't know, 2 months ago, a month and a half ago. You were looking
Oh,
into something
shit.
that really that changed your life.
What was
And
that, man?
I'm kind of stumbling in on it now. Well, I have been for like the last couple of weeks, and that's Satan's Little Season. How are you
Oh,
progressing in that?
oof, mate. So, you're asking how I'm doing with this, right? I've taken,
Yes.
it's kind of hard to explain. I've taken a step back. That's definitely what I've done. And tried to see a bigger picture type of thing with the Satan's Little Season. I don't want to say that there's holes in it, but there's still questions that I'm still yet to be have answered that are fulfilling to me. But saying that, I am still swaying much more towards that side than I was with regards to the futuristic approach, as in rapture and Jesus's return, and all of those revelation prophecies have already happened, as in not in the future. So I'm kind of swaying toward that side, but I'm not completely 100% convinced, mate.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Neither am I. Like, there's nowhere in the Bible that talks about like the rapture. That's just something that they came up with, I think. But there, if you go in concordance and you look it up, there, nowhere does it say the rapture anywhere in the Bible. And
Yeah, yeah.
so, I mean, yeah, I've been stumbling on it. Like me and I have 4 kids, 4 boys, and they're all, you know, pretty strong little kids, and you know, but we have discussions all the time, and they're so indoctrinated by the churches that we went to when they were young that they think I'm just, some crazy conspiracy theorist.
Yeah,
And it's hard to, like you said, there's holes in everything. But
yeah,
like I don't know, it's like, how do you believe, or how do you take in faith that the books that are in the Bible right now are the ones that God intended? The Catholic Church molested the Bible, basically. They took so many books out, replaced, left out. I mean, it's complicated, man. It's hard.
yeah. Again, such a deep subject, dude. It's hard to trust what we're given, right? We're obviously much older. We've experienced a lot, and we've been through faith and Christianity in all its guises. What I have anyway, right? We've seen a fair few things. So when we're talking about, do we trust the books that we're given? I still do. But I understand that there are other things out there that maybe I didn't look at because, extra biblical stuff. So I kind of, like I said, I take a step back and try to, the Book of Enoch and Jubilees and all of these things that aren't within the canon but aren't now. So I've started looking into those a little bit more. A couple of the Gnostic Gospels and the Book of Thomas and things like that with new eyes. I think that's the thing that I'm not actually saying, but trying to say. So when taking a step back, it's like now with new eyes, now with the new information, that maybe I have to set down this futuristic idea. But again, it's why do we have to be in something that's special, right? That we're in some kind of season. I get the world around us looks very deceptive and would in some regards fit the bill of a deceptive time that Satan was let loose, and I get that. But again, as soon as I'll be straight, as soon as I came across this, I struggled with where we were, as in time wise, and I'm sure a lot of us do, right? We thought we were heading into something like this, tribulation, Book of Daniel, all of these things that we get taught in a futuristic point of view. And I was very much convinced, which made me step back, because if I can be very much convinced and it be pointed out that it's quite fallacious and falls apart very, very quickly, then I'm struggling to trust anything else that I look at, because I've been fooled before in many things, right? And especially with this. And this is something that's been, like Jesus and God and so on, has been something that's been very deeply personal to me since the mid 1990s. It's made me cry, because I thought I knew Jesus, and then it felt like I didn't at all. I felt like I'd personally been lied to. So yeah, struggling with that, dude.
Yeah, 100% same. I think we're kind of on the same page. I've been looking into those other gospels too, and things that aren't out there, like like the canon, like the book, like what we read in church and stuff. And yeah, I've looked down other avenues as well, and yeah, I still strongly hold on to the 33 that we have for sure. But yes, with new eyes, I'm seeing things that I didn't see before, and trying to learn more. I mean, even Jesus's name. That wasn't even his name. There was no Jesus back then. So I mean, when he tells us to pray in his name and to ask, for things in his name, we're not even saying his name. Uh, you know, it it's very, it's deep, and it's personal. It's such a broad topic to everybody, but it's so personal still.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
get what you're saying, and I think I'm on pretty much the same page you are too. And yeah, I've struggled a lot, but like you said, taking a step back, and now I'm kind of going into it again personally. You know what I mean? That personal um, journey over, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. This sounds quite rebellious, but it's how I've had to peel it back down to its roots, or to its bare bones. It's been quite difficult, really. But that relationship with Jesus, right? Nothing to do with the doctrine, the tradition, the shoulds and shouldn'ts, and all of this stuff. It's really just been about him and conversation with him. Because I've had to. How do I put this? That's going to make sense anyway. When we get different doctrines of Christianity, like Baptist, Pentecostal, evangelical, all of these charismatic types, right? In England, it's probably very different to the way it is in America, and over there in America and Canada and so on. So it's Christianity in this country is slightly different. More reserved, maybe, not so outspoken. But understanding that we most definitely have been taught, and this is the key word, right? Taught from people in pulpits a certain bent on an idea about Christianity. And it's not necessarily been 100% the truth, because it comes from a nefarious upbringing, like the Catholic Church, and how that evolved and so on. So we have to be mindful not to be so trusting of the things that we're told, which has brought me back to the idea that really, if you're going to understand anything, you don't listen to anybody else. You have to read the book for yourself, where it has to become more personal. It's not sitting and listening to people in a church, or even on YouTube streams, where that's pervasive at the moment, where you go onto social media and this doctrine of Christianity is pushed onto the masses, and then fingers are pointed between the different types of Christian denominations and so on. So it looks like a place where full of confusion and turns people away. You have to read it for yourself. So I was going to ask you this earlier because you reminded me. Have you gone back and looked at things like the gap theory? Like within the first two verses of the Bible, in the beginning, God created the earth, and then there's a huge gap, and then the 7 days of creation. Have you gone back and studied that with new eyes?
Yeah, actually, yeah, I have recently too. I I don't know about really study into it because I haven't got a lot of information on that. There was also things, like how it says before creation, the earth was void, and then there was somebody I was talking to and listening to. Well, that the Hebrew word that they use there pretense is that there was something prior. I
Yeah,
Yeah, it's such a big rabbit hole, but yeah, I know what you're talking about for sure.
yeah. So it's little things like that I've gone back and looked at. Now, I came across a guy on YouTube maybe about 2-3 years ago. The channel name is Truth in Christ, and he specifically talks about the number codes and number counts and word counts within the Bible, and how they all point to. It's obvious that this book was intelligently designed because God's fingerprint, his name, is mathematically imprinted throughout the whole book, chapter and verse, every jot and tittle, right? So, in this idea, I've always been kind of reassured that the King James Version, the 1611 Bible, is pretty much the Word of God. I say pretty much the Word of God because even though the numbers work out, and I'd have to show you this YouTube guy for you to be as blown away as I was with the mathematics with inside the Bible, especially around the number 7 and derivatives of. But you can still change words' meanings within the Bible and still have the same amount of numbers within the Bible. So it is very possible that Bible has still been played around with. Obviously, we get taught hundreds of different variations of what the message within the Bible is. And if you look at today's hundreds of translations, you can understand why there's a huge problem in Christianity because it's been changed. And that's pretty obvious for anybody who studied the Bible for any amount of time, especially, say, more than 10 years. That if you've got any experience in the Bible and its translations, yeah, there's millions out there and they're not all the same, which is dangerous. Still got the same amount of numbers in them, though, but the words are different and they have different connotations and so on. So I thought I knew where we were in the timeline, and I was kind of outspoken about it from time to time. Little things like the Revelation 12 sign that happened in 2017, signs in the heavens, those sort of things, pointing at lunar eclipses and Jewish feast days, and pointing people to YouTube channels where these Christians are talking about, everyone better get ready because Jesus is coming. That time's gone and passed so many years now. It's not happened yet. And it's been what? For me personally, it's felt like at least since 2018, 19, it felt like, this revelation thing was coming and it was happening pretty soon. The world was going to start falling apart, wars and rumors of wars and all of this stuff that everybody gets dragged into because, I don't know, for whatever reason. But understanding that we're not there, yeah, that's freaked me out a bit, dude. Not going to lie.
Oh, 100%, dude. Yeah, and the number thing that you're talking about, I did see somebody about that too. I'm not sure if it's the same guy. Obviously, I don't remember the name, but yeah, I heard a lot about that as well. So, but no, I appreciate your insight on that, and uh, I'll keep in touch with you about certain things.
Yeah, man, for
But thank
sure.
you. Yeah, thank you.
No worries, man.
Yo, it's good. You're saying that wind eventually turns all things into balls. So I told him, I said, if I open my front door and I let in some wind, is that wind going to turn my house into a ball? First thing he said was, how long did I leave my front door open for? It's so funny. I'm never going to forget that guy. It's so good. Do you have any event going on or something? Oh, yeah, we do. There's a lot of people going in and out. What's up, guys?
Yo,
What brings you over here to the 24/7 Flat Earth room?
I'm just curious.
You think the Earth is a ball?
No, I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. Well, we say the Earth is flat because it measures to be flat, no measured motion, and outer space is fake.
Wow.
Yeah, I
Okay.
know, it's crazy, huh? uh,
And
yeah. Yeah, if you have any question about any of those things, you can ask some questions.
no, I haven't slept for 6 hours. It's 6 a.m. in the morning. And
Okay.
yeah. But, but why? Why?
Wait, why to which one?
But that's actually valid argument because we can doubt anything. We- I, I mean, there is no truth uh, at all in the universe. The only thing that I can refer is my existence. Not even my existence. It's only my feeling of existence, like my sensory inputs. Uh, I can feel the pain. I can feel the heat.
Wait,
But
so you're not sure, like, you can prove that you have hands, for example?
I- I'm I'm saying that flat Earth and all of those skepticism can be actually true because we can't prove anything. Have you
Well,
ever heard? Have you ever heard of what's it called? Uh,
you're talking about like Schrodinger's box or
I
something?
I think therefore I am. It's a quote from it's a quote from
That's from
Descartes.
Descartes.
Yeah, yeah, Descartes. Yeah, yeah. It's like doubting everything. starts like uh, he starts doubting about existence of anything around him and even himself. And it was like I can't rely on anything that
Ah,
depends on my sensory input, because my sensory
wouldn't
input
matter.
can uh, deceive me.
It wouldn't
And
matter. It wouldn't matter
yeah,
because
it
obviously
wouldn't
there
matter.
is input. There's
Exactly.
information input of some kind, right? There's
Yeah,
information
yeah, yeah.
there, so it wouldn't matter. So the experience is what matters, right? So and your
Exactly.
experience is of
Yeah, yeah,
a flat emotionless earth.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
And
that's the yeah.
someone that uses this argument to just say that my argument is true is self undermining. You know what I'm saying? Because
Or they use it to get
he's
out of responsibility of having to
exactly.
support their claim, right? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, because he's saying that we can't prove anything because our logic is just something that depends on our evolution, so we can't rely on it. So he can't say that my argument is valid or sound. It's circular, I mean. But
Yeah, it's
anything can
silly.
be
It's
true.
very, very silly.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
you
not
try and
silly.
tell a woman giving birth in with labor pain that you can't prove that this is real. You're going to get a big slap in the head.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. we, we can actually say that. We can actually say that your child doesn't exist.
Right, she'll grab you by the scruff of the neck, get in your face and say, listen here. I know what's real. You didn't
Yeah,
go what
yeah,
I just went through, right?
exactly.
Hello. How's everyone doing, guys? It's been a long time. What's cooking?
Hey, Menno.
Hey, man. How you doing, bro? So, do we have any Globers
Not bad.
here? Any Globe they have issue?
Couple of curious minds, I reckon.
Oh,
But yeah,
interesting.
we were just
What's
talking
your?
with Matt. Matt, I think.
Oh, nice. Who is he?
We
Oh,
just
hey,
met
hi,
Matt.
Matt. Oh, hi, Matt.
Hi,
How you doing, Matt?
I'm
Oh,
doing pretty well.
I will.
Thanks
So,
for asking.
thank you, man. Have you made any personal observations about the curvature of the planet? Like your personal thing, your personal findings, other than what's going online, the pictures, the definitions, the Wikipedia. I mean, your
You're
personal
asking from
things.
me?
Yes, brother.
No, I was just curious about the whole title and joined here to see
Oh,
what people are saying here, and then I realized that nobody's talking.
oh, no,
And
Don't worry.
yeah,
So you have
I'm
never
just
had.
a person that is a skeptic about anything, everything. But as
Okay,
we said, there's no point to be skeptic and say that we can't rely on our reality and undermining anything that exists and then proving something based on our self undermining argument. You know what I'm saying?
okay. But have you made any personal effort ever or questioned, like, hey, let's try and figure out whether it's flat or it has a curvature. Have you ever tried something?
Uh, yeah. Once
Oh,
I was beside the beach in my
okay.
country. Yeah, and I realized that, the more that on the horizon, my English is not very good. On the horizon, it seemed to be like going down. When I was seeing a ship.
Huh.
Ship.
I think I think on horizon it just seems to be in a straight line, and the ship part it just vanishes. It's basic trigonometry. You see the air is dense,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So
Listen to me.
after a
If
certain point,
you, if you are
after yes,
if you are located on a high altitude
yes,
position, you're gonna see it like all over the place, but it's going to be ended. It's going to end very soon, because when you just
it vanishes
get
in a straight
higher.
line, right? It vanishes in a straight line. I have never seen it going like down in a curve way. It's a simple math. If you do trigonometry, you see, a straight angle, a right angle triangle, right? The hypotenuse, the base, and the perpendicular, the height of the triangle. If you do the basic math, you can actually figure out it's only
Because
after a certain distance.
no,
Yes. Sorry to interrupt.
sorry, because it's a straight line vertically, because it's not long enough for us, for our vertical perspective. But when it goes from, I can't explain it in English very well, but when I see it like the ship, for example, 500 kilometers away, when it's too long, I can't say there is a curvature.
You
But
can see 500 kilometer? Really?
500
Oh
kilometers.
my
No,
God. You
no,
can
no.
you
I
can see
mean,
the I think you
we
have
can
superhuman
see.
eyes.
We can see that something like a dot. If it's too
Yeah,
far
because it's
away.
because it's going in a straight line, it's going straight, it's going in a straight line. It doesn't go like, hey, after that point, it's gonna go down in a curved manner. That doesn't really happen. That doesn't really happen.
It doesn't what? Can say it again.
It goes straight. The ship goes in a straight line, and then it keeps vanishing. It's keep getting small and small, due to the angular vision and because of the difference, right? And the further it goes, the smaller it's gonna get. So it reaches to a certain point at the end where it just appears to be a dot because it's going straight and it's vanishing. And also the atmosphere, it's so thick that you wouldn't be
Okay.
even able to see it after a certain
But
point.
is it
So
going to
that
be?
actually proves it.
Mhm.
That actually proves it that it is actually going straight. It's not going in a curved manner.
Okay. But
Because
do you?
here's the thing. No. Listen. Here's the
Sorry.
thing. So when it goes straight, right? When it goes, you see when it starts vanishing, you must have noticed this. You do not observe the bottom of the ship to vanish first. The entire ship vanishes equally. It's like fading and getting smaller. It's minimizing. You don't see the bottom of the ship first go, and then the upper, and then slowly to the top. Because if it does like that, that would explain its curve. But I have never, ever on any YouTube videos, and personally myself, I've been to beaches a lot. I've never observed that phenomena. I've never observed the ship vanishing from the bottom to the top. I always seen it vanishing equally, like going, just vanishing into the distance.
Because it's too far away to
Yeah,
notice.
no, it doesn't matter how far away it is. If the curvature was curved, if there was a curvature, right, then the vanishing should appear from bottom to the top. Don't you think so? If the water is curved at the edge, at the horizon, it's getting curved,
Yeah.
right? Then it should go from bottom to the top, shouldn't it?
But I have a question. Uh,
Yes, yes.
do you said that it continues? I mean, the flatness continues forever. I mean, is it just it has a limit?
What do
It
you mean?
has a
Of course,
area.
there's an edge. Of course, the Earth
It
has
has
an
a
edge.
edge.
It has an edge,
Okay.
but
Okay.
nobody's ever seen it. Nobody has ever reached that far. It is unreachable. You cannot reach the edge. It is logically impossible. Nobody has ever done it. There has never been
Okay.
any of the online documentation or any of the literature or any experiences that capture the reaching the edge of the earth. Has anybody here? I don't know. Maybe I may be wrong. Good friends, has anybody here ever seen or been to the edge of the earth?
Okay.
Just
But
curious.
how
I don't think so.
is it possible that someone from America can travel to Japan from two sides, like in opposite way?
There are fixed routing paths to it. If you make the map straight, map is always a rectangle. The map is never globe. It's a rectangular map they show you, so you can draw the lines to and
Oh,
from.
yeah.
So
It's
basically,
not
you
a
can go.
straight line route, you
No,
mean?
you can go. Here's the thing. You can in US, you can take from the left side of the US, you can go right all the way through the below the South America and all the way to Japan, or you can go through the middle through the Atlantic Ocean. You can definitely do that. It never shows that okay you go from the other side because there is no other side. It's a square. It's a plane. It's
Okay.
a flat plane. How
So
would you go to the other side? You
what
cannot
about
you cannot reach the edge. The reaching edge is impossible.
okay. What about uh, what are the theories about sun and stars? Why are those things, like circle
Okay.
shaped,
I want to ask you
circular
something. I want to ask you something. Okay. I want to ask you something. Have you ever seen a football match in a stadium?
football match in a stadium? Yeah, I
Okay,
have.
you have seen. So when the lights turn off, what shape of light do you see?
Can you say it again?
When the lights in the stadium turn off, what is the shape of the lights?
I don't know.
Google it
Ah,
right now. Let's do it together. Hold on.
you mean the spotlights of the?
Yes, but hold on. 1 second. Let's Google it right now. Let me give you a link. Stadium lights.
Okay.
Stadium lights. Look at this. This is the first link that pops up. Hold on. Let me just to show you the images. Here it is.
Where can I see it?
Yes. Open the chat. Open the
Oh,
chat. Okay, where it is? Here it is. Hold on. I'm gonna give you this link. You open the channel chat, and here it is. Do you see it? Click on the link. It's right there, right?
yeah.
So the lights are actually rectangular. But when viewed from a distance far, they appear to be circular lights plugged in together. It's a phenomena of light. I don't remember the exact name, but it's a phenomena. When you see things from a distance far away, especially lights, they appear to be round. But as you get closer and closer, you get to see the actual shape. So to answer your question, what is the shape of the sun? We don't know. We do not
Well,
know. Have you ever seen sun with lights off? I have not.
but, uh,
But we don't know. We don't know the shape of the sun. Nobody knows. You can't tell. It could be a big light object planted by NASA to to fool us, to give us the night and day. It could be planted by NASA. It could be done something like that. We don't know. We
Okay,
can make
but
we can make theories about it, but there is no there is no very evidence concrete enough to prove
but
the shape
but
of the sun.
but the shape of this light is like rectangular. Do you
Yes,
agree with
you
that?
can have
Okay.
no,
So
no.
the shape of the light can be rectangular, but the trajectory of the light no, should be circular. So that the same thing
No.
can
Listen,
happen with
that is not what
sun.
happens. So light goes in all direction, right? You can point it to a specific direction depending on if you place some mirrors around it. But light
Yeah.
goes in all the directions, right? So when you're from the distance far away, they appear to be round. But as you get closer, you get the true shape, which is rectangular. For example, look at
Okay.
look at this light. I can challenge you. From the distance. It it would appear to be a circular. I'm giving you the link. I'm giving you the image in the chat. But in reality, it's square, or it's you know from distance it might appear to be circular. It's just that simple.
Uh, w- but it's the trajectory of the light that we see on the ground that is circular. But when we see the
No,
light
not the.
itself, it's
Yes,
it's
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 circular.
just
It
directed
appears to
to
be circular.
a
The lights appear to be
rectangular.
circular.
You know what I'm saying?
No. Never. The
Just
lights appear
imagine
to be. You
why.
can never have a concrete. Whenever you look straight in the light, in the eyes of the light, straight line, you can never see the light's true shape. It is impossible. You're blinded by it. You don't see. Which is the reason why from distance, from let's say from 2 kilometers, you can never tell whether it's round or it's rectangular. It's just a source of light.
Okay. So let's just assume that sun is also a what's it called? Sun is also something flat. So
We don't know. There is no evidence. There is no evidence. We cannot make assumptions like
so
this.
so uh, so it
We
has
cannot.
to
We
be
don't know the true nature.
okay.
There is no evidence to
It can
judge.
be flat or not flat. A little bit
We
not
don't know.
flatness it
We
can
don't
has.
know. We don't
Okay, you know
know.
what I'm saying?
We can no, brother. We cannot make that assumption because nobody knows. Nobody really knows the true nature of the sun. Nobody
But
has been there.
there are
There is
just
no
two
evidence
options:
data.
flat or not flat. It's just
No, it can be. It can be different as well. It can be flat from one side or some part, and the other part could be curved, or it could be roller coaster shaped. Could be different, but it's glowing. So it's like the light is so much bright. We can never really know the true shape of sun. It's impossible. Though knowing the true shape of the sun is logically not possible, given its brightness of the light emitted by it. There is just no way. It's gonna be mystery forever, sadly.
okay. And
I mean,
all of those
hold on. Are you making a fool of me? Did I just hear
no,
you laugh at me?
no, it was just
I mean,
seemed
like, bro, I'm not
so
disrespecting you. We
skeptical.
we just think critically. I'm telling you, we
Yeah,
observe
yeah.
and
I
we
can.
think.
I can
I
s-
observe,
I can
I
see.
observe, and I think. I don't just believe anything out there online, especially coming from a government. Government is the biggest scam body out there. The amount of money they steal from people, the amount of money in the name of research and all bullshitry they do, it's a big scam. I don't believe a single word coming out of the
Okay,
government.
but there are lots of beside the you know politics and economy, all of those things. There are lots of
Bro, bro, bro,
rules
bro, bro,
of
bro, bro, bro,
physics
bro.
and
Listen, listen, listen,
logic that
listen.
we learned so far.
Okay, okay, okay. I tell
Make
you
all of
something.
those things pointless. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, hold on. How? How? Tell me how. Is it? Are you saying that Earth
The
cannot
rule of
have
gravity,
night?
for example,
Hold on, hold
is
on.
not.
1 second. What is gravity? What gravity do you mean? Can you explain?
It's not defined, but it's just the.
What is what is
It's
gravity?
the
Please
potential.
tell me.
It's
Please
the
tell me
potential of
how
two
we feel
objects, for
gravity.
example, two masses,
What?
that two
So
beings,
basically, you
to
are
to a
saying me.
stuff.
Hold on, one
Exactly.
second. So you're basically saying that you only feel weight because of gravity.
What?
So let's say I'm standing on a table. Doesn't my body have the mass? Shouldn't the mass of my body be responsible for the weight? Isn't it the reason why lighter objects go higher when thrown versus heavier object? If you throw a ball with your hands, it's gonna go up, right? But if you throw an iron ball with your hands, it's not gonna go that up. You know why? Because the density of iron ball is higher than the density of a normal ball, right? So it is because of the density, it is heavier, so that's why it doesn't go high. The same way, our bodies have densities. Objects, materials have density, depending on the density, how heavy it is,
Yeah,
we stick to the ground. So that's
because
why
of the
air floats.
atmosphere.
That's why
You
air
can.
floats in the air. The air doesn't stick to the ground. We stick to the ground because of the density. The air
Okay,
goes up around us everywhere. It's just that
but
simple.
air is just a spectrum, like the bottom, the
What do
lower
you
that you
mean is a
go,
spectrum?
it's just heavier because it's more condensed, and the more you go higher, it loses the, what's it called, the volume.
Tell you something. Do you know air pressure? Do you know how air pressure works,
Yeah,
right? Can
yeah.
you have an air pressure without a
hmm
container? Yes or no?
Without a container, no, no, we can't. Yeah.
That explains the Earth cannot be globe. Because if it were a globe, it wouldn't act as a container to keep the air stick to it. If it's a plane or it's a rectangular, you can think how air can stick to it. You know how there could be air pressure
Okay,
to keep the
because
air in it. That also explains why water is straight. Because its
uh,
earth is basically a plane that is a container in itself, a rectangular cube, a rectangular container.
but
That is where the water
missed
is.
we missed a point. This assumption that it should be like a container and something like that, it stemmed from
That
something based on
explains
gravity.
that brother. No,
It's
what
more
gravity doesn't
fundamental.
exist. If you have a mass and the density decides whether you stick to the ground or whether you float in the air. The density decides how light or heavy an object is. What does it have to do with the imaginary forces? What does it have to do with anything with the gravity when the density is what decides the object's weight? You know how heavy
Okay,
or
but
light it is. It is just that simple. It's simple. It is not complicated. It is not difficult. It's simple. It's common sense. I ask you to seek common sense. I
That's
ask you to
interesting.
seek critical thinking. All right, mate. Thank you for the time. Had a good chat.
You're welcome.
You can ask the fellow people for much questions. I only had this much time. I have to go, but I must tell you something to do a little experiment. Okay, get two buildings that are approximately 60 kilometers far away. Get to the top of them and observe the elevation and the distance. I challenge you, it's gonna be straight fucking line when you observe one from the other and the another from the one. There is no change in the elevation because it's straight. That proves it.
I see.
That proves
But
it, my brother.
how do you explain
What?
what's it called, waves? Waves of the ocean, the oceans. I mean,
Oh, that's
tides.
simple.
I mean,
Yes, because there are so many ships in the oceans. They are going back and forth in the different directions. When an object moves in the water, it creates waves, right? So if you put all the ships out of the ocean, there will be no waves. But as long we have ships in the oceans and all, that's why the waves occur. It's just that simple. One, waves can travel for thousands of kilometers, right? If I drop my finger in the bucket of water or in a lake, you throw a stone. You have thrown stone in a lake, right? You see how the waves travel all across the lake till this.
but
The
it
ships,
will
the, s-
end
the same,
eventually.
yeah, the same way, ships go back and forth. They have thousands of horsepowers of engine in them. It's going back. One ship is coming back. One ship is going towards it. Back and forth. The waves are. That's it's simple. It's common sense. The waves are caused by the ships.
But we have uprise and down.
Y-
What's it called?
Yeah,
Downfall,
yeah,
and
yeah.
you know
Because
what I'm
ships are
saying? The
taken in.
phenomena.
Yes, because there are thousands of ships, hundreds and thousands of them. Thousands of ships are taken up and down, up and down. Some ships arrive at port, they are late. Some ships leave from the port, dropped back into the water. You can see the videos of Suez Canal doing it. That explains the entirety of it.
Okay, we can explain and
It's
like
common
an
sense. It's really
alternative
common sense.
way of all science and everything, and it's kind of similar to the theory of what's it called,
I tell you
we are
something.
in simulator. It can
I
be
tell
true
you
actually,
something.
but
I
we
tell you
can
something.
explain another
No, 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 no.
alternative.
Listen, listen. I tell you a
But
secret. I tell you
what
a
can we
secret,
do
right?
based on
Your
these things?
perception, hold on. Your perception that Earth is a globe is fed to your mind since
Mhm.
childhood. You are never taught to seek truth. You are just forced to believe in its fact because they have shown you the images. It never really tells you the truth. There is no evidence. They don't give you the evidence. They don't tell you the entirety of it. They don't tell you how, when, where, and why. They just tell you, here it is. That is
Mhm.
how they fool you. When you are in kindergarten or your first standard, first year of school, they tell you sun rises from the east and sets in the west. By the
Okay.
time you reach the middle school, tell you, guess what? There's a sun, and sun goes around it. And by the time you reach high school, in high school physics, they teach you universe is expanding at infinity, and there is no reason. There's theory of relativity and quantum mechanics. And guess what? They just found out that the so-called sun, the object that appears to be round, is going to extinguish. They
Mhm.
change their statements night and day as you progress. So it has been set up, the stage is set to fool you since the child. They never make you question why. They never make you question where is the critical evidence. They just tell you, here it is, so you must believe. And since your teachers, they
Okay.
are older than you, you cannot dare question your teachers. Hi, explain it to me. Why
Uh,
does it go up and down? Why does the sun goes like this? The teacher's gonna tell you what? Because he has been taught since his childhood that
hmm.
the sun rises from the east and
Okay.
sets in the west. It's just that simple.
But I didn't get the sun part because can you explain it again, or do you want me to ask my question?
No, no, no. I explain you something. We do not know. Nobody really knows the true nature of sun. What it is, where does it come from,
Mm-hmm.
what does it do? There are theories and claims that like proper explanation,
Okay.
like proper
Mm-hmm.
evidence. So nobody knows, but what we can make thousand theories that hey, it goes like this, round and round, and then it goes below. That's why we see the night. It hides, and then it goes around us, below and up.
Okay.
That's how it rotates, you know. But we don't know what it is. We don't know where it
Mhm.
goes. We don't even know if the sun is real. It could be a huge lie
But
set up
have you
by
ever?
corporations.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry
go
for
ahead, go ahead.
interruption. Have you
No
ever
problem, no problem.
called your friends from like a faraway state or another country and just
Are you
having a
talking about
conversation and having a
I
conversation simultaneously, and someone says that, wow, today is like sunny, and someone else says that, wow, it's night, and you just shake the curvature with your mind that, wow, in these different
no, I tell
regions.
you why. No, I tell you
Okay.
why. I tell you why that happens. It's pretty simple. You keep a big wall, a difference in the lights. You block it, and the other side gets to experience the night, while the other side gets to experience the day. It is just that simple. They have a
Hmm.
big line, an infinite plane, something that we don't know that blocks the vision of the light rays. That's why they appear. Okay, it's night, and here it's day. That's the explanation. That's how it happens.
Okay. But
It's
all
it's
of these
common
things,
sense.
these things
It's
are
common sense.
being done by people, or it's just a nature. It's just the nature.
It's it's just exists like that, brother. There is no
Ah,
evidence.
I
There
see.
is no proof. There is no evidence. That's the thing. We don't know. We trying to cushion it ourselves.
Okay,
It's just nature.
what
Goddamn,
are
it's
their
goddamn. Nobody
uh,
knows.
intentions? Those people that
We do
like
not know, but we know one thing for
said
sure.
that it's
But we know
round.
one thing for sure. The government is the last thing you want to believe in your life. That is something that has been proven again and again. Remember who our president is and the deeds he has done. I wouldn't believe a single alphabet that comes out of Donald Trump's mouth, not even a single alphabet.
Okay.
Do you want to believe things that he says, given what deeds he has done? I wouldn't.
But it's just the
All right,
reverse
man. Listen,
theory is
I have
not.
asked all your questions, but it seems like you're still focused on the presumption that the shape is globe, which it certainly is not.
No, no. It's like
Thank you
I,
for your
I
time, but I don't have
I'm
time right now. I
saying
have to go.
there are lots of people that say something that it
What they
doesn't
say,
prove. It doesn't prove, but it works in a just a vague way that we can
bro.
use it in our lives. You know what I'm saying? It can be true that all of those things are wrong, but uh, other the alternative theories, they aren't proven, can't be proven You know what I'm saying? And we can't use any of those theories from now. Amazing. Oh,
Hey, Ish, why are you being so unoriginal?
Uh-huh.
You're very unoriginal. Earth is,
Why?
I mean, you gotta be some kind of genius.
What do you mean?
It's corny, dude. It's old.
What is? I didn't say anything.
What you typed in the chat.
I just random.
Earth is a square.
I mean, since no one is saying anything, might as well.
Well, I
say
mean,
something.
I heard somebody saying that, like, because we can't use, there's some, like, alternative theories that can't be proven, so we can't use them. I don't know what theory he's talking about.
See, look, my point is still my point stands because look, I sent a random text and you responded.
What's your point?
My point is the Earth is square.
Okay, what's your evidence?
Bro, what?
Hold on, CB. What's your evidence?
What do you?
Yeah, evidence. So we're empiricists. Claims
So
need
what do you?
evidence. Hold on. Claims need evidence. So what's your evidence?
Wait, let me. I'll give you evidence. What is your belief? Do you think it's
Hold
different?
on.
Do you
I
think
don't
it's
think the
different?
Earth is a square. I have no evidence the Earth is a square.
So what do you think it is?
What do you
Is
mean?
it what
How did
shape
he
do you
start the sentence with "I'll give you evidence"? So what do you think it
Then,
is?
yeah,
What?
I don't know, dude. I was just playing along. He's too
Yeah,
freaking slow.
before I give you evidence, I
Evidence
want to
of
You
hear
don't
like
have any evidence Earth is a square, okay? Just stop.
Facts.
What you're trying to do is get out of me is what my evidence is the Earth is flat. We've been playing this game a lot longer than you. You're not going to come in here and be clever because you're not clever. You're the dumbest person in this chat right now.
Oh shit.
Oh, okay. It's fine if you think that way. It's okay. I'm not gonna disagree.
Why would I think the Earth is flat? Why would I think that?
No, I'm simply asking you. Like, I think the Earth is square. Okay.
No, you don't.
And
No, you don't. You're trolling.
Yeah, you don't. You definitely don't.
I mean, what makes you believe that?
What? That the Earth is square?
Do you need
No.
evidence to like?
What makes me believe the Earth is flat? Well, let me ask you this: why did people think the Earth was flat before they thought it was a globe? What was their evidence?
I never said.
Hold
I
on. What
think,
was their evidence before the globe? What did they use?
What do you mean, like to determine if the world is flat?
Yeah. So before the idea of a globe was amongst humanity, people thought the Earth was flat. What evidence did those people that thought the Earth was flat use?
And how is that relevant to my question?
Okay, answer the fucking question, bro.
Bro.
It's a simple question.
But you didn't answer my question.
Dude, I asked you for, you didn't answer my question. I asked you for the evidence of your claim, and you've been fucking dicking around. These games aren't going to work, Ish. I'm going to just fucking mute you and kick you out of here.
Bro,
you know what that means? When I mute you here, you get muted in every channel, and when I kick you out, you can't even cry about it.
Why are you being so rude, though? Like,
okay, because you're playing games and you're trolling.
Okay, look, let's start over. Look, I'm gonna come.
Yes, let's start over with not trolling.
I'm not trolling. Let's set aside.
Okay, then give the evidence here at the square.
Let's set aside my belief. Can we agree on
belief?
that?
We don't have beliefs here. We're not doing that.
I'm simply asking you, what do you believe in? What do you think?
I don't have a belief. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're not understanding. We don't have a belief here. We all observe everybody. The Earth is flat and motionless. That's what you see every day. That's what you experience every day. If you fly in a plane, go up in a balloon, climb the top of a mountain, go to the ocean, the Earth looks flat, and you don't feel it moving. You see the stars moving, you see the sun move, you see the moon move. You don't feel yourself spin. That's what we experience. I don't believe that. That's what we experience.
And I
if you want to make up in your mind that something else is going on, that's on you.
Thank you for at least telling me what you think, because I wasn't going to disagree with you. If you wanted me to,
this isn't an agree-disagree thing.
I only asked.
I'm telling you, like,
what is your thought?
Jesus, let me ask you this: does the Earth, if you go to the ocean, does the Earth look flat?
No. Yes.
You were gonna say no. Yeah. If you go to a lake, does the Earth look flat? If you go to the top of a mountain, does the Earth look flat? No matter where you go, you can go anywhere on Earth. The Earth looks flat. Okay. Now, at some point in time, someone came along and said, "Oh, dude, it just looks flat, but it's actually a giant ball." Now, those people need evidence. Okay? They have beliefs. We don't. So the common thing globe earthers do, they try to drag us down into their cesspool and pretend we're on the same level. We're not on the same level. We have experience that we can refer to, whereas none of y'all do. You understand? There's nowhere you can't tell me to go anywhere on Earth and say this is where you'll see the globe, right?
And what about all the facts that the majority of facts that people present? What do you think on those? I'm not going to name
what facts are those?
Okay, let's start off with the wheel. You know, when they roll it and then forgot the name specifically.
The wheel proves the Earth is a globe.
What about the moon? The travel
what
to
about
moon,
it?
Looking back at Earth.
What? You think people went to the moon for real? You think human beings flew to the moon?
I'm asking you. I'm sure people have asked you this before, right? No?
Ask me what?
The same thing I'm asking. What about the proof of people traveling to moon?
Oh,
right?
The proof, you mean the claim? The proof that would be that they flew to the moon. Hold on, dude. The proof that people went to the moon would be the telemetry data that showed that the rocket went to the moon. But they claim they lost that. Yeah, NASA claims they lost that the telemetry data The data that shows where the rocket actually went. You can easily Google this. Google lost Apollo tapes. So where's that proof again?
Bro, that's crazy.
It is crazy, isn't it? You think I'm making it up?
What's
They
crazy
actually
is
had NASA actually investigated NASA to figure out where the tapes went.
Man, this is my first time being in this. Like,
There's a report on it that you can read that NASA put out about their missing tapes. It was 3,300 bankers boxes full of tapes that disappeared. That would fit a tractor trailer and a half. Somehow they lost them. This isn't my story. This is NASA's story.
And
The
what about
question
weather?
is, why would you
How
believe
do you
it?
explain the weather at least? Try to
Explain the
that to
weather?
me. How does that work in your
Which weather? The
What comes
sun
to your
heats
mind
the
when I
surface
say
of the
weather?
earth. Then we have
What comes to your
differential
mind
heating.
when you say weather?
Okay, so we have convection currents,
Okay.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Sun doesn't heat the earth evenly, right? We have
Okay.
currents. And because of all thermodynamic systems, meaning systems which have different temperatures and pressures, okay? They try to reach thermodynamic equilibrium, okay? This is what causes weather. Low pressure system, high pressure system, warm currents in the ocean, cold currents in the ocean, downward flows, Hadley cells, all of these things are different properties of the weather on the earth. And it's just the system, the gaseous fluid system that we live in, trying to find a thermodynamic equilibrium, but that'll just never happen.
Okay. Okay. I'll hear you out. Now I have another question. Do you believe that there's satellites up in the sky?
Wait, before you ask the satellite question, can you kind of like summarize what you think Indio just said?
No. Look, I'm gonna ask you a series of questions, right?
Why am I going to give you, like, Sheepdog's bringing up a good point. Why am I going to tell you anything when you're clearly not listening?
I mean, when you ramble for 3 minutes, how am I gonna listen, bro? Like, I can only
You
pick
asked
out
a
2
question
points.
and I gave you an answer, and it wasn't a 3-minute ramble. You're not listening.
Here, let me
Okay,
simplify
before the
it for
3
you.
minutes, let's just take the
Yes,
first
thank you.
10.
Simplify it for me. Thank
Let's
you.
take the first
My
10 seconds
God.
of what I said. What was the first 10 words I said before I got into it?
It's even better if you write it in the chat. I'll read it carefully,
Yeah,
word by
you
word.
never listened. What do you mean, what about satellites? What about them?
Do you think
You got
there's
any
satellites
primary
up in
knowledge
the
about satellites, or is it just a story you heard?
I'm saying, do you think there's satellites? Do they exist?
You know satellites are just repeaters, right?
Exist in what sense? There's things in the sky that
satellites
we'll call
exist.
satellites. Even this goes all the way back to the 1940s. They used to fly these hot air balloons, and they called those hot air balloons satellites. The vernacular changed, but that's what they used to call them. Okay. It's part of a program called Skyhook, Ross, by the National Reconnaissance Office. I'll give you transcripts of freaking people talking about it in the National Reconnaissance Office about what they did. They put hot air balloons up. They had a gondola with a camera. They went to 120,000 feet. When their film roll was full after about 6 weeks, they'd fly up with an airplane, punch in a keep code, and an explosive would go off and pop the balloon, and they would catch it out of the air. They called those satellites. Okay? Now, satellites exist in the sense that there's things in the sky, but they don't orbit a globe.
I'm gonna interrupt respectfully. It sounds like fiction to me, like, because I have never heard of
Reconnaissance
this.
Office is fiction.
Bro, what?
Okay, I'll post in the chat. It's from the National Reconnaissance Office, which is a U.S. government agency. You think
And
they
I'm
make
just
spy satellites? They make spy balloons.
I'm going to simplify what India said about weather. The sun warms up the earth, and as the sun moves across the sky, the earth warms and cools, creating currents. And then there's also high pressure systems and low pressure systems in those currents. And because of that,
What
we
do
have
you
weather.
mean by high pressure systems and low? Can you explain that further? I'm not asking to like. I'm
Yeah.
trying to be
The
reasonable. Like,
barometric pressure is higher or lower.
He increases pressure, which expands, which decreases pressure, which causes dynamic
expands what?
it
Expands what?
create
The water volume?
air, gas.
Yeah.
You know, gases expand when they're warmed up, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Welcome
Yes.
to flat Earth.
So I was posting in the chat exactly what I was talking about.
Okay, wait. Let me read that. Okay. Give me a second.
Okay. This is part of what was called the Living Witness or Living Testimony Program. So the National Reconnaissance Office, they take spy pictures with airplanes. They ran the U-2 program, which was a spy plane. They ran the SR-71 Blackbird, which is a spy plane, but they also had spy balloons. So the people that were in the program at the beginning, they interviewed them just so they got a record of what they did at the NRO. And this, what I posted, is a link to one of these interviews where he goes over what they did. And the supposed capture of what was called Explorer 1 was supposed to be the first U.S. orbiting satellite. But there's problems with that because it wasn't where it was supposed to be when he went to catch it. It wasn't there to be caught. Satellites is just this cool story, bro. That's all it is. You see, you have the idea that there's a big ball, and if I try to talk to another country, I have to bounce it off a satellite. It's not how it works. You don't need to bounce it off a satellite, and we've known this since 1918. What's up, Sheepdog?
What's up, Indio?
I was just like chilling, listening on the live stream, and there was like nobody in here. And then like a couple guys are just having their own globling, cringe fest. I had to come in here. I couldn't take it.
It happens, man.
And then Ish comes in with Earth is a square. And then I ask him for evidence, and he starts asking me for evidence.
Bro, I want to cuss so bad, but yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh, dude, you check your DMs, man.
Oh, all right.
Good, it's funny.
Wait, from who? From you?
Yeah, didn't I send you a message?
Nope. My last one is from Swole Dog.
Oh, where the hell did I send that shit? Someone else got the message.
I'm gonna change my name, bro.
Oh, dude, because I didn't clip it right. Sorry, dude. I'll clip it again, dude. Hold on. It's super funny, bro.
All right. It was a W meeting there earlier, fellas, and FU. It felt good to get the boys back, and we
I was in
gained
there. You
like.
weren't even there, man.
I was
He
trying, bro. I was
was.
at work all day.
He was. He
I
came
was
in
at work
there.
all damn day,
Nah,
but
don't let him off the hook, sheepdog.
yeah.
You
No,
called a
he
meeting. You got
came.
to be there for the duration.
He came in 3 hours into the meeting or into his workday. Like that's pretty legit coming in 3 hours.
Damn, you guys were on there for that long? Sheesh.
Well, you came in like what? You had 6 hours left in your shift, man, and you
Yeah,
decided to say what's up.
I just opened the thing and I saw you in there. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
No, but hey, something just popped into my head, man. Like I started thinking about that, all that stuff I was sending you in the DM. I think it
Yeah,
can be gimmicked, dude. I think we can gimmick it.
absolutely. No, it's a good idea. I mean, I'm in a good place for it, so we'll give it a try.
I think everybody's in a good place for it, though, right? Like anybody can go to an area that's crowded and just strike up a conversation, right?
Sucks.
Hey, I'll say this too. We got to do an episode, not to go too far into it, but we got to do an episode on Trump too.
Yeah, it'll blow up on Rumble.
Like both sides, like all sides. You know what I mean? Like at all aspects, and have everybody speak their piece, whether they support him or against him or indifferent.
Trump content usually does well on Rumble, so we'll do that for sure. Also, we need to get a Rumble bot for home base permanently. Just leave one in the home base, bro. Because I'll go in there and just try to stir up some drama, but it's hard to want to do that when there's a vacuum. You just go in there and talk, and it's not even recorded. So, well, that's like a little side project.
I could actually probably do that. I just gotta take the time to put it all in order. I can almost definitely do it.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be cool.
I still have my Gizbo account. We can use that.
Yeah, that would work because that's the one thing I need. I mean,
I'll
give
give whoever I need to give access to it. I don't know how to run the bot, but I can.
Yeah, I could do that. It's gonna take some finagling, but
They don't have no followers or nothing, but it does have Elijah's rant when he goes on to talk about how academia would be screwed if the Earth came out as flat to the rest of the world, which is a good rant.
Love me a good rant. But yeah, I just think that because even Miggy was like, I'll spend more time at home base. So, but it's just hard to go in there when they're. You can go, hey, what's up, Rumble? How we doing? Da 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 da. And then someone sees that you're in there. Then next thing you know, it just starts what do they call it? A snow. What is it called? Avalanche effect or something like that? Snowball effect,
yeah,
where
no,
people see you and they just start jumping in. But like it's when there's no bot or anything, it's like, hey, everybody. It's much harder to do that. So.
Is there a pause function for the bots, Indio TV?
I mean, you can deafen them or whatever.
Deafin, yeah.
I guess we could probably do that then. Like
Stevie, I
if
said
did that
whoever's last in the
before.
room,
When
last in the room has to deafen the bot.
why? It does. If
Well,
we're
I
on
mean,
Rumble, it doesn't need to be deafened.
yeah, but I mean, you don't want two Glovers in there having a little jerk party, right?
Oh, pause, bro.
Ew, that was just in here.
They would do
Dude,
that,
I
probably.
Dude, I DM'd you that clip. It's just a clip. It's only like 15, 20 seconds. It's called 304 Orang.
Let me check it out. But yeah, I mean, we did that before, man. When we started the Rumble, because I was the one that was like, we need to get on Rumble, guys, blah blah blah, and then
I remember
it got
that.
set up, and we would just stay dual streaming on YouTube and Rumble, and then if we got into something that was too spicy for YouTube, we just deafen the YouTube, and it seemed to work pretty well. So
That was a fresh and fit thing too, wasn't it? Like they're like, "Oh,
yeah,
I'm
that's
deafing
where I
YouTube,"
got it
and then
from.
they'd go into conversation.
That's exactly where I got it from. I was like, that's a good idea.
Oh,
We should do that
that was
too.
some
And
epic
so
conversation.
yeah, I mean that was fantastic. Good times, man. Good times on the flat Earth for sure. I'm about
Shout
to
out
pull
to
into my
Stevie.
garage. Yeah, thanks, man. Hey, we've had a long and treacherous road, but we made it, boys. And we are
Man, we're just
still
getting
cooking.
started.
It does feel like 2026 about to be a good year.
Could be.
Nah, it's gonna be. Ain't no
It
could
is.
be.
It already is, dude. The freaking dude. There's already motherfuckers laying the foundation. I don't know if you heard me. I was talking about this in FU, man. The foundation's being laid. Drace has got his shit going on. Helio got some shit going on. I got some shit going on. AB got some shit going on. So, like, you know, and that's just Majin, who is running that
Imagine.
clip channel now.
Yeah, good, cool for him, dude.
So that's like 5. It's like 5 added things, dude. So it's like that makes
Shout
my
out to
fucking job.
Imagine
Yeah, no
for
shit,
clipping
bro.
that Yoder fucking segment up too, man. That Yoder segment is
Which
fire.
one, bro?
The one where I told Yoder to give a fucking history lesson on flat
I
Earth.
need the title, man.
It's like 14 minutes long, dude.
That doesn't tell me anything.
It doesn't tell you anything.
He's
Come
got
on.
like whole playlists like dedicated to
Come
people.
on, dude.
There's a bunch of Yoder clips. Dude, you driving,
Hold on,
CB?
I'll find it.
I
Hold
just pulled in the garage. Let me check out your
Dude,
thing.
don't even freaking get out your car. Watch this shit.
All right, guys, I'll do it right now.
It's fucking funny.
Oh, this guy?
Let's keep watching.
Yeah, what's that guy? The freaking vampire guy?
Taylor the Vampire.
Yeah, Taylor
Taylor
the
the
Fiend.
Fiend or something.
That's so funny. Let me resubscribe. It's been a while.
Dude, it's just so funny. The freaking.
Hey,
He's like, I got
I
OCD. Knocked him between tower pieces back up.
I put it in the side chat.
Cool.
I told Yoder was getting ready to leave. It was like, hey, can you give us a brief history lesson on the flat Earth? And he just went into this like very eloquent discussion about just the basics of flat Earth, like Flat Earth 101, kind of like what Witsit did, and but even more basic, like why do we think the Earth is flat, and just seeing too far, water, all that stuff.
Oh, why am I watching this video? This is crazy.
What video are you watching?
Oh, you watching the rest of the video?
I just like rewinded it to watch some more, dude. Holy smokes, bro.
Dude, she's like, they kicked me out of the gym and I was only wearing this. It's like a freaking flesh-colored freaking bodysuit with like barely any fabric. How'd I get kicked out? Bitch got kicked out of a woman's only shit. Okay?
Oh,
the
damn.
women felt uncomfortable.
Yeah, you guys already know it's a topic I'm passionate about, and I think it gets me more riled up the fact that there's so many people, even in here, that are like, "No, that's stupid, bro. You shouldn't pay any attention to that." It's like you are so out of the loop.
CB,
Beta.
Yeah, but CB, this is very people's experience is very subjective and anecdotal about it, depending on where they are in life, the type of community they're in. Like none of this affects you if you're like freaking live in the middle of nowhere. Like, you know what I mean? There's still places in this country that have traditional conservative values, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
So, like, to them, you're talking in alien language. And
Probably.
then on the other side, right, on the super libtard side, like the side I'm on, right, the shit is also alien. Because I be saying shit, you're like, that's kind of sexist. Like, sexist? Sexist? What? I was actually talking about that, as a matter of fact. I was like, she was like, she's an old lady. She's talking about freaking. She asked me about me going to the gym, and I said, yeah, I go here. And then she's like, well, I used to go over here at this other one, which is an all-female gym. And I'm like, the problem with all-female gyms, they all go out of business because they just don't get enough women there because the women want to strut in front of the dudes. And she's like, not all women. And I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
A lot of them. As soon as they get in shape, yeah, all the women that are in shape want to do it. How about that?
Yep.
They go to the female gym, they get in shape, and then when they're in shape, they go to the male gym. Tell me I'm lying, bro.
Nope.
Tell it like CB. You go to the gym. You seen that shit, bro.
You're not lying. Bro.
Yeah, fortunately, the gym that I go to is it's like rustic, if that's even a good word for it. It's not like
There's just like
bougie.
concrete and
It's
bars and shit.
shitty.
Oh,
And
the
it's
gym I go
exactly
like
I like it like that.
the girls that are kind of like they're 20, 30 pounds overweight. They like hide in the back, and then as the months go by and they look better, then they start like coming out. Then the next thing you know, they're
Yeah.
doing freaking splits in the middle of the fucking floor and in front of all the dudes. You know,
Right.
when they think they look good.
India's gonna
Low
get us in
key,
trouble.
I like my
That
gym a
really
lot.
is. I mean, for a girl, I mean that's the best test of whether you're doing good, right? So when you walk through, all the dudes' heads that turn. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's the ultimate judge.
I tell you what,
And
though, like
the other indicator
me
is
being
the
married,
dirty looks from the other women. The more dirty looks you get, the better you look.
me being married, I don't even want to
Probably.
like. I don't want the distraction of another woman. Like I'm there at the gym for a purpose. So I don't wear my glasses when I work out, and everything's fucking blurry at a distance.
Dude, he's gonna end up, bro's gonna end up on TikTok clip. Like, he was staring at me. Like, be making a response video. Like, I can't even fucking see without my glasses. What are you talking about? Oh, there was a video where she was like accusing a blind dude of staring at her.
Oh my god, bro.
Dude, you never seen that? Oh my
Is it a
god.
blind dude? I don't even
I've
know. It
seen
was a blind.
videos like that.
I seen one where a guy came and like went on an elliptical that was next to a girl. I'm like, what if that was the only working fucking elliptical? Like I've been in gyms where I'm like, I won't use that elliptical, that elliptical. I will use that one because I know it fucking works. And if that one doesn't work, I have a backup one that I use.
Wait, real quick. Why is fucking Diogenes? Why is he muted?
Was he one of the ones that was talking Indio?
Oh, I wasn't talking to him.
Diogenes. If you can
Oh,
hear us right now, respond in the chat.
you want me to unmute him? I'll do it. I don't care.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess Lat says that he came to the conclusion the Earth was not a ball because of a dream.
Oh.
What the
You're a
fuck?
troll. You're getting another chance, Diogenes. Don't fuck it up.
All eyes are on you. This is where they dip out now. Now that they're unmuted.
Where did Ist go? Ist, the square earther. Where'd he go? Well, if you post it in the chat, I'll read it. No, you won't.
Wait, yo, CB, where did you post your physique at? I want to see.
Pause, bro. Pause, dude.
Gator. Woo, woo, woo.
Dude, super
alarms are
pause.
going off.
No, for real, I'm trying to take Indio's title of strongest flat earther, bro.
Oh, shit.
Dude.
No, physically though, physically, I don't know if I could beat your ass mentally, but
Yo,
Oh, physically? No, I'm still freaking injured a little bit from an injury I got like a year ago.
he looks like Piccolo when
Right-handed,
he
I'll
fucking got his arm
dude,
drained.
right up, bro. It's almost at that point. No, I actually started working my other arm off, so.
oh, I see.
Doing what?
I can
doing
tell
what?
it's a little bigger. My left arm's, my right arm's a little bit bigger than my left arm, just because I can barely freaking curl like 20 pounds with my left arm.
You look like a Quagmire after you found the internet, huh?
I was like fucking Piccolo, dude. I'm like one arm Jack Piccolo.
Fucking Piccolo, dude. I can't post it in the chat. Can someone post that? That's so funny.
Yeah, I gotta do it.
I need to get my perms back, dude. Can't do shit in here. I can't post GIFs. I can't post pictures. I can't do anything, bro. I'm fucking nerfed in here.
Really? Damn,
Yeah,
man.
man.
What'd you do?
You know, I said what wait, I said what Neil said earlier. Honestly, sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Neil said it earlier in FU, and I was dying laughing in the
You're only
background.
quoting somebody. You're not really saying it. You're quoting somebody else saying it.
Actually, I literally did not mean to say that. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I said that by accident and got fucking yeeted.
Hey, when I saw you the other day for the first time in like a month, and I dropped the N word, I was in Walmart.
What the fuck, dude?
With a shitload of people around me, it was hilarious, dude. I was like, "Oh shit!" I said that without even fucking thinking. Where was that?
Bro, the Piccolo, that's so funny, bro.
It ain't that bad. It's almost the same set. Like it's probably maybe 2
I like that
millimeters
your
smaller.
Quagmire GIF I posted.
Yeah, I saw that.
Just for like a month and a half, I've been working out that one arm. I've been doing no curls with my right arm, just to get the other one going.
Oh, just
Because
to
I hurt my
balance it
arm
out.
and I couldn't use it, so it's like I did something in my nerve in my elbow. I haven't figured out what it is yet. Well, the doctor told me like it's nerve damage. It just takes a really long time to heal.
Do you know what you did that did it?
Yeah, I freaking, electric drill.
Yeah.
I was taking a what is it? A mixer head that mixes cement off the front of it, and the thing was jammed. So I put the mixer head between my feet and started to try to undo
Like
the
an
chuck,
auger?
and I accidentally hit the button and it freaking
Wrench, like an auger.
yeah, counterclock or clockwise, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, it didn't hurt
That's
when I did
fucking
it.
rough.
I didn't even know it. Like I was hurt until I went to the gym the next day, and I could only like curl 20 pounds with one arm. I'm like, actually, I was like curling. I was doing like 2-hand curls. I'm like, man, my freaking right arm's getting heavy, getting tired, fucking pretty goddamn quick. And like, then I went and I like did dumbbells, and I'm like, holy shit, I can only go 20 pounds with my left arm. Now I can curl a dumbbell with like 40 pounds with one arm, no problem.
Yeah.
So it's like, holy shit, dude, I fucked myself up. And that was like in December of last year. So it's like been a year.
I'm sorry.
Dude, man,
Last
you talking
year?
about supinating your arm, dude? I like almost rotated it. Sheepdog, I almost rotated that shit off my body, bro. Like, seriously. Like,
I don't doubt it.
Holy,
it was like
dude, that's a long ass time.
it was like a 20 volt fucking
Yeah, that's a long
Makita.
time. That's a long ass time to be fucking hurt, bro.
I was gonna say it
A
should have been
year?
healed by now.
No, because it's like the ulnar nerve in your elbow.
Well, I mean, like I took a break from jujitsu for like a month and a half, and like my elbows are all fucking way better now.
AI said it's called
That was
iPhone
within
elbow.
4
Also, we
months.
have Honest here. Who is Honest? Who is that? Ed Collector with the freaking what is that? E-girl? What is that? Is that an e-girl? Sad Collector, we hear you breathing. Sad Collector, we hear you breathing. Go ahead. Also, Diagenesis or whatever, we hear you breathing as well. Go ahead. All right.
Yo, he had the
Yeah.
flat tag on him though.
No.
I was hoping he's gonna say something crazy. Bro, are you crying? You're like sniffling over there.
Yeah, are you good, Dial?
I'm sniffing.
Wait, why are you
Hold on,
sniffing
then.
so
Lads,
much?
I'll still fuck you up with my one arm.
Let's go, dude.
No, bro,
So,
I'm getting I got a cold. I got a cold.
How does colds work on a flat Earth?
You know what? That's true. If the Earth was a
Why
globe,
would you need a dream to tell you the Earth is flat when you can just like be awake and go outside?
I was
Ooh.
just kidding. I don't believe that the Earth is round, nor that the Earth is flat. Well, because
Oh,
I
here
don't
we go.
study it.
Here we go.
Powers unite.
There we go. There we go.
Bro, stop being a bitch, bro. Take a
I'll be
fucking
not bad.
stand, dude. Stand on business.
Yeah,
Maybe the
man.
Earth is
Yeah.
flat or a globe. I just love everybody.
Okay.
Mm.
I will take your compliment.
You
Thank
sound like a hippie. You know what a hippie is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone who smoke a lot of weed.
Yeah.
Weed.
Yeah, and they have
weed.
flowers in their hair, and they wear clothes with paisleys on it.
Hey, bro, you wanna
Everybody
blow up?
just love. Love
You
is
wanna
the
blow?
answer.
They don't shave or bathe or wash.
I
Especially
stay
armpit
holiday
hair.
that one. Do you want
Uh,
some?
You ever seen like rice noodles, like in a wok? You know how they explode? So like a hippie girl, when you open their pants, that's what their bush does. It explodes.
oh my god, bro. You know.
Okay.
Lord.
I got
Am I not
the
supposed to be saying that?
70%.
I just don't know. I don't want to do that.
Hey man, you can't beat me in a debate if I get banned.
No,
Is
I
the hippie girl
I
flat?
can get there way faster, Dio. Don't worry.
Is the hippie girl flat?
Oh, shut up, fucking Gunnar.
Gooner, bro.
I bet
We
you're
did
a
a
gooner,
whole
dude.
episode on our panel about not gooning. All right, we do not condone goon status.
Okay.
I bet he's a gooner though.
I know. How do you know? How do you know that so much?
Yeah, I'm a fucking Gunnar. I jerk off every day.
There's gonna be like the 40-year-olds
I'm
are like,
trying
what the
to.
fuck are they saying? What is gooner?
I'm trying to quit it.
There's no
But
trying, bro. You just
I like to have strong arms. You know,
what
you
the
have
fuck?
to get really strong. You know,
Go to the
because
gym, fool.
the gym is really expensive, so we have to train with something.
Push-ups are free.
You just pretend you're in prison.
Yeah,
Fucking do
exactly.
push-ups and
Flat.
push-ups and pull-ups, man, and sit-ups.
Burpees and stuff.
Yeah.
Come on, gang.
Dude, 20 minutes twice a week, you can look better than 90% of the people you're around. That's all it takes. Doesn't take anything.
Wait,
I
who
just
wants to
started.
see my? Who wants to see my
You
physique?
can't. Hold on with one caveat.
Nobody.
You can't exercise away a bad diet. So if you're eating
No.
3,600 calories a day, then there's fucking
That's true.
exercise ain't gonna help.
I fucking
Hey,
eat 4,000 calories per day. I weigh 110 kilograms.
Dude. It's
Yeah.
240.
if you do, I'm sorry about that you do, dude.
There's no way you freaking eat 4,000 calories a day and weigh 240, dude.
No, it's like 270.
No, dude, you'd weigh 340 if you ate that many calories.
Okay. Yeah, sorry.
280.
Well,
lied.
listen, I'm just going.
You're
Bro,
right.
you're talking to like a freaking expert.
Hey, Indio, I
lying
just
to you.
started. I just
I'm
started
calling
my
your basal
transformation.
metabolic rate, just your resting rate. Like if you weigh if you ate 2,400 calories a day, that'll support like 1,800 pound frame, not 180 pound frame of somebody that's got muscle. Now, assuming you're just a fat fuck, and you're eating, what'd you say, 4,000 calories, dude? You'd be 320 or some shit. You'd be a big fat fucker.
What's up, Lopez?
You know why?
Man.
You know why?
Man.
You know why?
Hold on. We got a new guy.
Man,
What's up, Lopez?
Just one thing. Before I start
You want to know what is fat?
Are you?
I have some pieces fatter than me.
How do you say before I start speaking but you're speaking? Like, how does that even make sense?
No.
I have the real.
You can't speak before and say before I start speaking. You are speaking.
Carrot? Is this Carrot?
What do you want to know? We think the Earth is flat. Yes. Okay. Let's move on.
Are you just like the vegan guys?
Vegans?
What?
What?
Hell no, bro.
No, we have evidence. Vegans don't have evidence.
Let me just
I
say
eat
one thing.
200
two times
per day.
Okay,
2 times.
so Lopez, no, you're not going to say anything. So
let me
no,
just finish.
I'll mute you. Just don't do it. You can't compare us to vegans because vegans are telling people what they should do. That's an action.
Yes.
We're saying what is, as in what exists in reality. You're making a false equivalence.
No, come. Let me just say
one
thing. It's because I try to argument with them. I try to talk with them calmly with a nice voice, completely calm. Just try to speak logical things, and they mute me 2 times, man. They mute
Do you have evidence? Do you have evidence for the globe?
Because
you just logical things. What was the logical syllogism that you used?
For example, he was speaking about.
That's not a logical syllogism. Premise, conclusion. You guys just will say the word logic. You guys don't know what logic actually is.
Man,
I know.
You think logic is something that makes sense to you. That's rationalization. That's a different thing.
Okay, I did not disrespect anybody. I just speak my mind calmly. Okay, I said, I told him if we will not kill the animals, but we will kill the plants. That's what I tell him.
Yeah, they came in here. We did the same thing with them, Lopez. They came in here and we showed them that plants are alive and they actually scream. Plants scream when they're cut. Yeah, there's all sorts of scientific papers that plants scream at ultrasonic frequencies when they're cut or injured. Okay, so we told them that. And Lopez, the problem with those people, they're just crazy. Don't try to figure them out. You know what? Do you know how I know they're crazy? Because they said that we shouldn't eat chicken eggs because that's basically killing chickens. But they thought it was okay to give abortions.
What? Yeah.
So you make that make sense.
It's okay to kill human life, but not animal life.
Chicken eggs aren't even fertilized.
No, they are crazy. They are crazy.
Okay, so let's say we're not like them. Okay, they're actually insane.
Yeah. They told me that
kill the humans, not the chickens. Okay, that's what they're saying.
Yeah, their killing is inevitable. But
hey, if you eat all the plants, then you'll kill the animals anyway because you're eating their food too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, no, we are not. So to settle this, we're not like them. What we do is based upon evidence. What they do is based upon whatever they feel like saying in the moment.
Yeah, when they are short of arguments, they just mute you, man. They just mute. When they don't.
Why would you want to continue to talk to them?
No, this is my second time. They say I enter in another room. They told me no, we are not like this other guy. This other guy, I don't know why he mute you and all this, but I keep talking with them and they mute me. Yeah, that's it.
So anyway, what shape is the Earth?
There you go.
Yes, but
I have a question towards
Are the animals you want to eat, are they on a globe or a flat Earth?
What?
I said, are the animals that you want to eat, are they on a globe or are they on a flat Earth?
Globe.
The animals are on a globe? Are you sure about that?
No, I didn't. Yes. No, I didn't say that. Someone here, I think, Nightmare of Islam. Yeah,
Let's talk to Nightmare of Islam. With all due respect, Lopez, he He's decided he's going to take a position. You're waffling.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So why the
Yes.
fuck would you believe that Earth is flat?
We don't believe it. It's true. How do we know?
You said so. You get.
So if
Yeah,
I
how
said to
did
you, if I said to you, I want you to prove to me the Earth is a globe, where do I go on Earth? Where do I go?
you can ride on a jet or like a plane. You can go like high in the sky and you can see the you can see the curve.
Looked flat to me.
No, dude, no. It's not high enough, dude. You don't see curve from an airplane. I don't know why you guys say that shit. Not even within, not even if the Earth was a globe, would you see curve from an airplane? So where do I go?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, you couldn't tell me anywhere to go, right? So if you said to me, hey, where can I go where I see a flat Earth? I would just say Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean, Indian Ocean, Great Lakes, or any lake, any pond, any body of water. So we don't believe the Earth is flat. We can see it is. Whereas the globe, you can't see that it's a globe. You just have to believe it. Or you have to believe somebody else that says that they saw it, but you'll never see it, right?
Okay. I have a clip on YouTube.
Tell me one thing I said that's not absolutely objectively true. There's nothing I said that's false.
I will tell you. I will tell you. It's if I show you this video.
Video of what?
It's a footage of the globe.
How do you know that?
Because it's someone who went to space.
How do you know that's what they're saying? That's what the video shows. How do you know that?
Because there's evidence and there's many eyewitnesses.
Okay, no. And we're talking about this specific video that you're going to give us. How do you know that that's what the Earth looks like in that video? That they went to space and then they took it. What if they went to space and the Earth's actually a freaking cube? Okay, so how do you know that that video is an accurate representation of the Earth and they did what they said they did? How do you know?
Because I've seen the curvature with other people.
Oh yeah, from where? We already covered this. I just did this. You already said from a plane, but that's not true. So where?
Yeah, from a specific height.
Yeah, what height?
If you're on a plane, you could look at it.
No, you can't, dude. Not even 128,000 feet. In fact, not even 250 miles. That would be 400 kilometers. Not even from there.
I flew at 45,000 feet from New York to Kuwait City, Kuwait, and it was flat. So what?
But if you want to observe it, you need to be like farther away, right?
How far?
But that's in a plane.
Can you give us the mathematics which will tell us how far? Of course not.
Okay. So, you guys say that you.
Now here we go, you guys. It's not about you guys, bro. You're gonna try and dodge the topic by talking about us or talking about the conversation. You guys are NPCs. You guys got the most predictable dialogue tree in the history of man.
Let me guess. You're going to ask the question if the Earth is flat, and then we're going to respond, yes, the Earth is flat.
Yeah. So this is.
What are you talking to?
We're just illustrating the horrible position that you're in. Is that you have that your worldview is based upon trusting a third party in their claims of what they think or what they say the Earth looks like. Now, not only is that a problem, but the main problem is that you can't evaluate that claim for truth because you've never seen the Earth from that point of view. So even if they show you an image that they say, hold on, that they tell you this is what the Earth looks like, since you've never seen the Earth from that place, you can't even say, well, no, the Earth don't look like that. I was there, and when I was there, it didn't look like that. Or it did look like that, right? You can't say that. Like, if you showed me a video of a horse, I could go, Nah, that's not a video horse. That's a goat. I've seen a horse before. That's a goat right there. Right. So
I've been there.
you can't do that. No, now you're just
No, you
lying
made a
because
claim
you're
of
just
what?
desperate, dude.
No, you made a claim. I haven't seen it. I have seen it. Yes, personally, I've been launched to space. What do you have to say now?
So
What
just
the
desperate lying, dude. It's
bro?
so funny
How am
when
I lying?
y'all
Prove it. Prove it 100%. Prove I'm
disintegrate.
lying. Prove
You
I'm
don't
lying.
have to prove you're lying.
Prove
You're
I'm
trying to
lying.
reverse the burden of proof. That's a logical fallacy.
Can you prove it? Can you prove
I don't need to prove it. Oh, you haven't presented any evidence. You disprove evidence. You don't disprove
Which
claims.
is more believable, observation or some mathematical bullshit?
Well, we have observation,
Hey,
and you
I've
don't
got
have
proof. Everybody
We have
who's ever been to
observation.
space,
Hold
everybody
on,
who's
sheepdog. Why are you pretending you have observation? We've demonstrated that you don't.
I've seen it. I have seen. I have.
Yeah, you're lying.
Hey, I've got to wait for him to prove
math,
it.
Math can lie.
What's your
Math
name?
can lie.
What's your name?
Math
Everybody
can
who's been to
lie.
space, everybody who's been to space, their name is listed. What's your name?
I was on a rocket that wasn't.
Yeah, give me your name. Give me your
He's on
name
a
and give me the
secret
rocket.
So, Nightmare,
My
there's
name
something called
is-
Hitchens razor. What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So, produce the evidence or shut up.
Do you think evidence is required to prove something?
Yes.
What if
Something about the
for
physical
example-
world? Yes.
Okay, cool.
You're making an empirical
when we look-
claim, and evidence proves empirical claims.
Okay. Do you think there are other planets besides the ones in our solar system?
Here we go.
Other than what?
Than the ones in our solar system?
Are there no?
No.
Why would I
don't
think there's planets other than the ones in our solar system?
I think there's none.
No.
You think there's galaxies?
There's no
or
outer
stars?
space vacuum, brother. There's no vacuum of outer space where things are trillions of light years apart. That's fucking nonsense. He left.
Wow.
Well, we
And by
found
the
out his
way,
real religion.
For the record, I'm not asking anybody to dox themselves, but if somebody's going to make an extraordinary claim like I've been to space, then your name's on a list somewhere, and so that's the way you can prove it right there.
Well, it's a perfect illustration of where they go. They realize they literally have nothing. They came in here. He came in here like, yeah, I know the Earth's globe, and realized he looked in his basket of goodies and it was fucking completely empty. Came to the picnic, there was nothing in his picnic basket.
Is he back?
No, different guy.
Anyway, oh no, you're right, and Hitchens razor, that's the absolute truth. Like if you don't give evidence, I can dismiss it. That's how people conduct business all the time. Oh, my business does good. Oh yeah, prove it. Oh, I can't. Okay, dismissed.
Yeah, it's a matter of like pragmatism, right? If you have if all claims are true unless you disprove them, then oh my god, bro, because you can claim everything. I saw a green alien, I saw a red alien, I saw a blue alien, I saw a purple alien, I saw a purple alien with freaking fangs, I saw a purple alien with freaking no teeth, I saw a purple alien with freaking 3 eyes. Like you could just endlessly make claims, right? And all of them would be true unless disproven. Obviously, that's stupid. So we don't do that as human beings.
It's like the sky is green argument.
Can you explain me the thermodynamic law and how it's related
Which one?
to the argument of flat Earth? Earth.
Gas pressure without a container? That one? The second law of thermodynamics? High pressure goes to low pressure? Is that what you're talking about, Diogenes? Diogenes?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
that's what I am talking
if the
about.
space is a vacuum, how come the gas pressure on Earth doesn't go into outer space? How come it doesn't reach thermodynamic equilibrium with the vacuum?
I don't know.
Exactly.
With
Neither does
the with
anybody else.
wait. With with energy, you know, with something
Oh,
that
they'll say things like gravity does it, right? But that would mean that gravity could do thermodynamic work. And there is no gravitational theory of thermodynamics or gravitational thermodynamic theory that would allow that to happen. Because if gravity could do work, you would have it changing phases of matter. You'd have it turning frickin' solids into liquids and liquids into gas and then back based upon how much gravity there was. Okay? There's no mechanism. If I look at a phase diagram, right, where it's gas, solid, liquid, supercritical fluid, in a phase diagram like oxygen, they'll have the pressure and the temperature. They don't have the gravity. It's not in the phase diagram. Okay? But that would have to happen if gravity could create air pressure, it would also have to create temperature, right? So all these things, the pressure, temperature, volume would all have to work together, okay? And you'd have to be able to incorporate gravity into it, but no one's ever done that. So when you just can't say the gravity like it's some magic word that does it. No, you have to explain it within the thermodynamics, within the second law of thermodynamics. Because like the kinetic theory of gases, there's no gravity in any of that when we model gas behavior. So, science is empirical.
yeah, I
It's not
mean,
based upon theory, right?
I always have the question about how the cometes. Oh shit, I don't remember the name of these aeroplanes that goes to the space and are pushed. You know, are pushed with
Yeah.
fire. And but if there is no, I mean, the fire without oxygen is torn off. You know. Uh,
Well, they say that
so
the oxidizers is in the fuel, and that's probably right. But the thing is, inside the bell housing of of a rocket, there's actually a negative pressure. So
pressure.
it's our contention that rockets push off air and they can't push off a vacuum. But they'll say, well, the Newton's second law was a reaction has an equal and opposite reaction because it's throwing gas out the back, then it has to go in the other direction. But that boundary between the gas and the rocket is a negative pressure. So how that could possibly work, I don't fucking know. It's just something they say. A lot of these things are just something that's what I was trying to get to. That science is empirical, which means it's based upon experience or experiment, not theory, not ideas. So if you have an idea or a theory, that's fine, but it doesn't mean anything until you go do the experiment. Okay? So you can say gravity creates gas pressure. You can say gravity holds the air to the earth, but can you demonstrate it in an experiment? And the answer to that's a big fucking no.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that makes sense.
And then when you look at the history of outer space, the idea was invented in like 300 BC before anybody could ever before there could ever possibly be evidence of outer space. They were already thinking of it. They were already thinking of science fiction and people living on other planets and all this shit. Like we're talking about before the Roman Empire.
All right.
And then do you think they're just lucky guessers that they guessed outer space exists and then 2,000 years later we're just like, oh yeah, they were right 2,000 years ago. They're such good guessers.
Mhm.
Anyway, I gotta step off for a second. Sheepdog, you still here? CB, you here?
Yeah, I'm here a little bit.
A little bit. Well,
Little
anybody
bit.
else can take over. Gas pressure without containers. Bullshit.
Sorry. Bro, I'm gonna die, bro. I'm gonna die. So, how long could it be taken to learn all that information that you have uh, um, researched?
As long as it needs to.
I mean, how many hours, or how many months or years?
It depends on what kind of learner you are. Are you a fast learner, slow learner? Are you
Oh,
somebody who has to uh, have application and learn it in real world, or can you think abstractly?
I'm a good reader. I'm a good reader, but
Then you're just going to have to get to
I had
work on reading documents.
I hate numbers, but I know that there is something of numbers and statistics on the distance of the Earth and all that.
Yeah, I mean, like really, honestly, like you can get down into the math, and it is important to learn all the math involved, right? Like what the radius is, what the circumference is, what the speed of the spin is, the speed of the Earth going around the sun, the distance to the sun, distance to the moon. Because these are all important conversations that get brought up from the day to day. But really, the most important one is like even if you don't know the radius, you know the sphere has to be a certain size, and you know how tall you are, which means when you're standing at the edge of the water, that's sea level. And then when you look out over sea level, you just need to know the distance to the horizon, and then you need to find an object that would normally be beyond the horizon, with a considerable distance. Like you really don't need to go any further than 50 miles, unless you understand what it is that you're looking at a lot better. If you keep it within 20 miles, you'll get a lot better. So like less than 25, 26 kilometers. Probably like 14 miles or 20 kilometers.
All right.
I mean, really, honestly, you only need like 10 kilometers, right? And then you just need something you just need a 10-kilometer distance. You need something that is beyond 4.5 kilometers, but not quite 10 kilometers. That's the easiest way to do it.
Do by any chance, do you have a video that could explain almost the uh, the this hypothesis or proof about the Earth, flat Earth? I mean, I like watching videos. I
I mean,
I can
yeah,
easily watch a video or a
I'll give you Dr.
documentary.
John Dee's. It's an hour long. I have to sit through it and pay attention. But it comes down to the math, right? You're just going to have to face the facts and pony up to the math. There's one in the side chat. This is one of my favorite ones. The Rock Lake Horizon Curve Test, Part 1. This guy, he went over a frozen lake that was 8 miles long. So like, what, 13, 14 kilometers? And then he put his camera down to about 8 inches off the ice. And he had lights attached to cones at 8, 9.5, 11 kilometers and further out. Like he just had them every so many, it was 5, 6, 7, and 8 miles basically. And he 8 inches off the ice, the horizon should have been about what, 1.3 kilometers away. Instead, you could see all the light.
Is it the video of 14 minutes?
Yeah. You're just gonna, but you're gonna have to learn the math. You have to learn what a radius is and what that number means, and you have to learn what the circumference is and what that number means. Then you have to understand the equation T equals 2 pi r. Then you have to understand that based off of the circumference, there's a rate of change of curvature from a beginning point into an end point.
Okay.
And it's all based off of the size of the circle or the sphere. See if I can find any other one.
That would be crazy.
Here's a Glober video. All right. This is somebody trying to explain to you what you should see on the globe. This is always a good one. Matter of fact, I'll play it in the live stream too, just for everybody to hear. Give me a.
Yeah, I'm saying both. Yeah, that would be crazy though. If the Earth is flat, I mean, how,
Here, give me a
what is
second.
beyond that? Beyond the Earth?
We don't know, dude. We don't know. If we're in a container, it means we live in a giant terrarium. We don't know what we're given.
Do you think it is a couple, a dome? Do you think there is a dome?
I don't know.
A dome?
I don't know. Have you ever seen Wembley Stadium?
Eh?
Have you ever seen Wembley Stadium? Or like
no.
a football dome or a cricket dome?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the
A
dome
football
doesn't come
dome?
all the dome doesn't come all the way down to the ground, right? It's just a dome on top, like a lid, and then there's like straight up and down walls all the way around. Same concept. Listen to this video though, dude. This is what they say you're supposed to see on the globe, right?
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea. That's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing if you ask me. If you like this video, there's plenty more where it came from. You can subscribe to us on this YouTube channel. You can like.
Anyway, that's what you're supposed to see.
Okay.
And then all you got to do is go out and find something that's a little bit further away. See if you see what you're supposed to see.
Okay. Yeah, I
That's
try
how it works.
to pay attention to the 3 videos.
That's a big thing about like how we've been taught everything. We were taught that it was a globe, and so we kind of dismiss what we were seeing with our eyes. But if you go out there now with fresh eyes, knowing, being a little bit skeptical and just being more objective about your observation, you might be surprised about what you come up with. Any other questions?
No, I don't have another question. Uh, for now.
No worries, man. Yeah, you just got to be curious enough and keep doing research. You'll figure it out. You'll start seeing the devils in the details. What's up, new person? What's up, Bernabeu?
Hey, hello.
How you doing, man?
Doing good, doing good. What about you?
Just chilling, getting everything ready for tomorrow.
That's good. I just
What
wanted to
brings
join what everyone is saying. What's the debate about? Trying to listen
We're
to someone.
waiting for somebody to debate
Why is everyone mute?
because people are respectful.
Just listen. Yeah, so just curious, do you have any good evidence that the Earth is a globe?
You don't need to host, man.
I'm sorry, what are you criticizing me for?
I said you don't need to host.
Yeah, I'm not hosting, I'm just asking a question. What's wrong with asking that question?
Well, because we know what your stance is, so there's no reason to ask.
It's just a simple question. But I guess he doesn't have an answer because he's not.
Is this debate? I just want to know is this debate like still popular? Like, do you guys think that
It's not really a debate anymore.
it's not a debate anymore? Is it still like people talk about it around the world, or I just want to know how
Yeah.
popular this debate is?
Well, people are waking up every day to the idea that the Earth is flat.
When was your first time that you heard this?
About
Which
4 years
year?
ago.
4 years ago? Okay. I think the first time I heard it was in 2017.
Right on. What did you hear about?
This flat Earth versus globe Earth thing.
Yeah, I know. What did you hear?
I'm just saying in general, like I heard different stance on the matter.
All right. What conclusion did you come to?
Oh, conclusion. I'm more of like more inclined into the globe.
Okay. Any reason why?
No,
None.
no, it just sounds more of like the popular opinion.
So you just go with the flow. Whatever's popular, you stick with it. You don't want to rock the boat. If everybody jumped off a cliff, you would too.
Yeah, since I have a roof on my head, yeah, and something to eat.
That's not a way to live. You're not really living, man. You're just bowing for your next meal.
I mean, depends on like an existential question, but depends on what you want from life.
What if you came out and said the Earth was flat? What would that prevent you from getting in life?
The beauty is in the simplicity.
Yeah, simply beautiful that the Earth is flat.
You be like against the popular opinion. That's not simple.
Not really. You ever heard the phrase, if you don't stand for something, you'll kneel for everything?
Yeah, and what's wrong with kneeling?
Yeah, it's just a weak mindset, if you ask me.
Yeah, but like we don't have to be strong. We can be weak and live a great life. Can
Not really. Weak people don't live great lives.
you give me example?
Most weak people enjoy making minimum wage because they're afraid to go out and actually do something.
If you look at it from the humanity standpoint, um, people right now who have low wage are and way better than people who used to live in the Stone Age. At least they can pay their own rent. At least they
How
can
do you know there
work,
was a
have a
Stone Age?
purpose. How do I know? Because like it has to start from somewhere. We didn't start developed. We didn't start as a modern society.
How
We
do you know
started
where
from
we
the zero.
started?
How do we know? Just based on logic. I have a building in
How
front of
so?
you. What's the start of that building? It started from nothing. It started from stone, and then we built that building.
It was created, right?
That's
It
practical
didn't. It
evidence.
didn't evolve into a building. It was created, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so when something's created for greatness and it's well structured, it's already far more advanced than you say like a cave, right?
Yeah. Why do we have to be into that narrative of not following the mass opinion? Like, why do I or why do we have to give it more value? While people who just take the easy route are okay too, and they can do that too.
Well, there is no easy.
Sorry?
I said there is no easy route.
There is.
Not strength comes from hard work, not from being weak and easy.
No, that's what they like to tell you. They made you believe that.
Civilizations collapse because of weakness. Structures collapse because of weakness. Weakness is not good.
We cannot all be strong. To make a society, you have to
That's not
have
true.
weak people, you have to
Nope.
have
That's not true.
smart people, stupid
Nope.
people. We
Nope.
need everything to make a
Nope.
society.
Nope. No, we don't.
Otherwise, we will be
No, we don't.
all striving for the best things, and
The
we
weak
can't
and
have
stupid
everything.
are being dragged along in society because of governing officials and governing bodies. That's the only reason why
Yes,
weak and stupid people
that's the
exist.
capitalistic system.
That's not
Capitalism.
capitalistic.
Yeah, we need to have poor
Yeah.
people in order to sustain the rich. We cannot all be rich.
Now
That's the
that's a
best
different
system we
story.
have.
You in order for someone to win, someone has to lose, but that doesn't mean all people have to be weak.
When I say
Some
weak,
people who are weak minded and don't want to be overthrown of their power prefer to keep people weak so they can stay in power.
if they did sustain power, it means that they outsmarted everyone else.
Momentarily, yeah.
Either with money or with
Yeah.
evil or whatever, but
Whatever.
if you consider it's still being smart, not weak.
Conniving can be intelligent, but I mean, also if you systematically make it impossible for people to rise above a certain level, I mean, you can call it being smart, but
So now when you when
eventually
you
people
when
are gonna
you
fight back.
when you support an idea like the earth is flat and truly believe that, how would that benefit you in this? You see what I mean by having a weak or strong? Let's assume you're a strong mindset. While having this belief, in what exactly this helps you, or this is
Well,
not like Bitcoin
when
where
you
where
buy
you
a house, when you buy a
where you
house,
should
you
like
go out
invest
and
early. But you can't
when you
do
buy a
anything
house,
with an idea like this.
sure,
Go
yeah, you
ahead.
can. when you buy a house, you go outside and you survey the land and you make note of your entire property and you understand where it is that you live. And so when you understand where you live, you can begin to make improvements on how your life is going to be.
You like, I wanna say you. How does this benefit you right now
Yeah,
to
you
make
can
you a
one
successful person?
once you know where you live, you can begin to improve on how your life is going to be.
You're still
If you
giving
don't know
me
where you live, you're a slave to your system.
I want tangible ideas, like how does this help you? I don't want broad, I want tangible ideas. When I say, for example, if we're having a early discussions and we're supporting an idea, let's say Bitcoin in 2010, we have a plan that we're talking about something. But you right now talking about the flat earth and this debate.
It's not a debate.
Yeah, besides knowing where you live, give me tangible reasons and how this helps you. And I'm genuinely interested. How this idea
Yeah,
and
when
how
I go out in
defending
the
this
world,
idea helps you.
I have no
Tangible.
more belief. When I go out into the world, I have no more belief about where I live. I know where I live. Because I know where I live, I can begin to make improvements on life based off of the surroundings that I have.
What improvements you would make that are different? Either you live on globe or a flat. Give me
For
examples.
one, I no longer have lies in my mind. Now I get to go out there with a clear mind and I get to control the world around me. I get to
Other,
generate the world.
brother, I'm telling you, give me tangible, something that I can see, materialistic benefit for you, something really concrete you can touch.
Why does it have to be materialistic?
When you tell me it would help me and build everything, don't have lies, that's not convincing enough for someone who's new to this idea.
Like I'm trying to explain something to somebody who believes that it's okay to live as a slave under the rule of other people.
Yeah, you know why? Because he has tangible proof that living like that is better than living in a jungle in the Stone Age.
Why?
At least you have a system, at least you
What's the
have that
Stone Age?
comfort. At least you have a comfort to go sleep at bed. At least you live in a first world country. You see? When you compare something to another thing, it becomes like, you know what I
What's to say
mean?
that you can't go to the jungle and turn that country into a cold country?
I'm gonna give you an example. You having a low wage, working in McDonald's, for example, in America, or at least you're better than someone who lives in a third world country. You
No, you're
see?
not.
So it's relative. Yeah. People who don't have water, people who they don't even have water to bathe and to shower. So that's not being weak, that's being grateful, whatever you have.
So you trade slavery for comfort.
You call it slavery, I call it capitalism, and that's the
Well,
system that worked.
I mean,
You
it
can
doesn't
make
sound
your
like you
way
really
up.
pay any bills, so you don't really know. Yeah, you
You can make your way up, but it's gonna be a bright one.
can say that. You'll figure it out. You're young.
What do you do? What do you do if you don't mind sharing?
Everything.
Like, what's your job?
Well, let's see. I've been to combat. I was a paramedic for 15 years. I worked in the oil field for 8 years. I do sales. I do everything.
Oh, so you've
I've
been
done carpentry work.
different fields. Interesting.
I go where the wind blows.
Yeah.
Right. See, life experiences help you grow as a person. Doesn't sound like you have very much. What do you do?
I finished school. I'm early in my career. I'm more of like in IT.
All right. Are you any good at math?
I don't like math that much, but yeah, a little bit.
Have you ever heard of the equation C equals 2 pi r?
Oh yeah, that got explained to me by like I've had the conversation before with flat earthers. I heard a little bit of their arguments.
So can you tell me what the equation means? C equals 2 pi r.
No.
What about you, Matthew? Can you tell me what C equals 2 pi r is?
I can.
Are you able
You
to,
want
or
me
are you
to?
upset with me?
Oh no, I can. To prove it, I will tell you. C equals 2 pi r means the circumference of a circle is equal to 2 times pi times its radius.
Do you know what that means, Bernabeu?
Yep.
All right. So I'll come to you again in just a second, Matthew, if he doesn't have a question. Let's see if he knows. Can you solve for C? Can you solve for the circumference if you don't know the radius?
We go back to Matthew.
All right, Matthew. Can you solve for the circumference if you do not know the radius?
No, if you're using that equation, then you have to know the radius in order to get the circumference.
Okay. Can you solve for the radius if you do not know?
You cut off a bit. Could you say that again?
Sorry. Can you solve for the radius if you do not know the circumference?
Oh, so
No.
it's him. So it's him who's cutting. I thought I was lagging.
Oh, is it me?
I don't know.
Can you
Might be me.
hear me? No. I think my thumb might have been over the microphone. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Am I better?
Yeah, we can hear you good. Yeah, go ahead.
So for can't solve for the circumference without the radius. Can you solve for the radius without the circumference?
Not with that equation.
So you have to have one in order to solve for the other, right?
If you're using that equation, then yes, you have to have one in order to solve for the other using that equation. If you have some other independent way of determining those numbers, that would be another alternative, I guess.
What would be another way of?
Like, if you're looking at something round, let's say a quarter, 25-cent piece, you could measure all the way around the circumference without referring to the radius or the diameter. Or vice versa, you could take a ruler and measure across the diameter without even ever knowing what the circumference is.
Right. So one of those has to be measured first in order to solve for the other, right?
Yeah, I mean they're related quantities.
I mean, I knew that. I just wanted to create the dialogue. Is really what I was going for. No, that was one of the reasons why I became a flat earther. You know that, Matthew?
What? Because of that equation?
Yeah, it literally popped into my head one day, and I'm like, oh my god! Like, how old was I? I was probably 40. So I hadn't done high school math 24 years, and it just popped into my head. Like, when would I ever use that equation, and then it dawned on me why I would use that equation. Because in order to solve for one, you have to know the other. Yeah, it has to be measured. You need a measurement.
Yeah, measuring is one way to do it.
I mean, you can't calculate it.
Why not?
I mean, if you just want to like throw random numbers at it and give it a random value without any real measurement.
Well, I mean, the circumference and diameter of circular objects is related to lots of other things. Like, you could figure out the circumference of your car, of your car tire by seeing how many times the wheel rotates over a certain distance. I mean, there's lots of different measurements and calculations you could do that are related.
But that's a measurement.
Right. So you don't, like I said, if you take a quarter and use a ruler, you can figure out the quarter's diameter without knowing its circumference.
Actually, no, I don't even think that's true because like your tire could be twice its size and go twice as fast, and you wouldn't know the difference.
Yeah, you'd have to be careful with your calculation, but yeah, you'd have to know the radius of your tire, and then you could use that plus the distance traveled or the time, or
How would you know
whatever,
the radius of your tire?
by measuring.
Self-defeating. That's the whole point of it, right? If you don't have a measurement, a first order measurement, all the other calculations are bunk.
So how does
Spinning
this
your
have to
wheels.
do? What does this have to do with flat Earth? How did this convince you?
Well, I mean, so if you didn't measure the radius, didn't measure the circumference, how do we know the horizon is at the location that they say? Telling you the horizon's at the location that they say. You go out and you find out you can see much further, and the horizon's even further behind that. So that was the end of the globe for that.
Yeah, I don't know that people use the distance to the horizon for a calculation for how large the sphere is. Eratosthenes used some other kinds of algebra, and I mean other kinds of geometry to calculate the circumference of the Earth. But you're right, he wasn't directly measuring that. He was directly measuring the size of the shadow or the angle of the shadow.
Right. And so I guess my question would be like, how did he communicate with the person that was at the other location?
No, he didn't.
Was he at the same latitude?
No, he was a different latitude.
Was he at the same longitude?
It was close, but not exactly, I think. It was not exactly north and south, but it was fairly close, I think.
So if you're not exactly at the right location, then your calculations are all going to be off, right?
It would be off by a little bit, depending on how far off you are from that same longitude.
And then what were some other assumptions that he made?
Well, for one, he knew the Earth was a sphere, so that was one of his
Oh,
assumptions.
this is a big ass shadow that he produced somehow. Like, I know clouds can make a big shadow, but like that's the size of a cloud. So what stick was he using to produce a shadow? Talking about you can't even hear or see the person on the other side of it.
Are you okay, dude?
Well, yeah, he put like you could do that with a stick that's 1 meter high.
So what were some assumptions that he made?
He assumed that the Earth was a globe. You'd have to, if you're going to try and measure circumference, you have to actually assume that there is a circumference, right? Or to calculate a circumference, I mean.
Right. What else?
He also assumed that the sun was sufficiently far enough away that its rays were close enough to parallel that that his calculations would be accurate enough. So infinite distance to the sun, basically.
Don't church it up there, Mr. Joe Dirte. What did he really assume?
Don't what?
I said don't church it up there, Mr. Dirte.
I don't know what you mean by that, but the assumption was that the rays of the sun are parallel.
And how far away did he assume the sun to be?
Like I said, that would assume an infinite distance to the sun.
So a lot of assumptions were made just so that way he could satisfy his idea that the Earth, satisfy his assumption that the Earth could be. Sorry, his assumption that the Earth could be a globe. I'm sorry, it's late. Ready to head out to bed here in a little bit.
But yeah, he assumed that the Earth had a circumference in order to calculate the circumference. You're right about that. I mean, it wouldn't make sense otherwise. How would you calculate a circumference if a circumference didn't exist?
Anyway, yeah, all interesting. But I even find it more interesting too that you agree that in order to know the size of the tire, to verify based off of rotations how big it would be, you'd still have to do a measurement to confirm it.
So,
What's up, curious?
hey there. I think that that he did make a measurement. He hired somebody to walk between Alexandria and Syene. I guess in those days there was people whose job it was to walk along and measure distances. So he had somebody measure that distance for him. And I don't think he had to communicate with somebody down in Syene because he'd seen a report that on the solstice that the sun was straight overhead and would cast light straight down into a well, and the vertical columns didn't cast a shadow. So he was just using that as the point for which the sun is overhead, and so wasn't taking a measurement there. He was just using that report to give him a place where the sun would be overhead. And then up in Alexandria, he could use his stick to get a measurement on the shadow to get his angle for the sun.
I'm not in disagreement with the philosophy. My contention is how did he know it was directly overhead if he wasn't on the same longitude?
So he is it is roughly on the same longitude.
It's
so
not.
for the for the roughness of his calculation, the degree which it was off, he didn't consider to be a problem.
I'll see if I can find it. I think I got a screenshot of it. Yeah, I'll have to dig and find it again.
And I see something in the chat saying about how did he know that the person was telling the truth down in
Ask.
Sayin. I don't think he would have a way of doing that, but he saw this report that was, kind of a travel log sort of thing. That somebody was saying like, "Hey, here's this cool phenomenon that you can see in Sayin on the solstice," and he went from there.
So it's about almost 3.5 degrees off.
Seven degrees different.
What's up, Kiwi?
That's about 7 degrees different.
Yeah, no, I that's what I've always wondered about people when they say that taking like shadow angles and stuff like that. Are they including refraction in that as well?
كلكم أصدقائي وبتعرفوا تفهموا حاجة صوريهم بتاعي يعني استغفر الله تقول الله
What's up, Shady?
ابني امبارح بيقول لي عايز أضرب مش قادر The word is sphere not a cubic my evidence is a gravity center of gravity should be in the center of كوكب الأرض
Oh yeah.
and also it should be 3D لأن إحنا عايشين في عالم 3D بقول لكم إيه مش عارف أقول لكم بالإنجليزي
I guess that's the end of that.
Part of the problem with the Eratosthenes things is that we don't really know what units of measurement he was using. Like, he said the Earth was 250,000 stades or stadia big, but we don't know exactly how much that was.
Probably a stride.
But can you imagine that job? He was the freaking librarian at the Library of Alexandria. Can you imagine what kind of crazy scrolls were in that place? What a loss to the world when that burned.
I think the church took most of it before it burned. He was more than just a librarian, man. He had like every title known to man.
Yeah, he was the guy.
And yet there's no writings, people writing about him. Hey, T-Dub, you awake, bub? Kimbo's probably close to being.
Yeah, man. What's up, man?
Oh, nothing. It's just getting late here. I'm gonna head off to bed. I'm just seeing who's around.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. I'm here. I'm not saying I'll be much help.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how long you'll be around, but I know DJ will probably be in early. If you want me to, I can put on the bot. I just don't want to miss the opportunity to talk to
Oh, look, go for it, man. Go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, so the history of this, I think everybody in here agrees it kind of started with the Nikon P900 and people posting their photos on Reddit. I mean, I remember coming across this before I took flat Earth seriously too, back in like 2014. So yeah, the Nikon P900 revolutionized consumer grade digital optics, where you could grab a digital camera with an 80x real life optical zoom and zoom in on things that you never could zoom in on before. I think Nikon's entire marketing promotion was to shoot the moon. Yeah, their design spec required them to allow the user to take close-up images of the moon's surface. And this is something that's been very difficult to do, but the Nikon P900 does it and does it well. So people started buying these, right? And they started taking them on vacation and started zooming in on the horizon at the beach, right? Hey, let's go watch those ships go over the horizon. Only they were watching ships way beyond where the globe horizon should be. And people posting like, is this for real? Like, what the hell's going on? And then people took other images too, zooming in on shorelines across bays, across large bodies of water, downriver. I mean, it got people really asking. So that's kind of the genesis of this, was people noticing that we can see beyond where the globe limits lie. And it got people digging further, like, okay, let's go test how big the globe should be. And let's figure out what the globe claims to be, not to anthropomorphize the globe, but the globe has a 3959 mile radius. So you can do some quick trigonometry and derive the distance to the horizon for any observer height, which comes out to 1.22 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the geometric, in a vacuum, perfect environment, distance to the horizon where it should be on a globe. It's a great rule of thumb. I mean, you can almost do the mental math yourself, particularly for observations like 1 foot off the ground, as is the case with the oil rigs. We used to call it the black swan, probably not a good title for it anymore, but we've got these observations of oil rigs that serve as distance markers that are well before the horizon, way, way beyond the oil rigs. And that's the whole point of the oil rigs, is to serve as distant markers so that the camera's height from 1 foot off the ground can zoom in on the horizon past the oil rigs and see flat Earth. I mean, it's just remarkable. Oil rigs being 6 to 9 miles plus. There are 2 of them individually. So if the observer is 1 foot off the ground, where should the curvature begin? At 1.2 miles. That's it. So how is it you can see a continuous surface, not only from the shore of the ocean, but going all along up to the bottom of the oil rigs and beyond the last oil rig, way off to the horizon? How is it you can see it's got to be easily 20, 30 miles plus from 1 foot off the ground? It's remarkable. And more observations started to pile in. People start to claim, oh, there's refraction. And usually they don't know what they're talking about, because most people who study what refraction is don't even know what the hell refraction is. It's a very complicated, very, very green field area of physics, particularly involving meteorology, not necessarily laboratory conditions. So people started modifying their P900s to take care of that. You know what they do? They modify the sensor, they pop on an infrared lens, and now they can see infrared super zoom, long distance. And oh man, it just gets worse for the globe, because you'd expect to see the horizon of the globe to pop out at you. Like, let's say you're, a 5 to 6 foot observation height holding your infrared converted Nikon P900. You should be able to zoom in on the curvature of the Earth that's 3 miles away. And people can see far, far beyond that. And at some point, some flat earther said, what if I were to take this up in an airplane? What if I were to take high-end infrared converted optics up in an airplane to 35,000 feet? What can I see? So you got folks like Jay Tolan Media One. He's got this YouTube channel, been around for, 8 to 10 years now. He just flies all over the world taking long-distance, high-altitude infrared imagery of the beautiful flat Earth. And the best part is he's an actual RF engineer, and he knows what he's doing when it comes to photogrammetry. That's using the geometry of images in the camera in order to ascertain distances and sizes of objects in the image. I mean, he's zooming in on mountain ranges that should be 100,000, 150,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth. But you could freaking see the mountains in the base of the mountains that they're on. Like, what is going on, folks? I mean, it's almost with this technology, like taking a spy satellite and aiming the damn camera sideways at the horizon instead of straight down to look at newspaper print and zooming way in on it. It's freaking trippy as shit to see such a flat Earth. And then got people questioning, well, what about radio? VHF operates line of sight. People install microwave links, which is point-to-point-to-point-to-point antenna links to get high-speed communications going. People started examining what they were doing as jobs. You got microwave tech installers now saying, holy shit, I think Earth is flat, because we're able to propagate distances well beyond any curvature, well beyond even the claimed globe of globe terrestrial refraction of microwave, which is 4/3R. I mean, there are now like Wi-Fi claims, low power Wi-Fi claims going out hundreds of miles over the ocean. So it just gets crazier and crazier. And over time, we've now built up this huge library of long distance observations, not just in, visually, but beyond the visual spectrum, into infrared and into microwave. And Earth just behaves flat in this manner. We try to measure curvature and can't find it anywhere. And then we decided to go examine, well, why do people believe in the globe in the first instance? How was this created? Well, we figured that out too. And now we're wondering how the hell we got here as a civilization. Why is it 2025 and we still believe that Earth is a ball? It's harder to believe that the world has gone mad with this globe delusion than it is to accept that the world is as flat as it measures and is observed to be. I tell you, folks, it's crazy. I don't know, how much more bait can we dangle out there, like gyroscopes? We could talk about gyroscopes. We could talk about maps. We could talk about surveying, navigation, cartography, the, the geometry of maps itself, relating to differential geometry and topology and manifolds. I mean, really, what I like about this topic, even if you aren't a flat earther, if you can't even get on board with that for whatever reason, I get it. There's mental blocks. I had a huge one for a long time. This topic gets you researching things that you probably either long forgot, things that you studied in school perhaps once. Maybe you dropped out of a physics program in college 30 years ago, and now you're like, holy crap, do I still have my textbook in the basement somewhere? Let me dust it off and take a peek. I mean, maybe you studied some geometry at a higher level in high school or something, and now you're like, holy crap, I need to figure this out again. I need to study geometry and trigonometry again. Let me go study that. Let me go study some chemistry. I might need to know how the air freaking works, and I need to know a little bit about fluid dynamics. Maybe I need to learn about static pressure of water and containers and stuff. Maybe I need to dig into that too. This topic, Flat Earth, takes you everywhere, and you will study more. If you are totally going to engage this, you will study more than you ever did when you were a full-time student, on top of your full-time job and whatever commitments you have going on. And honestly, it can lead to some imbalances in life. You got to be sure to not neglect your relationships and make sure that you take this topic in stride. And by that, I mean, it is absolutely important as a topic itself, but your real life relationships matter more than this, I would say, especially your relationship with God if you have a deep spiritual life. This topic, I think, is ancillary and may be incorporated into some of that, but for the love of God, literally, don't neglect your relationships.
Any chance of a little rant about how the spherical coordinate system that was originated from the sky was basically hijacked into a terrestrial coordinate system and called the globe?
Yeah, briefly. I kind of think it came out of the age of sail. It came out of navigation. A need to have some kind of way to conceptualize, to construct the stars, I call it a star field, into a geometrical object that sort of works. So there's a pragmatic utility in this. When they constructed the sky and the stars into a celestial sphere, this started happening actually with the Greeks, but it really took on its formation with the astronomical and nautical almanacs that became popular during the age of sail. So we're talking 15, 16, 1700s is when this really kicked off. And they realized as they had to use sky geometry in a spherical manner, that they were having topological mismatches with the flat Earth below their boat and sailing. So in order to get arc lengths in the sky that they'd measure with angles and to get a distance relationship to correspond to the ground, they had to form arcs out of the surface on the ground, and that became nautical miles. And they did this in order to retain symmetry, retain a scalability between the sky and the earth. And the reason for this is if you were to project three-dimensional ball geometry from the sky onto a flat surface on the ground, you're going to have problems with planar sailing, with planar surveying and triangulation. You're not going to be able to form triangles whose corners meet and whose sides are straight, and your geometry is going to be all fucked up on a flat Earth. So in order to be consistent, they mathematically contorted the ground into a ball too, and that became a globe. And then so what they're doing is they're basically printing flat Earth like wallpaper into the interior of a globe that's the sky ball. And then they're imagining their ships and their people that are walking around on the top side of it. That's your globe. The globe is just a convenient way to conceptualize navigation with the celestial sphere, and it kind of reified itself into existence in reality. The entire coordinate system we use, latitude and longitude, which we think of today as being ground coordinates, exist first as sky coordinates, a way to look at the relationship of stars and their motion over time in the sky. Again, using a celestial sphere construction, man-made construction. even though the sky doesn't exactly behave like a sphere. So latitude comes from what's called declination, which is your distance from the celestial equator. That's right, the equator too is a conceptual line, an arc in the sky. It's above what people consider today's the equator of the globe. And your declination is your distance from that. And 90 degrees puts you under Polaris in the north, puts you under a similar point in the south. Orthogonal to that, something called right ascension, which is where we get longitude from. And to figure that out, you kind of need clocks. And this is looking at stars as they move east to west in the sky. Stars have different angular displacement depending on how far away they are from the celestial equator. So as they move towards what we call the poles in the sky, they don't exhibit much of any angular displacement over time, with Polaris being relatively fixed. So those coordinates were mapped into the surface in order to retain the sky geometry and to make a topological match. It doesn't mean that the distances are indeed accurate, but if you have a coordinate system and you can calculate it and use it internally consistently, you can apply this to any topology, whether Earth is flat or not. And I gotta go. I'll be listening later on. Take care, guys.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for letting me monologue for a bit.
You know what? I'll read this because it's been a long time since I read it. And nobody never knows like how I go in because it's like all most people hear is, damn, this dude's mic is terrible. And then they hear me screaming. But I did some work here. Let's see, where is it? Astronomer. Why would they lie, right? Because this is before I got my new conversation. I wish a heliocentrist would ask me why they would lie. Because then I go to who's they. Okay, the people that say that we're moving around the sun, that would have began about 500 years ago with Copernicus, and Copernicus is a priest. You want to debate that? We can do that. But anyway, I don't know anybody who would be, family to a certain unit of people. Like every family has their profession thing, right? So he grew up in the church. He worked for the church. And in order to be a bishop, or in order to be a priest, you got to be a bishop first. So if his name is on text to be a priest, so I can't say he was, but in order to be a priest, you got to first be a bishop. So all of these things, I'm like, the people that were in the church for some reason told these people who couldn't read the Latin text at the time that the earth was moving. Obviously, that's why everybody fucking left. And that's why they changed their tune. Oh, the church is not saying this. Well, we're not saying that. We're actually listening. You're lying. But anyway, so it's just like, who's lying? Well, the people that have said that we've moved around the earth. Now, how do I know that they're lying? Why? Fast forward 400 years later, Edwin Hubble says, and this is where Winston picks up. He always runs my favorite quote from Edwin Hubble. And Edwin Hubble basically said, we don't have any evidence of it, like any actual evidence, but this is what we're going with. That's basically what he said. So I'm like, okay, so he's the protege for all of his descendants, which means, well, for all of his, you know what I'm saying? So that would mean you should definitely fucking know why it was proposed that the earth goes around the sun. So you telling me that there's no evidence, Einstein telling me that there is no evidence, everyone else telling me that there's no evidence, but that's what they're going to go with anyway, just tells me what I need to know. All I need to know is you guys didn't actually have any evidence. That's it. So why are they lying? Well, if there are people who claim to be, the church body, and they're going against the cosmology in the very first book of their cosmology, they're probably doing that because they don't want to accept God. I can't see any other reason why anyone would lie about the religion that they're inside of. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, why don't you think about that instead of asking why they would lie? So like, it so flippantly, like it's like you really don't want to know the answer because it's really deep. But anyway, before that, I wrote this down, and this was a comment from someone else, and I'll end it like this. I'll give me 60 seconds to go through, and then I'll be done. So I took some astronomy classes, oh shit, in college, and I took psychology. I'm 100% flat earther. Oh look, flat earthers go to school. Wow, I didn't know that. Education is not truth. Being taught something for 10 years and making 90,000, so it's 90,000, to teach it doesn't make it true. Keeping the lies going will keep the funds coming. And unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. And by the way, we have quotes upon quotes upon quotes of other physicists, scientists, astrophysicists in this field, either in modern times or before, that have literally said, I dare not go against the paradigm. I dare not go against academia. So when people are asking, well, where are the people that are questioning shit? Well, why are there so many people saying I'd rather not go against it? I mean, it's open your eyes. Anyway, unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. You can ignore you can ignore the spiritual side if you desire, but academia would be destroyed in many aspects, and we would have chaos. Anyone who teaches astronomy out on the streets, an astrophysicist at a university on the streets, I guess they're the same thing. Homeless and no more, $90,000 check. University libraries gutted, and the books for the college classes tossed. Libraries would be imperiled. The entire educational system, Rockefeller system, it goes twofold. One is for your education, and two is
Rockefeller, y'all.
make money. But I'll breeze past that. Libraries will be imperiled. The entire educational system for teaching of the globe, space, astronomy, and so forth is basically destroyed by the truth. So, shape doesn't matter. Need more of a motive? Isn't that enough? Want more? How about NASA is finally shut down and the biggest court case ever would ensue? No more 58 million a day for green screen, harness videos, and stories of water on other planets. No more fake tragedies. Every tragedy that happened would have to be accepted as a fraud. Imagine the chaos of reaction from the American people. It would be genocide for the government. Every government on the face of the earth would be questioned, and the people with torches and pitchforks would be on the street. So when someone says, why keep the lie going, think about this. It doesn't take much effort on your part to just open your eyes.
In a world where in 2021 people still think the most effective way to understand something is to randomly bombard someone with questions prior to investigation or any logical deduction whatsoever. Welcome to Clown World. So I'm going to answer basic flat earth questions. There's someone in my comments spamming me with the questions. I don't have time to go back and forth and answer every Flat Earth 101 day one question all day on Facebook when you could easily research this stuff if you actually wanted to know the truth. It's actually pretty frustrating. But anyway, so the first question that this person is asking is, so are all the other planets flat? It's not even logical that it could be flat. The only thing that's illogical is to say that the Earth is a spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum where water bends for the first time in the history of mankind, adhering to the outside of a sphere as it spins and revolves around the sun that shoots through space 500,000 miles per hour, while the galaxy shoots 1.3 million miles per hour, and every single star for all recorded history resets over top of the Earth. Is the Earth... Well, what about the other planets, right? That's the question. Well, are the other planets flat? I actually answered the question, but that's why I'm pretty, I don't know, aggravated, because you asked the question again, right? So I need you to listen. No one thinks that all the other planets are flat, okay? For one, there isn't other planets. When you say other planet, you are presupposing the Earth is in fact a planet, which is the very thing we are discussing, right? That's the question. Is the Earth a spherical planet? That's called a begging the question fallacy. Just reasserting that something's true isn't real. You'll be all right as I take away your little globe Earth religion that you were told about when you were 5 and you were given cartoons. This doesn't faze me at all. I'm literally not even fazed by it. So anyway, the word planet, instead of typing, listen, okay? The word planet, the etymology for planet, listen. The etymology for planet is wanderer, okay? It's a wandering star. We document them all the time. I document them all the time. You can zoom in on them. They're pulsating orbs of light. They're not static, meaning still. You cannot in any way prove they're solid, terra firma, or spherical, because you see the same thing every single day for all recorded history, a pulsating orb of light. Now, even if there were spheres in the sky, which there's literally no evidence for that, there's literally none that exists in the history of mankind. If they were spheres in the sky, that still wouldn't make the earth a ball. That's like walking up to someone's house and saying, look, there's a light bulb on the ceiling. That means that the floor is a light bulb. That's like walking in a bar, walking up to a pool table, grabbing a pool ball and saying, look, the pool ball is a sphere. That means the pool table is also a sphere, okay? The earth is provably not curving, which means it's flat. They said it's a certain size, right? So the radius value is the distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, right? Listen, please. They said that the Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles. That means you have to see the curvature of the Earth at no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, it has to curve at a certain rate. You can Google it yourself. Earth curve calculator. This is not flat Earthers math. This is the globe Earth's models math. Okay, Google it. Earth curve calculator. I showed you a picture. We have mountains seen from 255 miles away. Listen. 255 miles away, and according to the globe Earth math, the top of the mountain in the back should have been blocked by 1 mile of Earth curvature. An entire mile of Earth curvature should have been blocking the top of the mountain, yet you could see the top of the mountain with the entire mile of Earth curvature missing. You can see the shoreline leading up to the mountain range. It's literally impossible. We have falsified the radius. It does not curve at the rate they said it did objectively. This is why it is censored by the government. This is why you ask questions like, oh, are we a disk in another solar system planet with other spherical planets? Because there's something called the Flat Earth Society, where everything they say is wrong and stupid and not one flat earther thinks any of it. It's called misinformation. So they admitted in Congress they censor flat earth, yet they prop up Flat Earth Society, which is not really flat earth. It's all misinformation. That should automatically raise a red flag if you're honest. What's on the other side? What's the other side? The deepest hole ever dug is 7.8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. No one can dig deeper than that, conveniently enough. It's very similar to the distance of the deepest location in the ocean, called the Mariana Trench. No one's ever dug deeper than 8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. Now, whenever the globe Earth had predictions based on the supposed layers of this globe Earth, they were proven inaccurate the entire way down the entire 8 miles. They couldn't even get the top 8 miles correct with predictions, much less could they ever adequately predict 4,000 miles to a core that doesn't exist, that they still can't explain how it somehow creates a magnetic field because of the Curry point, and it's literally impossible according to Stanford and Harvard and Yale and Princeton. They literally can't explain the magnetic field in 2021 on a globe Earth. Now, would you fall off the edge? These are like elementary first grade questions, and I'm being honest with you, right? You need to listen. You have been engineered to treat us as if we're stupid. But you should be honest. You know nothing about the conversation. You haven't diligently researched it. You've never measured it. You've never made a long-distance observation, and you know nothing about it. So when you ask these stupid questions like, can you fall off the flat Earth? That is called a straw man fallacy, right? Because no one thinks that. So can you fall off the edge of a lake? Can you fall off the edge of a shore? Of course not. There's a shoreline, right? You can't fall off the edge of a pond. There's a shoreline. The water's contained. There's something called this. You need to just listen, though. Right? Because this is so much information that you're going to have to learn for you to even get close to understanding the conversation. Stop trying to pretend you're going to make flat earthers look dumb, because you look dumb when you do that. You ask questions like, so what is up with the other planets? If you knew what flat earth really said, you know that that's a very dumb question. If you say stuff like, can you fall off the edge? You would know that's a very dumb question. There's something called the 60th south latitude, effectively a circle around you. It was signed in the Antarctic Treaty that it is illegal for you to privately and freely explore past this region. China, Russia, the United States have all signed it. It's the longest lasting peace treaty in modern history, okay? So all these geopolitical adversaries and enemies have all signed a treaty that says it's illegal for you to go explore past that area. So we cannot make claims what's past there because you can't go there to verify it. It's literally impossible and illegal, okay? The one thing that would prove the Earth's a ball is, for one, measuring the curvature of the Earth. Never been done. In fact, the opposite's been done. Every measurement of the Earth ever assumes a flat Earth, and we have measurements way too far to be on a globe Earth, including lasers that were shot without getting hit by the curvature. You need to listen. If you can come up with a question you think that I can't answer, that doesn't make the Earth a ball. We falsified the globe Earth it is not curving at a rate consistent with the radius value of 3,959 miles. This is why we are heavily censored, and I've been censored on every major platform, and even PayPal and Venmo, because they forcibly censored the real flat earth by telling you the lies. So you should listen very carefully. We know that the earth is the bottom of everything, okay? The basement, effectively, in layman terms. It's geocentric. That means the center of everything. It's stationary, of course, meaning not moving. It's a geocentric stationary plane. We have mountains, we have valleys, but it's a topographical plane. The sky resets like a perfect clock over top of us for all recorded history. It all goes around Polaris, the North Pole star, directly over the center of the surface of the Earth, which is the North Pole, and it resets perfectly for all recorded history for thousands of years, doing the exact same thing. Literally impossible on a ball Earth spinning, revolving around the sun, shooting through space. This is why they said that the lights are actually thousands of light years away. Not because they went and measured something thousands of light years away, because they mathematically had to construct something consistent with the model, and it necessitated they be that far away because the stars don't change like they would have to if you had all these different vectors going on. It's called parallax, okay? So you need to understand the true origins of this religion. And it is a religion, it's a belief system built upon the doctrine of men with no empirical evidence. The Big Bang Theory was literally proposed by a Catholic priest, a Jesuit priest, proposed the Big Bang Theory. First time, the perfect shape's a sphere, a metaphysical, ontological premise, philosophical. The perfect shape's a sphere, so the Earth must therefore, by deduction, be a sphere. Let's try to figure out a way to mathematically prove that it could be a sphere. That's literally where it started. It's literally a religion. We were all shown cartoons of it, and they told you there's no more land on the Earth, and there's nothing significant about you. You're on a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing, right? And the truth is that they have put us in a little circle, like a playpen. And they said, you're not allowed to go outside of there, you stupid little peasants. And there are people that are the peasants running around attacking the other people, trying to wake them up and free them. It's insanity. You should research it. So 1945, we brought Nazis over here in Operation Paperclip, okay? One of the Nazis we brought over here was Werner van Braun, because the W is like a V, it's German, right? Okay, Werner van Braun was an SS officer of the Nazi regime. He was brought over here to help us get to the moon via space exploration, right? The Space Exploration Department, he was put in charge of. In 1945, Operation Paperclip. It was called this because they put paperclips on certain people's files so they would know who to grab and pull over here out of the Nazi regime. Operation Paperclip, 1945. In 1946, the government started something called Operation High Jump. This is where they went and explored the Antarctic region with Admiral Byrd, a well-decorated admiral for the U.S. military. They went and explored the Antarctic region. He came back on nationally televised interview in 1954 and said, "It is astonishing to me that there is land as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica that remains unexplored with tons of resources." He then died in 1957. In perfect shape, heart complication. 3 years later, he died in 1957. In 1958, NASA was founded, which means to deceive in Hebrew and has a snake tongue going through it. In 1959, they signed the Antarctic Treaty, which said that it was illegal to privately explore that region that they had just explored in Operation High Jump. In 1961, JFK then came out and told the world America's going to be the first country to land on the moon. In 1962, they then started to shoot high-altitude missiles in something called Operation Fishbowl, which was part of a bigger operation called Operation Dominique, which translates to of the Lord. So literally meaning Operation Fishbowl of the Lord. The U.S. military shot high-altitude missiles up trying to penetrate the firmament and container. There's hundreds of documents explaining that there's a firmament and that there is, in fact, approximation method to determine the brightness of the firmament that was proven accurate. There are U.S. military documents that have been declassified, but it wasn't on CNN or TikTok, so you've never heard of it. That is how they've effectively brainwashed the public with cartoons since they were 5. So then they shot these up in 62, 1 year after JFK said we were going to go to the moon. Then JFK got assassinated. Then, in 1968, a movie came out called Space Odyssey about a moon landing, and it was the most famous movie at the time. It won Film of the Year. The year before we went, one of the astronauts that was supposed to be in the crew that went said, "We will never go to the moon. We can't even get to low Earth orbit. We can't even communicate in the same building with one another. It's impossible we go to the moon by 1969. He then went and hung a lemon on the module that was supposed to go. Right after this guy mysteriously exploded and died in a routine checking of wires on NASA's facilities. Then in 69, we miraculously were able to go after not being able to go to low Earth orbit in 1968. And then they called the president from a landline 238,000 miles away with no delay.
Yet they say we cannot go back to this day over 50 years later because they quote unquote destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to build it back, quote unquote, from Don Pettit, world-renowned astronaut. This is where they supposedly took a real picture of the Earth from space in the Apollo missions when they supposedly went back and forth like 6 times with no problem, but now they still can't do it 50 years later because we can't replicate the technology from the 60s. In 72, we supposedly took a picture of the Earth in these Apollo missions, and that is the only supposed real picture of the Earth from space ever. They didn't go there. So very simply, a summary for you, okay? They brought Nazis over here who were typically famous for brainwashing people with propaganda. They said, hey, we're not going to hang you for your war crimes. We're going to revere you as scientific geniuses. We need you to help us with this propaganda effort. We're going to lie to the U.S. public and tell them that we beat the Soviet Union going to the moon. Then they went to explore the Antarctic region. They discovered that the Antarctic region had something there and what it was. They then came back and said, it's illegal for you to go there. And that treaty still stands intact where it's illegal for you to privately go explore it. They then said, don't worry though, we explore the Earth for you. You're not allowed to explore, but we explored it for you. Here's your little playpen. You stay in your circle, you little slaves. Look at space. Here's NASA. We're going to go to the moon. Something that you could never stand on, never land on, isn't terra firma or solid or spherical. Okay, so there you go. Are there any maps of the flat Earth? Literally every single map that exists in the history of all mankind is a flat Earth. The U.S. military still uses flat Earth maps for navigation and everything else in the world. There's no such thing as a globe Earth map. It's disproportionate. In fact, every single map is flat intrinsically. So the way that they navigate is based on Polaris and the movement of the stars in the sky, which they've done this for thousands of years, which continue to reset in perfectly recorded concentric circles every single year, right? Every map that exists is a flat Earth map. That's the only way you can navigate. Hundreds of declassified documents from the U.S. military saying the Earth's a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is flat, that they use flat Earth assumptions for everything that they do, including engineering planes, operating military planes and aircraft, shooting missiles, long-distance ballistics. They always assume a flat, non-rotating surface. Okay, so I get it. It is a lot to take in, but I'm just letting you know you gotta look into this before you think it's crazy. I've been looking into it for 5 years. We have an observation where we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and we look out and zoom in, and the horizon's over 10 miles away. Based on the globe Earth math, geometry, right? If you're 1 foot off this sphere with a radius of 3959, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. So if you're 1 foot off the Earth, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. Yet 1 foot off the Earth, we saw the horizon over 10 miles away. That would require the radius to be 264,000 miles. They claimed it's under 4,000. We falsified the radius. It's not as simple as saying, well, maybe it's just a little bigger. They got it wrong. If the radius is wrong, the entire model's wrong. Day and night cycle uses this number. Gravity supposedly uses this number. Planet orbit trajectories use this number. You can never go to space without this number. You need something called the radius of orbit, requiring the radius of the Earth. Every single story they told you about going to space is fake intrinsically upon the falsification of the radius. The entire model has been falsified. This is why it's forcibly censored. That's why they will never debate this on national television. Just shut down the stupid flat earther and let an astrophysicist debate them. They'll never do it. Neil deGrasse Tyson was supposed to debate Eric Dubé. It was set up on Joe Rogan's podcast, the #1 podcast in the world for over a decade. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson had to back out. Then they showed you some supposed curvature from Felix Baumgartner at 128,000 feet when he supposedly jumped out and saw the curvature of the Earth. We then sent high-altitude footage, our balloons up, getting footage of the horizon at 120,000 feet, and it was completely flat up there, showing objectively they misled and lied to the entire world with a GoPro who actually sponsored it with Red Bull, saying that this was the curvature of the Earth that you could see from the edge of space, not even close to where they claim space is, which is the Kármán line at 62 miles. And then, of course, that's the international one, and they say the U.S. acknowledges that 50 miles. Right? So when we sent it up and found out that it was flat, they then had to come out with damage control and use Neil deGrasse Tyson to say, a lot of people think that they saw the curvature of the Earth in the Felix Baumgartner jump. That's not true. You would never see the curvature from that height. You'd be 2 millimeters off this beach ball, and up there, that stuff would be freaking flat. So why'd they show the whole world a curve that wasn't actually there until we went and tested it? Why did they tell you that when boats disappear, they're going over the curvature of the Earth, when you can actually go out, see the boat disappear, bring a camera out, zoom in, and you'll actually see it once again? Did I zoom in through the Earth X-ray vision with my P900? No. The boat appears to go away or disappear due to a limit of perspective. You have an angular resolution limit to your eyes. We also have something called the atmosphere, and you can't see infinitely through an atmosphere. Eventually you reach a vanishing point called a horizon, which is where the sky appears to meet the ground. It's horizontal, which is why it's called a horizon, because it's horizontal. And this place constantly fluctuates and comes back and forth based on the atmospheric conditions of the day, how clear it is, and how high off the surface of the Earth you are. It's not a real physical place that curves and blocks your view. It's an optical apparent location that constantly moves. So All observations of the history of mankind have showed a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is a geocentric stationary plane, a topographical plane with different elevation differences within it. And that is what all evidence shows you. It's the only way it could even exist. You also can't have the gas pressure that you're breathing sitting next to a vacuum. It's literally impossible. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will increase, pressure will fill the available space. Heat goes to cold, high pressure goes to low pressure. Systems seek spontaneous equilibrium. Second law of thermodynamics. This is a natural law, not a theory that you can change or debate. It's not something that someone came up with. It's something that happens always in nature. It's a naturally occurring phenomena that always happens. This is called a second law of thermodynamics, a natural law, right? So if you had pressure sitting next to a vacuum, it would instantaneously seek equilibrium, filling the vacuum. If you have a soda and you open it, it goes psh, instantaneously equalizing to the lower pressure around it. That's the second law of thermodynamics. You could not have gas pressure of oxygen that you're breathing or any of the gases sitting next to a vacuum. It would instantaneously fill the vacuum. You've been trained to say this word over and over and over. Gravity, 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 gravity. Well, gravity is not actually real. It's a concept. It's a theory that has no evidence. So whenever I drop something, it falls down because it's more dense than the air. If I let go of a helium balloon, it goes up because it's less dense than the surrounding air. It's lighter than the surrounding air. Not because it's gravity proof. Helium balloons do not go up because they're gravity proof. They go up because they're less dense. It's called relative density, right? If you wanted to get real specific, everything's intrinsically electrostatic, but that's unnecessary. There is no scientific evidence for gravity. There is no experiment that's isolated gravity, and it's known for a fact in highest levels of academia that this does not exist. There is no isolation or scientific experiment validating gravity. That's why it's called the theory of relativity, where they say that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Two concepts. Can you bend freedom and love? Of course not. You can't attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions. This is called a reification fallacy. Doesn't matter. The only evidence ever to even be claimed that the Earth is in fact a ball with gravity is gravity has to exist because the Earth's a ball. Literally, that is the only evidence. If we assume the Earth is a ball, then gravity has to exist because it has to exist for the Earth to possibly be a sphere. It has to pull us down in all directions, omnidirectional, all directions. We have to be pulled down. So gravity has to exist. Yeah, we don't have any evidence for it. We can't prove it. We can't accurately define it. And when we apply it to the sky, it's off by 95% in 2021. They're off by 95%. It's called dark matter and dark energy. They still cannot explain the supposed model, not even mathematically. We have falsified it. The flat Earth can't explain magnetism. It can't explain the cyclical nature of the sky. It can't explain everything else that we see. The globe Earth cannot. Okay, so all scientific empirical evidence shows you this, and we have tested it. We proved that they lied. With cartoons, they lied to you. The same exact schooling system that told you Christopher Columbus discovered the United States when people were already here. The same exact system that lied to you about the Vietnam War and said that they attacked us and they attacked themselves and said that, in fact, they declassified, they had to do that to justify war, but they lied to the American public saying Vietnam attacked us in Gulf of Tonkin. Same ones that lied about 9/11. You shouldn't blindly believe the system. You should go look into it for yourself, and you will find out that most of the people that are lying, it's actually not intentionally. They believe the lie as well, and they propagate it forward. And there's something called compartmentalization, where people are trying to explain something that doesn't exist. So you ask questions like, why would they lie? They get $60 million a day from NASA. They're hiding more land and resources. They told you you're an insignificant speck of dust in the ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing. Lightning struck primordial soup, and then rocks turned into fish eventually, that then turned into fish with feet, that turned into rodents, that turned into apes, that turned into humans, and there's nothing important about you. Random chaotic happenstance that you even exist over the course of billions of years of everything exploding from nothing. You get perfectly coalesced into spheres where happen to be you can somehow live here. So don't worry. Well, the truth is, the Earth is stationary and the center of everything, geocentric, and the sky moves in perfect circles over top of us around the center of the sky, right over the center of the Earth. And that means the Earth had to be created. It had to be placed there. So they're hiding the creator. There's 3 reasons. Also, you can't trust any of your senses. You think you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, but you don't feel it. You think the Earth is curving, but you see it flat. You think that the sun is sitting still in the sky, but you see it move. You think the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but you see it as the same size as the moon. And so you can no longer trust your senses. You do not think that you can adequately tell the difference between truth and fiction. You must turn to authority to get all of your answers that you cannot understand. So they have brainwashed you into a slave state where you always turn to the authority to know what truth is, because you have been told that you cannot figure it out on your own. This is how you have good brainwashing capability of a state. So there's 4 very rudimentary reasons they would lie. Why wouldn't they lie? Knowledge is power. If you're the only one with the knowledge, it's much more powerful. When does the government not lie? Okay, so there are your answers. They're hiding land and resources and money and brainwashing you, and they put you in a little circle and told you can't leave there while they go hang outside of it. Okay, so there's plenty of reasons why they would lie. It doesn't really matter why they lied. The motivation of lying is independent of the fact that they did lie. Okay, and falsification is independent of replacement. We falsified the globe Earth. We don't have to replace every fairy tale they said before it's still real. If you tell me Santa's real, and then I see mommy and daddy bring presents in the house, I don't have to go come up with a new fictitious character from the North Pole or Santa's still real. We falsified your claim that Santa's real. That's all there is to it. Falsification is independent of replacement. So there you go. There are the basics. You can't fall off. You can't fall off of a lake. There's a shore. Antarctica is known to have the highest elevation in the entire world. It is an ice ring effectively around the water. Captain Cook tried to circumnavigate the Earth, and he went for 68,000 miles, and all he saw was an ice shelf the entire time. You're not allowed to go independently verify this, though, so the water is contained, which is convenient because fluid statics is also a natural law. Water finds its level. Water at rest is always level, period. Okay, so water conforms to its container and finds its level. Well, conveniently, it's contained on this flat Earth, and it's level. Of course it is. So how is 70% of a ball level? It's impossible. It defies fluid statics, the second law of thermodynamics. There's no empirical evidence for it, and we see way too far. We see mountains from hundreds of miles away. We see the skyline of Chicago 60 miles over Lake Michigan should have been completely obstructed. We have mountains we can see from 273 miles away. We have mountains we can see from 103 miles away. We have nothing but evidence that falsifies the globe Earth. So if the surface of the Earth is flat all over it, what is it? Do I believe in aliens? Well, for one, what is the etymology of alien or extraterrestrial? Extra land, extra terrain. So if there are other lands that they have hidden where someone lives, technically they would be alien or extraterrestrial. We would be in the inner space. They drew a circle around us, and there would be the outer space. There is no alien coming from outer space where it's a vacuum that couldn't exist, that they're thousands of light years away, and some intergalactic civilization with different races coming to get you from outer space vacuum boogeymen. None of that's real. I don't make claims about whether aliens are real or not. I know they'll probably lie to you about it, and the same guy, Werner von Braun, that was the Nazi brought over here to lie to us about going to the moon, told his secretary that they would fake an alien invasion and also fake things about asteroids. I don't really know. You can look into Project Bluebeam, but it doesn't matter. And by the way, Werner von Braun also put Psalms 19:1 on his tombstone, which says that the firmament shows the handiwork of the Creator. The firmament comes from the Hebrew word rakia, strong as bronze. It was stretched out over top of us to protect us, and we are like grasshopper inhabitants within the tent he stretched over top of us, and it's strong as bronze, like beaten out with bronze, rakia. So why did the guy supposedly took us to space put on his tombstone that you can't go to space because there's a firmament there? Well, he let the truth out on his deathbed. He also wrote a science fiction book in the 50s, and in the science fiction book that the Nazi wrote in the 50s, the main character's title is Elon, and Elon supposedly takes us to Mars. I guess that the prophet of the Nazi was really good at predicting what would happen, right? He wasn't just good at mass murdering millions of people. He was also a prophet that knew that Elon would take us to Mars in 2021 and talk about how he's going to do it. So the world's a stage. Jules Verne wrote a science fiction novel in the late 1800s predicting the moon landing and where the rocket would shoot from, what state, what direction, how it would slingshot around it, and everything else. They take science fiction books and they tell the public that it's true while they know the truth. Powerful people are lying to you, okay? So do not fall for whatever they tell you. You need to look into things for yourself. Don't blindly believe anyone. Go research it for yourself. Go test it for yourself. And if you do this, you will find out that the Earth is provably flat. I would have to sit down here and talk for another 3 hours to tell you every flat Earth proof. There's something called specular reflections. You cannot have perfect reflections on a surface if it's not flat. It cannot be concave or convex at all. Specular reflections debunk the globe Earth. We have local reflections from the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. This is impossible in the globe Earth model. The sun has to be so far away we have parallel rays, right? So it's impossible. This debunks the globe Earth. We have crepuscular rays, which are divergent rays that converge onto the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. Impossible on a globe Earth. They say it's actually parallel. It just looks like that. We see that the sun and the moon are the same size. They say that the sun's actually 400 times bigger than the moon, just coincidentally, exactly 400 times further away also, so that it looks like they're the same size, so we can have total eclipses. Or maybe they're just the same size, bro, and the scriptures are true, and it says that there's a lesser light that rules the night and a greater light that rules the day. Okay, that's all there is to it. We see the same moon for all recorded history, while people claim it's a sphere that spins, but if it spun 1/4 a mile per hour, slower or faster, we'd see the other side of it, so it just perfectly sits there for thousands of years. That's a cool story, bro. None of this has any evidence. It's all fairy tales. What we know for a fact is that water always finds its level. To have pressure, you must have a container, which means the way that you're breathing is that gas pressure on the Earth is contained, and we see way too far. The Earth's a topographical plane. It isn't curving. This is just the way that it is. You can't go deeper than 7.8 miles. You can't go past the 60th south latitude. We need to wake up and then tell them that we demand to know the truth and to be able to freely traverse the Earth. That is the next step. Not to try to attack the people that actually researched it, are bold enough to not care that other people get triggered and try to call you dumb or try to attack you because they were told that it's dumb. The people that are strong enough and intelligent enough to actually understand it, research it, test it, and then go speak about it are the people that are fighting for you, whether you understand that or not. And we're used to taking the bullets, but you should maybe jump on the side of that people actually doing what's best for humanity as opposed to trying to attack them. So there you go. It's all a lie. Georgia Guidestones prove it. Yeah, exactly. The Georgia Guidestones wouldn't work unless the Earth was a geocentric stationary plane Earth, right? Because it's used as a compass, a clock, and a calendar. It shows Polaris day after day after day for all recorded history that it's been there, and it will always work, showing you where north is, because it doesn't change for all recorded history. Polaris is in north. That's how you know where north is, so it would be a compass, right? It also shows you where the winter solstice and the summer solstice is. It shows you the time of the year. It's a calendar, because the Earth doesn't move and the sun does the same thing. That has the same cycle. There's a cycle over top of us, like a clock that resets every year. This cost almost $1 million to build it, and it would be a complete waste of money if the Earth was a spinning ball. Okay, so that's just the way that it is. And they tell you what they want to do on there, and I think everyone should just wake up, maybe everyone should just wake up and stop getting triggered that we didn't go to the moon in 1969. Stop being surprised or acting surprised the government lied to you. Stop being surprised and acting like China and Russia lying is a big shock to you. The U.S. government has lied about everything. So what you should do is accept truth for what it is, right? It's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they have been fooled. That is not my problem. That is, you need to look into the evidence and be honest. We see way too far. We falsify the curvature of the Earth. There you go. I mean, I don't know what other basic questions I might have missed, but you should be able to figure them out. You'll ask stuff like, oh, you shouldn't look past the curvature. If the Earth's a ball, it has to curve. If you were intellectually honest about this, you wouldn't get past that. You're like, wait, that's the most efficient way to test if the Earth is in fact a ball with this radius. Geometry, measurements of shapes, sphere, certain size, dimensions, 3,159 radius. You would test that and see if it's curving at that rate, because it has to curve. If a woman's pregnant and she moves her hand across her stomach and then it comes down to the bottom, can she still see her hand? No, because the curve of her stomach physically obstructs her hand. That is what the Earth has to do if it's a ball. This is where the answer lies. Is it really what they said it is? You can go measure the surface of the Earth, and it is objectively, provably not what they said it is. So if your response to that is to not answer it or figure out how it could work or figure out what's going on or go test and see if that claim is true or see exactly if these observations really do exist, if your response is, oh, well, how do eclipses work? What about magnetic fields? What about, if you start asking every random question you can think of, you're being intellectually dishonest. You're diverting away, and you can't handle what the truth is. Right? So if you think you can ask a gotcha question that some flat earther might not answer, that doesn't change the fact we falsified the radius. Okay? We don't know all the answers. The globe Earth knows none of the answers, right? People will say, what about eclipses? Eclipses debunked the globe Earth, and they still use the Chaldeans from Babylonian time, 2500 BC, a geocentric stationary plane Earth civilization. They knew the Earth was flat and stationary and the center of everything, and they used something called the stereocycle from the Chaldeans from 2500 BC to this day at NASA to be able to predict the eclipses. They cannot use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses at all. There's something called the Selenilian eclipse, right? And it's where the sun and the moon are both above the Earth during the lunar eclipse, according to the globe Earth model. The reason you have a lunar eclipse is because the Earth blocks the light from the sun and casts a shadow onto the moon, and that's what actually physically obstructs the sunlight, causing the shadow, thus a lunar eclipse. Yet in the Selenilian eclipse, a lunar eclipse, the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, above the Earth, a geometric impossibility on the globe Earth. And guess what year they said that they discovered this and recorded it for the first time? 1666. It's not a coincidence they told you that the first time they recorded the eclipse that debunked the model is 1666, 666, right? The same year that gravity was discovered by Isaac Newton, supposedly, in 1666, with a number of 6.67, right? Where we have north and south Arctic circles at 66.6 degrees, while the circumference of the Earth in nautical miles is 21,600, 6 times 6 times 600, while we're on a 66.6 degree tilt with a curvature rate of 0.666 feet per mile squared, shooting around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. Okay, so it's a lie, it's a Luciferian lie, and if you're actually at the highest level of the occulted people that try to control the world and lie to all of us, you have to know these things, or you're not allowed there, okay? So that is why they lied. It's simple. If you wanted to control and brainwash an entire group of people on the Earth, what better way than to start by lying to them about the nature of the very place that they live? If you want to brainwash them on the Earth, why not lie to them about the Earth? Why not tell them there's no more land, it's a finite little sphere, and you have to stay here? Because there's more land and you get to control it. Why would they not lie? Knowledge is power. It's much more powerful if you're the only one with it. So there are the basics for you. You should research it, right? Fly Man's watching. His panties are in a bunch. Dude is a gamer. All right. I love you guys. I'm going to catch up with you guys later. Battery's about to die. I wanted to answer the basic questions. There you go. I can't go back and forth in comments. And if you watch this video, you'll understand why I can't go back and forth in comments all day. I have hundreds of people that are doing that and sending me messages. So, look at our content. Go find us and listen and learn and study and research. A lot of people on my Facebook will be helpful to you, but for everyone, drop the arrogance, okay? Drop the arrogance. When I first heard about Flat Earth, I thought it was dumb also. Then I humbled myself and researched to try to prove the Earth was a globe and found out it is far from dumb. And if you're still on that wavelength, even though waves aren't things and don't have links, right? It's just a transverse movement in a medium that has to be there, the antecedent to any type of propagation. But anyway, I digress, right? If you're not even on that wavelength of understanding that it isn't a dumb conversation, you're nowhere close to the truth. You're nowhere close to the truth. So just humble yourself, be honest, seek the truth diligently, and then you will be good to go, right? And people will be more than happy to help you answer your questions. They want you to come over here and know the truth. That's our whole thing. We want everyone to wake up and realize we've been lied to so we can get our power back. But just be respectful. Don't expect to be able to just hurl insults and attack people and that people are just going to love you and be real nice and just keep letting you do it. Because the irony is that, you know, you're projecting your own intellectual insecurity. I go around the United States offering $100 cash to anyone in these major cities that can answer 3 basic questions about the globe Earth correctly, the basic questions about it, and no one ever wins the money. So be honest. You know nothing about it. It's okay. All the flat earthers know everything about it, right? So you should be real here. Just look into it. There's your little beginner's crash course. I love you guys. I'm going to go chill with another flat earther in a little bit, grab something to eat. I may do a computer stream later tonight. My phone is about to die. Peace out. Much love. MasqueradeTour.com, $ what's it gets a cash at, what's it protonmail.com, PayPal. If you want to support the tour, I know I speak fast. I'm sorry. It's just like what I do. So I love you guys. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So strong people don't care what weak people think. Intelligent people don't care what dumb people think. Informed people don't care what ignorant people think. Stand tall and seek and speak the truth regardless of ostracism or any type of attack or pressure from society. It doesn't matter, right? The weak always do that. So just stand tall for the truth, and actually, whenever they revile you for his name's sake, rejoice, for they did it to all the prophets before you. Peace out.
Alright, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay,
Maybe.
3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that the Earth was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think it was?
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up at whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method what method do you know of that we can actually do or has been done that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the three first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true, and you agree with me. So
no, I hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No, because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right, you just believe.
You. What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time this ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't.
That happened.
Agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happens.
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of misspeaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second. This is the first time.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually. Listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, "Hold on, what the hell just happened?"
That was.
And this is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, elucidating a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space. And you conceded to all 3 points, mind you. And it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
Hello, hello, hello. Lord.
Hello.
You got your mic sorted out yet, Donald?
Sorry if my voice is kind of broken. I just came from a 3 hour long conversation, so I'm just here to listen.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll just put it like this. Okay. There is no hiding it. It's right out there, outside your door, waiting for you to discover. You've already discovered it. You just don't realize it. You've already realized that the
Like,
Earth is flat and motionless, unwittingly.
what's the purpose? And then what's the purpose of saying like the air is round?
Well, who exactly? Because, like, of course, they teach this in educational institutions, right? But they
No, like in
believe it.
general.
Yeah, they believe it to be true.
Oh, I mean uh, and like most of the flag elders I know they say like they actually know that there isn't round. They have a truth, or I don't know. Like, do you have a different opinion than them?
No, I'm just telling. I'm just saying that the people that teach the Earth is a globe, right? Like teachers and universities, right? They believe it is.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so, right. Right. So, is there anybody else that you would think would have to be necessarily lying?
Well, I don't know. Maybe a government. I don't know. A scientific organization. I don't know. I'm just asking. I'm curious.
Right. So, if somebody presents to you an image, right, and it's got this big, colorful circle thing, green and white and blue and brown on it, right? It's a big circle on a black background, and they say that's Earth viewed from a long way away, right?
Yeah.
Well, and they say that that is a sphere, right? We
Yeah.
know, because we know that the Earth is not curving, the Earth's surface does not curve, does not match that imagery, right? In reality,
Okay.
we know that that's a lie.
But why? Why?
Well,
Why are they lying?
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're trying to convince you that it's a globe, right? It's that they need to convince you that they got far enough away from the Earth to be able to view it like that.
And why?
Because they want you to think that they have that ability.
Why?
Because that's power. Who else can do that? Can you do that?
Well, I mean
Can
a
you go?
political organization cool, or even a
Yeah.
company cool.
Yeah. So back in the 60s and early 70s, there was some men that claimed that they went far enough away from the ground to turn around and look at the Earth and see that it was a sphere, right? So nobody needed convincing, right, at that point. Now, yeah, there was still a little bit of a debate going on about the Earth's shape back then, right? But mostly people had accepted that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, right? It wasn't like the majority disbelieved that notion, right? And they needed convincing. Right? They already accepted that. So when they pretended to be able to go far enough away to view the Earth from that perspective, they had to show people what they already believed. They weren't going to show them something paradigm shifting. Like, hey guys, on our way to the moon, it turns out that Earth's actually like a triangle or it's flat or whatever like that. No. So they had to meet the expectations of they themselves, the expectations that they themselves
Okay.
would have,
Yeah.
and that
Sorry,
everybody else would have, right?
uh, what shape do you think the Earth has?
Unknown shape.
Okay, so and also, and do you think they are hiding anything else regarding this topic, like uh, anything about the Earth shape that could mean to something else? I don't know. Like I think some flat earthers say like there is a huge civilization beside the wall and stuff like the ice wall in Antarctica.
Yeah, that's very speculative. I wouldn't claim to know such things. Look, is it possible that there's land, there's other land that's concealed from, that some people know about and they keep the information concealed? Yeah, that's quite easily possible. I mean,
Fair enough.
I bet.
Takes like
Yeah,
a huge rational and like very different perspective from what I seen from other flat earthers. Mm,
yeah. Look.
like, do you think like that there is like something like even uh, compare or alike to an sphere?
Sorry, say again.
Like, do you think the Earth is something alike to an sphere? A sphere? Like a globe or something related? Like
Oh,
even
you
in
mean
a different shape?
like we're on the inside of it?
No, I mean, do you think if the Earth has any, like, do you think the Earth has any, the shape has anything to do with a globe, like a sphere, or it could be just directly flag, or I don't know? What do you think evidence points out to?
I, I don't know about the shape. There's interpretations of observations that that's why they'll say that's why your astronomers and astrophysicists they look at the sky and then they take angle measurements and then they interpret that as though they are on a sphere, right, viewing these things moving around in the
Well,
sky,
the
right?
only thing I seen about it is this. Oh well, I, I can I can send images, but like this image of the actual shape of there that is like a sphere, but like all weird, like no the perfect no the perfect sphere,
Oh, like yeah, no, they say it's an oblate spheroid, but yeah, no, no.
I just see
I
the
think
image, like the geoid, the oblate.
yeah, no, I don't think the Earth looks like that. I don't think that the
Do
Earth
you
is like
think
an object floating in
it's
outer
accurate?
space.
Sorry, do you think it may be accurate?
No, I don't think that those images are accurate. I don't think they represent the Earth's shape. No.
Oh, okay. So you don't think the Earth shape is an geoid or an oblate?
Not
I'm just asking.
not as though we're living on the outside of it. For all I know, it could be some sort of oblate spheroid, but we live on a planar surface, like a plane, like a flat area inside it. But I don't know that. That's speculation. For all I know, that could be true, though, right? Like I don't know, but I don't think the Earth is like an object in outer space.
Mm, what do you think about like planets and the sun and stars?
They're light sources of unknown origin.
Oh, like they aren't like physical structures like we know them.
I don't know. I don't know. They could be. Don't know.
Okay.
I don't think anybody knows.
Yeah, maybe. Well, what kind of evidence do you need? Do you think you need to know or people or scientists need to know the Earth's shape?
Could you ask that again? Sorry.
Um, what kind of evidence or proof do you think we need to know the F true shape?
That would require extensive measurements and surveying of the surface of the Earth. Yeah. So far, we don't have access to the entirety of the surface. So we couldn't give you a complete overall determination of any kind of specific dimensions. But all we do have access to is like is our
Do
immediate
you think
physical
like
reality.
we could like just take a picture of it from like really far away for like an individual that has the capacity, you know? Do you think it is possible to do something like that?
No, I don't think. I think all authentic imagery presented to the world from high altitude just shows a planar Earth and a flat horizon. I don't think that we can achieve such a distance away from the surface in order to be able to view it like you imagine.
Well, X. That makes it more clear, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well, good night. It's pretty late here, so take care.
All right then. Thanks, Nathaniel. Yeah, you're welcome back anytime to ask more questions if you like.
Okay. Take care, you all. Good night.
Yeah. Have a good one.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
What's up, Sammy?
Hello, guys.
Flat Earth is real.
الو دونالد دارك يوتيوب 20 كوبس ماتكريكر فلاينج تي دوب مزوق. ايه اجارسه دي؟ يا باشا انت بتعرفش اجارسه؟ اجارسه كريستي.
في بس الراجل اللي كان بيعمل البيتزا ده كان بيضرب 10 وهو بيعملها.
What's up?
Just waiting for volunteers.
You see the side chat there, Matrix? Did you see?
Oh shit! Yeah.
Looks like QE's rebranded himself. QK.
Yeah. I was
He's
just
now
thinking of
going by the name of Quantum Karen now. Seems.
Oh shit! Like I heard when he had a dig at me, and I thought that was pretty low tier. It was funny because he tried to do my accent and just made a dog's breakfast of it. So I had a laugh at that. But like seriously, take up gardening or something, bro. Get a hobby. But yeah, the last one I listened to, you couldn't even get context of individual sentences, let alone the whole conversation, because every second word was just getting stopped, and every word had to be defined. And
That's
it's
a
just like,
tactic. That's a tactic. Because the people saying the words aren't saying bad things, but if he stops it every 2 seconds, the listener can't actually get the context of what was really being said. They just listen to what he says. He's just kind of like trash talking everything, but stopping it so often that the listener can't really get the context of what was actually being said. If he let it play through, the listener would be like, "Oh, that makes a lot of sense," probably, you know. So
it'd just be nice if he did it per sentence. Let a whole sentence run through, broke it
He can't
down.
do- yeah, he
This guy's a
doesn't wanna do
clown
it.
because of X, Y, Z. I don't care if he's going to have a shot at me. I got no problem with that. But at least let what's being said be said, so people can understand what's going on. You know, like if you're going to attack arguments, then let the argument come out and then rip it to shreds. Go for it. You know, pull your big stick out and whack the shit out of it.
Yeah,
Have
yeah,
a
but
great
he's
time.
not. He's bad faith, right? So he doesn't want it to be a fair critique. He doesn't want people to be able to listen to what the other person actually said. That's why he wouldn't let me talk when he invited me on the show and just kept me muted the whole time and wouldn't let me get more than 2 words out because I had an answer. I had a rebuttal for everything he was saying. I had everything ready to go, but he just wouldn't let me say it because he's bad faith. Yeah, simple as that. That's what he does.
I think something else is going on, man. Seriously.
There's a bunch of things going on.
I wouldn't be surprised if one of his family members is sick or some shit like that.
I think it's him. Sick in the head. But no, this is just a baby, man baby, angry because no one wants him around. He got himself booted out of all of the platforms. No Globers want to talk to him. No Flat Earthers want to talk to him. And calls us misfit toys, but his last panel is what? Him, Brian, and freaking Flatsy Klein. But we're the misfit toys. Classic. Yeah, I think he's just hurting because he thought he was some sort of ringleader. Turns out it wasn't the case. It's man baby behavior. That's what it is.
I mean, it should be. You don't need to say it. If you deserve it, or if people are just going to give you a kind of certain, respect, it will go without saying. You'll just get it if you're worthy of it, right? You won't need to demand it. You won't need to behave, authoritarian like, and you just it'll just come naturally to you. Doesn't need to be announced.
Yeah, self-announced as the crown king, self-proclaimed king. Flat Earth.
Wise man once said, "Take the back seat and wait to be invited up the front."
Any Globers been coming in here or quiet?
Couple
Pretty quiet.
here and there. I got to answer a few questions earlier. This guy was in the side chat and I invited him into the VC and came in. We talked for about 10 minutes and he had to go. He said he'd be back another day because it was quite cordial.
Yeah, over in the
Awesome.
other channel, Vlad was there for a while, and I listened to him yabber on, and I went, "Yeah, I've got a."
That guy's hilarious.
Mute Reality dropped in, had his little meltdown, muted me, and yeah, that's what Vlad said. You got to unmute him, and Mute Reality just went, "Nah," and why don't you just ban me then? Okay, that was easy.
Yeah, he wants it.
Asked and thou shalt receive.
That's right.
So then Vlad was doing his usual, have a bit of a sook. I think T-Dub, I don't know if you heard that much of it, but you were there for a little bit. And I had a squash racket to go and do, so I strung that and popped in here, and it's been pretty quiet. So
I guess I'll put an event up.
A flat is not a shape.
Yeah, that's right. Do you agree? Do you agree that
One
flat is not a shape?
1 second.
He's got to ask AI. Give him a minute.
I'm not gonna ask AI. I'm thinking. I do not like using AI.
Flat. What shape is flat? Think about that.
I mean, flat is a perceived property from human
No, it's measured.
perspective.
It's not perceived. It's measured.
But you can take a sphere and dent some part, and you'll be like, "Yo, this thing is flat."
No,
I mean, mathematically, we call things they are either a plane
no,
or
it's
they're
not a
not.
math problem.
What? Flat is not a shape. Yeah, flat is not a shape.
Correct. You were correct. You were the winner. Good stuff. Flat is the like a property of a surface, right? You'd have to measure it, right? And not a shape. So when we say flat Earth, we're not claiming a shape, right? And then
Yes.
context is very important as well. So we're not actually saying the entire Earth is just a smooth, flat surface, right? We have hills and valleys and mountains and a lot of water as well, right? Most of the surface of the water of the Earth is covered in water, which is not curving over distance as it would have to if the Earth were a globe. So if you have a large surface area that's not curving, it's by default flat, a flat surface. Do you agree?
And well, let me think.
Mm-hmm. I'll give you a photo to help you think as well. If you have a look in the side chat, here's an example of what I'm talking about. It's just uploading, 1 second.
What's the
So
delay?
what you're saying is, since when we are closer to Earth, it almost appears flat. We should call Earth a flat object.
No.
No, that's incorrect.
Then I didn't really
That's
get your question.
okay. Well, all right. Most of the surface of the Earth that we know about is covered in water. Okay, over vast distances where there must be a certain amount of curvature if the Earth were a globe, there isn't any curvature when measured, and none has ever been detected.
That's because Earth is so large, the curvature almost appears to be flat, but it is not.
I'm sorry, but it's too flat for the claimed size that they say Earth is. Sorry. It's not an excuse.
Okay, so if you have, say, 20 miles of water, how much curvature would there be?
Didn't he leave?
so ironic when they say, "Oh, but don't you know Earth is so big? Hey, don't you know how big Earth is?" It's like, no, you don't. Sorry. Because if you knew, you wouldn't be saying that. What do you mean? What do you mean, cider file, whatever your name is? Say, I'll just call you cider. Wouldn't it be great to know what some lights do? What do you mean, like in their spare time? Well, I don't understand. We see what the lights in the sky do. So, Politic, welcome in.
Yo.
Hello, cider.
Hi.
How's it going?
All good. How are you?
Yeah, all right, thanks.
Great.
Yeah. So, what did you mean by that question? Well, it's not really a question. It's just a statement. But what do you mean by know what the lights do?
Professor said he. No. The droid said some lights that do some stuff. Wouldn't it be nice to know what the stuff is?
Ah, what it is, right? Yeah. Beyond it being light that's entering our eyes.
Just some
Yeah.
ideas why it looks why it looks how it why it looks.
I don't know. It's a mystery because like I
It's a
can't
great
test them. Yeah.
but I love the picture and I love the
Of
bird.
the Salt Lakes. Yeah. Yeah. Salt Lake in Utah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good one.
The shoreline that you can see on the other side, when he zooms across that lake, the shoreline on the other side of the lake, that should be hidden behind the horizon, like by more than 200 feet, if the Earth were a globe.
That's a lot of feet, man.
That's like a skyscraper building. That's how much.
Yeah. Yeah. That holds the Eiffel Tower.
And this is something that always fascinates me. This spinning above our heads. I know I can't prove anything. I can't test it. I can't go there. I can't do anything. But
Yeah, it's magical, isn't it? That's what, it's a big, it's like, I think of it like a big giant electromagnetic soup up there. We don't, there's all sorts of crazy, like if you have a look at it through night vision or through long exposure photography, it's crazy up in the sky, right? Like it looks crazy enough if we have a look at it through our eyes from a place that doesn't have much light pollution. But if you do night vision or something like that, there's so much going on up there. It's insane. And yeah, like there's no way for us to know exactly how it works because we don't, like, it could be way beyond our comprehension. Things that, we don't know anything about. Like what medium is it happening within? That kind of thing. What actually are stars? Like, think about this. Any light from a distance looks like a round light. Just looks like you look at a street light, even though a street light's not round, right? The bulb isn't round. It's like a tube light. It's like a high pressure sodium tube light. Or you look at any light, like two car headlights from a distance. It just all lights from a distance merge into one round light. So it could be anything that you're looking at when you're looking at a star. But because it's so far away, it just looks like one round light. So we have no idea what they are. No one does. There's no way to test it.
yeah. I live pretty nice out here in the woods, in the
Oh,
darkness.
awesome.
So I have a pretty
Awesome.
good night sky.
Mm-hmm.
I spend a lot of hours out there and adore it.
Awesome.
So you haven't looked into night vision to the skies?
I don't have one, but I've watched a lot of footage online from other people that have it. But I've done my own long exposure.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, like just through my Nikon DSLR camera. If you leave the shutter open for 30 seconds or something like that, it's crazy. What's going on up in the sky. I can see if I can find a few of my pictures. I don't know if I have them saved here on this computer, but I'll just check.
Where do you live, man?
It's hard to get sky pictures without a sky tracker, though, because of sky
Yeah,
moves.
yeah. I just it doesn't move much in 30 seconds, luckily, but there is some crazy movement up there. Even in that 30 seconds that I hold the shutter open for, you can see some little trails of things, and yeah, it's pretty crazy. I'll see if I can find some of my pictures.
Where do you live, TJ?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I live in Poland, but I'm from Australia. I was in Australia when I was doing the photography of the sky.
Right. Look to Europe.
Mhm. Yeah, I just set the focus to infinity and then leave the shutter open for about 30 seconds. And all of a sudden, you can see a million times more stars.
Then you feel it little, pretty small.
Well, in a heliocentric worldview, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
If you think of all of those stars as suns, billions of light years away, like they tell us, yeah, you're gonna feel insignificant on a universal scale, like a speck of dust lost
Well,
on a
even
rock spinning
Like,
through the
like,
vacuum of
yeah,
space.
like a speck of dust on a piece of dog turds spinning through space. That's what the globe is.
Pretty much.
But it
even if it's
because the Earth is
nothing.
flat, the lights in the sky. Yeah, I'm not sure what they do, and they don't even affect me anymore.
But you look at them sometime.
Sometimes I don't wonder what you are, though. I just go, cool lights. Wonder what I can see tonight.
Okay.
Here we go. Here's a little compilation of some of my footage. Some of it's out of focus, but it still looks pretty cool. Just uploading it now. So this is from New South Wales, Australia.
You can see all the gas balls in a vacuum.
Yep.
Really nice. Better to look at this at night than some stupid TV show.
What language do the dogs speak?
The pug is pretty good at understanding English. But yeah, he speaks in a combination of barks and yaps and farts.
I think dogs can. They just pick up on whether they speak your language or not. They could be in a house with two different languages, and they can still come to you if you have the right motions.
Yeah. But yeah, he was very good at understanding food terminology. Chicken.
It's amazing how
Stuff like
dogs learned that first. All cookie, treaty, yeah.
Yeah, and walk. The word walk.
Yeah, even that. Yeah, you can't even say I'm going outside for a minute because that means everybody's going outside. If you say that word, like, hey, I got to go take the garbage out. So do I. I got to go too with you. Yeah. Ride. That's another key word that makes them poop in the house. You want to go for a ride? Are you kidding me? Of course I want to go for a ride. And then we get in the car and you're like, I'm ready to go home now. All right. Go somewhere with him and he's like walks through the whole house, then looks at me like, okay, and then starts doing circles around me and whatever pacing. Are you ready to leave? Yeah. You get in the car, go home. Then he's happy as can be. Go back, sit on the couch and stare out the window.
Did you guys know that the Eiffel Tower was going to be demolished?
It's there for the World's Fair.
Right, yeah. Do you know what saved it?
Too big?
No. No, they could have easily dismantled it, I think, but what saved it was its use for long range radio transmission to 6,000 miles using an antenna at the tip of it. That's because the tip of it goes to about 1,030 feet.
6,000 miles, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, that won't work on a globe. Sorry, dude. Won't work on a globe.
Yeah.
So you're a flat earther now. What do you think of that? Any glober who
Dang,
just
I didn't
heard
want to
that?
be.
Yeah, any glober who just heard that, you're now a flat earther and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, it was its use. So, because Eiffel was like panicking, his 20-year permission slip was running out, and he knew that they wanted to take that bit of land and scrap that huge thing they call a monstrosity, and which clashed with their traditional landscape, But yeah, no, he hired it out to like researchers to like conduct studies, meteorological studies, and apparently gravity must have been dropping things from the top of it, yeah, and its ability, like what really sealed the deal for it to stay was it acted as a huge ass antenna. Yeah.
The Statue of Liberty.
No, the Eiffel Tower. Sorry, we're talking about.
Yeah, yeah. But
Oh,
it's the same.
sorry. Go on.
The same year. Maybe it's the same stuff. Same antenna. Not the same antenna, but the same use.
Oh, really? They use the Statue of Liberty as an antenna.
I don't know. Maybe. think they are the same age. And it was a gift from France. So
It seems that the statue of Lucifer is similar to the statue of Liberty.
It's a whole That's a whole nother rabbit hole in itself there, which we won't get into here.
Why not? Are you scared to get into it?
Oh god, it's lats. Is this the lats? Good
Because it
looking.
didn't come from France.
I thought you were going to get in your boat and go to Antarctica. Have you done that yet?
Yeah, I did, but then I found out, like, I read this book from this guy called Alistair Crowley, and now I'm just, like, got candles in my house, and I've transported to the ice wall in the 12th dimension, you know?
Like you're talking to aliens and shit, too? Psychically?
Yeah, it's just occultism, you know? It's just new
You're
age
talking to old
occultism.
Lamb? Has Lamb got in touch with you?
Nah, I only follow Thelma Plum.
Globe will do that to you. Globe makes you want to do all that crazy shit, float and all that stuff, be invisible.
Alistair Crowley said the Earth was flat too. So he like made occultism.
No, that goes against his religion.
It's not a religion.
Here it is. You have specific places to go in order to learn specific people, and then you got other people who stand on soapboxes and tell you what to believe all the fucking time. And then you don't study any of it. You just hear them and go, "Yep, that's it. That's what it is."
That's kind of sketchy though, like standing on a box, a soapy box, it'd be sliding around everywhere, lad. I wouldn't be doing that, lad.
Who makes a box out of soap? Maybe it's a box made of another material containing soap. Maybe what I said was a phrase.
Well, that begs the question, are you standing on a box or a sphere or a flat two-dimensional square or rectangle? What is it? I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe I was standing on the floor.
But what is underneath the floor?
The ground.
What is underneath the ground? Where's the ground end?
How much absurdity are you going to get into?
I just want to know because, like, if I can't make it to the ice wall because they're going to shoot me down, I can't reach the end, so to speak. I can dig down though. I just want to know how far I can dig down. If I can't go horizontally, I want to go down and find the edge, the end of the map. You know. like
They already
bedrock.
tried that, bro. They already tried to do that for like 20 years or more. They tried to dig down as far as they could, and they couldn't get
What
past
happened?
a certain. They got down to like So this was the Kola super deep borehole in Russia, and they dug down. First they made a bunch of predictions using some ground penetrating radar and stuff like that, and they predicted what they were going to encounter as they dug down. And then as they dug down, everything that they had predicted was wrong until they got down to, I think it was 7.6 miles or something like that. And then they hit like a point where they couldn't get any further.
So why
And
it took 20 years was because when they would make predictions on what was down below, they would make their tooling to match that, and then they would find out their tooling didn't work, and they'd retool, and then they'd dig it out and go, "Hey, that wasn't in the prediction," and they did that all the way down.
7.6 miles. That's a fucking long way.
it's
Holy.
a long way, but think about it like this, right? The deepest part of the ocean is only little bit less than that. So it's not even much deeper than the deepest part where there's not even a hole.
Sure.
So yeah, it's a mystery, man.
It's a mystery. She really loves me what she's doing.
October the 1st, 1963. Here in Washington, the day begins quiet. For some, it starts early in a federal agency that today marks its first 5 full years of accomplishment. This is NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. As the day begins at NASA headquarters in Washington, and dawn comes to the Capitol, the rising sun outlines the gantries at Cape Canaveral. NASA's Launch Operations Center begins a new day. At other NASA stations, far to the west, it is still night. Signals from satellites in space are being monitored for later study. NASA's 5th anniversary comes quietly. Yet these 5 years have been memorable, exciting. Most Americans can remember the rockets climbing into the sky with their cargoes of instruments, or of men. And a nation's pride in its new achievements in space, and the tribute offered to that new breed of man, the astronaut. They remember anxious moments, too, as search planes hunted a capsule returned from space. What America achieved in those first 5 years of the civilian space program was done openly. A nation dedicated to freedom of inquiry could not do otherwise.
Bear with me, I will get you a number and deliver that tomorrow.
These were the years Americans learned new words: liftoff, SYNCOM, Kairos, fly-by-wire. If our successes were spectacular, so were the failures. Failure itself was studied closely, patiently. Progress into space must come step by step. To NASA facilities like Goddard Space Flight Center came research scientists, Americans, and visitors from other nations. They saw programs that investigate fundamental physical phenomena, an indication of NASA's increasing role in the advancement of basic knowledge. From these centers across the nation, NASA's space program is guided and directed. In 5 years, the world has been dotted with a network of tracking stations that monitor space probes, unmanned satellites, and our astronauts in orbit. The status and position of every space vehicle and a mass of other scientific data are transmitted from the tracking stations to control centers. All of these facilities are staffed by engineers, scientists, and technicians already veterans of the space age. From these ingredients of knowledge and skill, of facilities and equipment, of a guiding organization, America's achievements in space have been created. They began more than 5 years ago, when America's first satellite, Explorer 1, rose from its launching pad. It carried into orbit the means for performing an historic scientific experiment, one that first revealed the Earth's belt of radiation. It has been followed by well over 100 spacecraft launched by the United States. Satellites and space probes on scientific missions are the vehicles for experiments by the Earth-bound investigator. Here is the space probe Mariner 2, shortly before its 1962 launching on an historic flight to Venus. For 109 days, Mariner transmitted back to Earth continuous data on conditions in space. Then, at a distance of 36 million miles, it sent back important data on the planet Venus, a record-breaking achievement. One of the scientific satellites, the orbiting Solar Observatory, has provided precise information about the Sun and the effect of its radiations on the upper atmosphere. satellites and the space probes have given man new tools to study the mysteries of the universe, where before he could only wonder and speculate. Other satellites, some of them closer to Earth, are solving practical problems in the field of communications. The first to go up was Echo, a giant balloon. It provided a surface in space from which radio signals were reflected. Telstar, privately financed and NASA launched, and Relay, NASA's own satellite, heralded a new era in global communication. Their first transmissions dramatized the future, a permanent system of communication satellites. SYNCOM, a satellite that maintains an almost fixed position over the Earth, represents another approach. Here, messages are received from SYNCOM, hanging 22,000 miles overhead. The weather satellite Tyros, mounting 2 cameras and a television tape system, returns photographs to Earth on command. Tyros photographs of cloud cover are valuable aids in discovering the growth of storms and in plotting basic weather patterns. But no satellite, however complex, has the power of observation and understanding possessed by man himself. There is no substitute for manned flight into space. In the famous X-15, NASA continued a development in rocket-powered aircraft extending back over 15 years. Over 100 times, the X-15 has climbed above our atmosphere. It was the first craft to demonstrate that man can fly into space, control his flight during re-entry, and select his landing point within 1,000 feet. Project Mercury, the manned orbital spaceflight program, selected 7 pilots after intensive screening of many candidates. Skin diving was one part of an elaborate program to train them for flight into space and a safe return. They studied the navigation, the engineering, the physical problems of space flight. They learned the sheer ability of the human body to withstand high temperatures. And experienced other punishing stresses of a journey out of this world. Even zero gravity, that peculiar property of spaceflight, was sampled in an aircraft flying a controlled arc. Finally, the long program of training, development, and testing was complete. Opening the major phase of Project Mercury, there were suborbital flights by astronauts Shepard and Grissom. Then, in February 1962, John Glenn rode this Atlas rocket into space for a 3-orbit flight around the Earth. Project Mercury moved into high gear. Within 3 months, another successful flight was completed by astronaut Scott Carpenter. Then a 6-orbit flight by astronaut Walter Schirra. In May 1963, when Gordon Cooper returned to the Earth after a flight of 22 orbits, American spaceflight reached a state of high precision. Project Mercury was completed, but it was only a first step toward the goal that now lay ahead. A voyage to the moon and return by 1970. It would be an historic achievement with immense practical consequences. But the technical problems dwarf those solved in Project Mercury, demanding absolute precision in orbiting and new techniques for rendezvous, docking, and landing. First comes Project Gemini. Unlike Mercury, 2 men will fly Gemini in orbit for up to 2 weeks, practicing space rendezvous and docking. Gemini capsules are now being built and tested. Apollo, the 3-man craft that will actually go to the moon, is also undergoing a long period of test. This is Saturn, first of the family of giant boosters that will lift man to the moon and beyond. Product of more than 5 years of intensive research and development, Saturn undergoes a major flight test. On this day, we moved at least 1 step closer to the moon. Visiting Cape Canaveral are the new astronauts, the men who will join the original 7 and ride the Gemini and Apollo spacecraft. They are the new pioneers of space, but their path has already been charted by those who have gone before. For these first 5 years have been a sustained effort, an effort that has broken through the first barriers to man's exploration of space. Because of this first giant step, the cosmos opens itself to man's investigation. What will he discover on these journeys? Already he has seen the Earth as never before in his history and viewed parts of the universe with new clarity. Perhaps now he'll discover clues to the origin of life itself, and through them a glimpse of its purpose and his own. These 5 years have seen the first bold steps forward. Today, experienced, tested, capable, we look with confidence toward the future and our path to the stars.
Time is now running at X minus 30 seconds. Time is now running at X minus 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, fire.
What is it?
What the hell is this? Hello?
We're listening to Globe Proof because we can't get it in conversation. People don't want to talk.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Willie Lay.
Space travel is no longer a dream, nor just a setting for imaginative tales, things to come. They are factual, as correct as we can make them right now. With the launching of artificial satellites, the age of space has begun. Man has many questions about the nearby universe which he wants answered. For example, is there life on Mars? What is under the cloud covers of Venus? What does the other side of the moon look like? Man has always wanted to rise out of his air ocean to see what space is like. And now he has taken the first step to make this ambition reality. But before man himself can undertake space travel, before he can explore new worlds, he must gather a great deal of information about conditions in space. He must be certain of the physical facts he will encounter away from the Earth. So he sends up mechanical messengers to send back the information. The most recent and modern of these is the satellite. The data gathered by the instruments orbiting around the Earth are used in our preparation for space travel. How such data are gathered is a story of organization, of communication, and volunteer contributions. The story you are about to hear has been long in the making.
Months before the launching of any Earth satellite, civilian volunteers began planning and training for the parts they would play in our IGY Earth satellite program, sponsored by the National Academy of Sciences. Among these volunteers were the pilots and crewmen of the Civil Air Patrol. As a civilian auxiliary of the United States Air Force, the Civil Air Patrol participated in a program for training the volunteers against the advent of actual satellites. When it also became apparent that hundreds of volunteers would have to be trained to spot and track any Earth satellite, an ingenious procedure was initiated. To simulate a satellite orbiting at high altitude, they simply took a common household flashlight lamp and attached it to the suction end of the familiar household tool known as the plumber's helper. $2 worth of parts you can purchase at any hardware store. When this strange and unglamorous device, endearingly called the bug, is towed through the night skies behind a Civil Air Patrol plane, it appears almost exactly like a real Earth satellite hundreds of miles above the Earth. All across the country, the volunteer Civil Air Patrol crews began flying training missions for their fellow volunteers of Operation Moonwatch. In more than 100 isolated locations throughout the country, Moonwatch stations like this were set up by volunteer astronomers. And it takes the help of hundreds of volunteers the country over to collect the data which becomes available from a satellite streaking around the Earth in outer space.
You may be wondering why all the excitement about the satellites. What it is we stand to gain from a mechanical ball flying around the Earth at nearly 18,000 miles per hour, carrying 18 pounds of scientific instruments and radio transmitters. The point is, it can help to tell us more about the environment of space in which we hope to travel. From it, we can learn more about the sun's radiation, cosmic and ultraviolet rays, measure the Earth's magnetism, and other information useful in the construction of the first spaceship. Practically, too, later satellite information can serve to improve our weather forecasts, enable us to take photographs of our neighboring planets, serve as relays for global television, and as jump-off places for trips into deeper space.
The first step in gathering such vital information lies in locating and tracking the satellite. The electronic ears of Minitrack stations strain for the tone of the satellite's tiny radio transmitters. The indented eye of the precision tracking camera pierces the night sky to record the flight of the speeding satellite. And so professional joins volunteer in the exciting job of predicting satellite orbits. Suddenly, with the launching of Russia's Sputnik, the first IGY satellite, this exercise was jolted from the theoretical into the practical. This was a real opportunity to test our training. Now we could check our entire organization and our communication network for the tracking of Earth satellites. Here at the IGY Vanguard Computing Center in Washington, D.C., is the nerve center of that network. To it would come the bits of information from the Minitrack stations, the tracking cameras, the Army's microlock stations, and from the volunteer observers manning Operation Moonwatch sites. Here the data will be evaluated. Here is where the all-important orbital prediction will be made. But Sputnik also brought with it a serious problem to the men concerned with our IGY Earth satellite program. In fact, at first, it appeared to be an insurmountable obstacle. If the volunteers manning the scientific observation stations were to perform their jobs effectively, orbital predictions on the orbiting satellite had to be flashed to them from Washington daily. But communication was the principal problem and the weak link in our tracking network. The expense of sending commercial telephone or telegraph messages to more than 1,000 tracking stations across the country each and every day was out of the question. Again, the Civil Air Patrol was called upon for assistance. One of the facilities maintained by the CAP is a well-disciplined nationwide communications network with 16 years of training behind it. Numbering 13,000 individual stations, both fixed and mobile, coast to coast, manned by qualified volunteer operators, the Civil Air Patrol could and would handle the job. The very next morning, CAP headquarters in Washington alerted its communicators. And within 24 hours after CAP assistance was offered, the first orbital prediction on the Russian satellite was transmitted from Washington, D.C. The message was received at the headquarters station of each of the 52 Civil Air Patrol wings, all 49 states, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, and the District of Columbia. Immediately, CAP operators began rebroadcasting the orbital predictions to the squadron stations situated in each of the satellite observation point areas. In hundreds of communities all over the country, loyal citizens, from lawyers to school teachers, operating out of their homes, were alerted to establish the CAP network for the transmission of the tracking information. Civilians by day, uniformed volunteers by night, they generously lent their time and equipment facilities to the cause of Operation Moonwatch. Immediately, the all-important message was relayed to the waiting scientists. To some, the message was relayed by telephone. In some cases, CAP mobile radio cars were assigned to take the traffic and hand carry it to the Moonwatch or PhotoTrack station, which in many instances is located in isolated outlying areas. In still other instances, the local CAP unit set up portable communications right at the observation site. Thanks to years of training and preparation, the widespread communications facilities of the Civil Air Patrol were ready to take on this important job. These photo trackers got their pictures thanks to the satellite forecasts flashed to them by radio. What is the why of all this, you may well ask? Why is it so important that all units of our Earth satellite program function thoroughly and efficiently? The answer is that rockets and satellites open new perspectives for examination of the Earth, its air ocean, and the space beyond. Before the age of rocket research, man's knowledge of particle and radiation bombardment of the Earth and upper air was severely restricted by the modifying effects of the atmosphere. In pursuit of this evasive knowledge, scientists climbed mountains, loaded aircraft and balloons with instruments, devised elaborate ground equipment, valuable techniques, of course, but primitive by comparison with the developments of our new interplanetary age. Rocket and satellite research will help to pull aside the veil, which since time began has obscured the true meaning of the stars. At 10:48 p.m. on January 31st, 1958, the U.S. Jupiter C rocket launched the IGY satellite Explorer 1 into outer space. This special aeronautics and space report brought to you by NASA. Some of these parts and pieces coming together at the Kennedy Space Center, Florida, have familiar sounding names like the Command Module and Apollo Telescope Mount. Others are not as familiar: Multiple Docking Adapter, Airlock Module, Orbital Workshop. From all over the country the pieces came. They are all part of the United States' next manned space mission, Skylab. Skylab, this country's first space station, will be operating in Earth orbit for about 8 months. It will serve as working and living quarters for 3 sets of astronaut crews for flights from 28 to 56 days. These are the 3 men who will open the space station and stay there 28 days. Astronauts Paul Weitz, Dr. Joseph Kerwin, and Charles Pete Conrad. Astronaut Conrad will be in command. Born in Philadelphia, he is 42 years old and a veteran of 3 previous Gemini and Apollo space flights. Conrad described the sequence of events, including a dual launch.
We're going to use both launch pads at Cape Kennedy, pad 39A and pad 39B. And on 39A, we have the orbital workshop on a Saturn V, and it will be launched into orbit unmanned. When it gets into orbit, the ground will be able to deploy the solar panels and the shroud around the front of it, get rid of that, and deploy the solar telescope off to the side and perform a bunch of functions by ground command, which will prepare it for our joining it the next day. Now, we will launch approximately 23.5 hours later after it does, and after 5 revolutions of the Earth, we will have stepped up and rendezvoused with it. And at that time, we're going to dock. And we perform just a few checks on the exterior part of the vehicle and that our docking is a good docking. And we will pretty well have spent the whole day at the task of rendezvousing, so we will go to bed in the command module. And then very early the next morning, we will start activation of the workshop. Now, our task in activating the workshop will be longer and considerably different than the crews that will follow us up there, because much of the equipment will be in what we call the launch configuration. It has to be bolted to the floors or firmly to the walls to take the vibrations of launch into space. So we will go in, and the first day we will spend reconfiguring all this equipment to its proper location for use when it's in orbit.
The orbital workshop is about the size of a small house. Pete Conrad continues.
Well, in this vehicle we have, of course, quite a few items we've never had before. We have a freezer system so that we have frozen food, which we've never had before. We have 3 separate bedrooms with doors. You can go to bed and close your door at night. We have a full bathroom on board, and we intend to shave every day and so forth. And we have a shower on board. Won't be able to use that every day. The way the water works out, everybody gets 1 shower a week, so we'll be back to the Saturday night shower. And of course, all of these items that I've just mentioned are things that we've never had in spaceflight before. So I think we're going to be a lot more comfortable, and I look forward to giving most of them a try.
To prepare themselves for the spacewalk they'll be taking, astronauts Conrad and Kerwin practiced underwater at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in Alabama.
As we get to the end of the 28 days, about 3 days before the end of the flight, we're going to have to put on our pressure suits, 2 of us, and go outside to the solar telescope and collect all the film out of the different instruments that have taken the pictures, and bring that back in, and also load some film in the cameras for some of the other crews that are coming up. And then at that point in time, after having done our EVA and collected the film out of the solar telescope, we will spend the next 2 days preparing the vehicle for deactivation and our departure.
41-year-old Dr. Joseph P. Kerwin, designated Skylab science pilot, has a Doctor of Medicine degree from Northwestern University. Born in Oak Park, Illinois, Kerwin is the first MD to go into space.
Obviously, the most important immediate thing we need to know is, can man live and work effectively and normally in space for long periods of time? Now, we're like the guys that were examining pilots and aircraft back in 1920 and 1921 and trying to arrive at medical standards for aviators and to protect them from the stresses of high altitude, cold exposure, so on and so forth. We're a supporting role. We need to know what happens to man in weightlessness, whether it's dangerous. If it's dangerous, what countermeasures can we apply so that we'll get through those days and perhaps in the future fly very long missions.
This knowledge can also contribute to an understanding of life processes, which are basic to treating human illness. Besides extensive pre-flight and post-flight medical studies on each of the men, the trio will be put through what Dr. Kerwin calls dynamic measurements.
The object of the in-flight measurements is to stress the man, to make him work, to make his body speed up, and then observe how efficiently it does the job. And we have two major experiments like that. One is a bicycle. It's one of those exercise type things, very carefully calibrated. You set it to a workload which you think will stress the individual because it did back on the ground. And then while he's running, you measure everything you conveniently can about him. You measure his heart rate, his blood pressure, you get an electrocardiogram on him, and most important, you measure in great detail the composition of the gases that he breathes out, so that you find out how much oxygen he is using, how much carbon dioxide he's breathing out, and you get from that a rough and ready but very valuable measure of how well this gentleman is able to coordinate his heart, his blood vessels, his muscles, and everything else to do a difficult physical job. The second major in-flight experiment is the lower body negative pressure device, which puts a different kind of stress on the body. Now what you do is you enter feet first into a garbage can kind of a thing, up to your waist. Then you wrap a seal around your waist to make it airtight, and then with a vacuum hose you suck the air out of the garbage can. This causes negative pressure on the lower part of the body, the veins expand, and blood is trapped or pooled in the lower half of the body, where it's not effectively used by the circulation. This is our clever way of simulating gravity while we're in weightlessness, because if you stand upright for a long period of time, like soldiers on a parade ground, your blood does tend to pool this way in the lower part of your body, and frequently people faint. This is why people faint in crowds. Now, how a man responds to a carefully measured stress of this kind is a good indication of how well his blood vessels and his heart can adjust.
The people on the ground will be keeping a watchful eye on the crew, sometimes even as they sleep. This sleep monitoring cap, for instance, allows brainwave measurements to be made without wires being fastened to the head. The actual sleeping arrangements are rather unique, as astronaut Kerwin describes.
Sleeping arrangements look different, and we always show them to visitors in the trainer as an example of the fact that you've got to think weightless. You've got to think of the fact that once you're in space, the rooms all get bigger because the walls and the ceiling now become just as useful to you as the floor. And they say, will it be distracting? And I say, I don't know because I haven't been there, but the guys who have say, yes, it's very distracting for a few days, and then you get used to it and you don't really think about it anymore. What our sleeping arrangements are is we have 3 little cubicles side by side, and in each of these cubicles, which is the standard 6.5 feet tall but very narrow, you have a sleeping bag essentially on an aluminum frame, and the only way to put it was straight up against the wall. I think that once you're in the sleeping bag, and by the way, you have to get in the sleeping bag through a hole in the neck of this blanket. It's a very interesting arrangement. You sort of, Coke bottle yourself in there and you're all snug. Then you have your little reading light on your right, and you have your little speaker box that you can talk to the ground if they call you. You don't have room service. If you want to get a sandwich in the middle of the night, you got to do that yourself.
Looking at the Earth's resources from space will be a major part of every Skylab mission, a chance to survey everything from crops to schools of fish in the oceans, timberlands to mineral deposits. 40-year-old Paul Weitz, a native of Erie, Pennsylvania, will have the main responsibility for conducting the Earth resources experiments on board this first Skylab.
Well, the Earth Resources Experiments package is a group of 5 sensors which we're going to use to look at the Earth to gather data. With these 5 sensors 15 times during our flight. With that, the data is collected on board on magnetic tape, is brought back, and later reduced and analyzed here on Earth. Through it, we hope to a myriad of things that we're going to find out. First off, we're going to find out how does the package perform as a package. In other words, did we pick the right mix of experiments with which to do the job? Now, for example, some of the things are the states of health of foliage of different types, whether they be crops, trees, grasslands, pasture, what have you. Hopefully, can we determine the depth of snow in a given region? Can we determine how fast the snow is melting at the rate of melt runoff, such that downstream stations can be advised of when to open the gates on dams to predict how much water is coming down to help minimize flooding? Can we trace thermal currents in the ocean or the Gulf of Mexico? Can we even can we spot schools of fish? Can we determine where underground sources of water are located, and many, many other really practical applications.
Some 8 solar telescopes on Skylab will be aimed toward the sun, a vantage point that no one has ever had before. With solar power already being discussed as a possible means of easing our energy crisis, the solar physics studies take on added meaning and importance.
We're going to be able to look at the sun in wavelengths that were impossible to see before because the atmosphere filtered these out. And from this, we'll have a better understanding of the phenomena that are presently going on the sun's surface, how it affects our lives on Earth now, how it's affected our evolution and our history, and perhaps how we can better cope with changes that are coming up in the future.
The astronauts will assess the value of devices that expedite moving from one place to another inside the orbital workshop. Here, astronaut Paul Weitz practices using one such device. It is believed that unique crystal structures can be manufactured in the vacuum of space. Again, astronaut Paul Weitz.
Yes, the primary experiment which we're doing is called the Metals Processing Facility, in which we're going to, it's a sphere which can be sealed off from the interior of the spacecraft and evacuated, that is, pull a vacuum on it by exposing it outer to space, outside the spacecraft, and in it we're going to do some welding. We're going to melt some metal samples to see if we can form some ball bearings practically in a weightless environment. And in essence, it's a determination of what are some of the phenomena that occur in a manufacturing process in a weightless environment, and can they be used to man's benefit.
To stimulate interest in science and technology, 19 high school students have had experiments they proposed selected for flight on Skylab. The youngsters were selected from more than 3,400 nationwide. Some of their experiments include behavior of bacteria and bacterial spores in the Skylab and space environments, web formation in zero gravity, and others. By way of summary, science pilot Dr. Joe Kerwin had this to say about Skylab.
I like to think of it like this. We have explored Earth orbital space, and we have explored lunar orbital space and the surface of the moon, and this is very exciting. These people were kind of the Lewis and Clarks of the space program. What we're trying to do now is settle. We're trying to homestead space. We're trying to demonstrate on Skylab that man has a useful function as an observer and a scientist, a technician, a doer of things, a bringer back of information in space, in that we can and should do this in a cost-effective, regular, long-term way.
Skylab, this country's first space station, is nearly ready. From studies of the sun to Earth observations, its experiments will eventually contribute to improving life on our planet. This special report brought to you by NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration.
Skull and Globers, episode 29, GPS. Let's get it.
Days after days, pseudoscience just a big charade, making theories they just can't explain, on philosophically biased claims. Days after days, we break away just like a renegade, so pay attention, gonna get it right. The Skull and Globers till they all awake. Skull and Globers with diplomas and a chip on the shoulder. Debate is over, mind is sober, solar system disclosure. Can't go back once you heard the facts. You make a pact, never take the back. School and ballers and the followers that give them the dollars. They try to holler in the chat that you're a fraud, not a scholar. They hating y'all, that's why they attack. The earth is flat no matter how much they laugh. Days after days, pseudoscience just a big charade, making theories they just can't explain, on philosophically biased claims. Days after days, we break away just like a renegade.
Specifics GPS. I'm going to cover more of like a meta about GPS satellites. And misconceptions. People seem to think that somehow it proves the Earth is a magic spinning globe, and well, we Skull Globers here, so we're going to correct that misconception. And if you want to join for the open discussion portion of the stream, there is a link in the description. It's a Discord link. It'll take you straight to the room. And then if you disagree, you get priority once we cover everything. I think tonight, once I get through with my kind of meta-analysis, we're going to cover a few more things, but we will let Globe Earth proponents speak, as always. I encourage people in the chat to just kind of be normal people and like, let's talk about the information instead of spamming the chat with insults, but to each their own. I'll just say, I tell the mods just to be pretty chill. When people act like that, it shows everyone else that that's exactly what you don't want to be. So it's actually, they're helping us more than they realize. Cool. I think we're going to get right into it. So let me switch over for the Discord screen. All right. So we're going to cover GPS. A lot of people ask me to start like putting the subjects in the title, so I'll go back and I'll update them the best I can. We'll start doing that. GPS is a really big subject. But again, I'm going to specifically acknowledge the claim that it only works on a spinning globe and it proves relativity and all this weirdo stuff. We're going to prove that that is in fact not correct. And it's quite the opposite. So let's just get into it. All right. So let me kind of introduce this actually. The way that, so let's just grant the claim of satellites rotating over top of the Earth. Let's just grant that's the case. If we look at their routes projected on a flat projection, you just have ellipses. Fits right within torus field geometry. It could be catching a vortex, just spinning around in ellipses. That's just a coordinate system transform. So the very paths of the GPS satellites are in no way exclusive to a globe. It's just a coordinate system transform. It would be ellipse. Of course, in their math, they account for a change in direction of an ellipse. That's how we do the math, the equations, the physics. So that's pretty interesting. Now let's get into, and this is it, like if people deny this stuff, it's really weird because it's just a fact. And we'll pull up the actual path and everything like that. So when they put the satellites up, they use an ECEF. That's an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. The still man from that side is, well, we're shooting satellites off from the Earth, around the Earth. You know, we're concerned with its relationship with the Earth. Why would we not use an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system? We may as well. Now, of course, a more accurate system based on that model would be a solar barycentric system. But the math is way more complicated, and so they use ECEF. And if you do the math all the way down, you're going to get the same answers either way. The math is just much more complicated for the solar barycentric system. Now, what's interesting, though, is that the physics are not the same. So, let's get into that. So, of course, if you're using an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system, then you're treating it like the Earth's fixed and stationary and that everything's moving around it. That's what fixed means. So then you get into this question here. Can the cosmos be rotating around a stationary Earth? And again, this is how we treat it for the satellites. So before we get into the fact that there's thousands of balloons and, you know, it's openly acknowledged at this point that can be up there for 2 months. Some of them are classified. We don't, you know, they go up to 180,000 feet, can be up there for 2 months. You could have fleets of these. They catch them. Admittedly, we've seen them crashing out of the sky. All this is true. But also, you could just have satellites. And so we're just not even going to, we're just going to grant the satellites and actually demonstrate how that refutes heliocentrism if they are actually up there. Now, do I expect people to accept it? No. But do I expect truth seekers to actually look into it? Yes. So this is not for those who are of a closed mind. So the question would be, can the cosmos be actually rotating around a stationary Earth if that's what we're using the coordinate system as? This is when you're going to get into someone named Ernst Mach, and that is, of course, where you get Mach being the speed of sound, right? Discovered the speed of sound. So this is one of the only reasons people don't just dismiss him as a quack when I bring this up, because they can't. Anyway, so Ernst Mach explained that motion around a central body, such as the Earth, will result in a net force acting upon said central body. So long story short, Ernst Mach comes around, and I'll pop over to the intermission screen for a second. Ernst Mach comes around after a couple hundred years of Newtonian mechanics. And of course, at the time, we have Newtonian mechanics, we have the ether, both just assumed. The heliocentric model assumed for the vast majority. And then Ernst Mach comes around, he says, you guys have overlooked something this entire time, right? You think that Newtonian mechanics, it only works within the heliocentric model, but when Newton developed this, these are all just facts. I encourage you to go verify all of this. But if your response is to say, Whitsitt is a flat earther, he can't know what he's talking about, he's cherry picking, he's quote mining, he must be wrong, ha ha ha, you don't understand anything, you're just lying, anything like that, I mean, you're coping, bro. I'm just telling you the truth. This is what happened. Ernst Mach comes around and he says, you guys overlooked something. When Newton came up with his theory, and side note, Newton actually said that the Earth could be stationary and geocentric, actually proposed alternative ether theories, gravity theories, and he proposed ether theories. In fact, said there had to be an ether for his gravity to be true. All as a side note, he assumed the sun was in the center of the entire universe. Then he takes, of course, Kepler's laws, the kinematics, he applies his dynamics, and he assumed, you get into where you're assuming certain distances and certain masses, and proportionate masses between these planets, the Earth and the sun, and they used Venus to do it predominantly. Okay, Ernst Mach says, well, yeah, you guys think, oh, well, that wouldn't work. If you have a bigger mass of the sun, everything's going to move around it. But you didn't realize that he was assuming a sun-centric universe. And of course, we know that's not the case now. And so if you account for all the other masses out there in the universe spinning around the Earth, then you could have a dynamic equivalence inside of Newtonian mechanics. And he used the bucket experiment to explain it. A bunch of people gave him flack. And the reason they gave him flack is because he came along and said, you guys overlooked something for 200 years. Right? And so that's the way it always is. Someone that's smart enough to think for themselves, to find holes or cracks in the current consensus, and then comes along and presents it, they're going to get kickback, and people like instinctively and impulsively start attacking and criticizing the idea. In fact, ironically, even within your guys' paradigm, they did that to Einstein when he first proposed his theory. So if people today are acting like that, it's pretty ironic. That doesn't make any sense. But anyway, so everyone was just kind of writing it off. He was getting criticized at times about it because he came along and said, you guys were wrong about something so fundamental this entire time. And he used the simple Newton bucket experiment to explain it. Okay, well, long story short, Einstein ends up going through his theory and conceding that it had to be true. And in fact, he couldn't even propose his theory of relativity if it wasn't true. And that's, of course, because it uses the general theory of relativity, not the general relativity theory, right? The actual just theory of relativity, which is, of course, that one can be, basically motions can be vice versa, as simple as we could say that. And that came long before Einstein. So hopefully you followed all that. The point is, Einstein ended up having to admit it from his Einsteinian system. He's talking about in the Newtonian framework, and Ernst Mach is absolutely true, and we're about to cover exactly why. So that is the real history of what happened. It's important to understand, and basically, again, Mach just explained that motion around a central body, such as the Earth, would result in a net force acting upon said central body, right? And again, he used the bucket. This is a pretty undeniable fact. So, moving on. So, it is seen that the Coriolis acceleration not only cancels the centrifugal acceleration, but together they provide a net centripetal, radially inward component of acceleration that is directed toward the center of rotation. Now, it's funny because when I say that sentence, it's word salad, right? I say you have a set of inertial forces. You're going to have centrifugal forces. You're also going to have Coriolis forces, which are going to give you a net radially inward accelerative force. Oh, it's word salad. Well, of course, that's not true. Coriolis acceleration will overcome centrifugal force twice as strong, thus result in a net centripetal force inward. It's twice the magnitude, so the net would be inward. So you're going to have the angular momentum of the cosmos spinning around the Earth. That's going to create a net radially inward accelerative force. Very important. Very important. Now, Coriolis is a real thing. The fact that the current globe Earth belief has bastardized the phenomena is a different conversation altogether. It is a real phenomena in physics, of course. Okay, so important components to understand here, because when you talk about GPS, this is what they use. They use an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. Fact. Their math and physics thus have to account for real inertial forces. Fact. Because they use Newtonian mechanics. Fact. Even if you used Einsteinian mechanics, you would have to account for those if you use an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. Fact. These are all just facts. So if you're going to then put it up there and it works, well, Wait, how's it working? If these assumptions of physics aren't true, how would it be working? It gets worse. All right. So we also have my boy Andre Assis here with relational mechanics, and he breaks down even the Einsteinian dynamic equivalence. And it is important to understand some of this. I'm going to try not to get too much into the weeds, and let me also find this. Let me do this real fast. Let me go full screen. I'm going to make sure I pull up my other presentation too, because I want to find a quote. Okay. And I'll pull that up at the end. How dare you? All right. Let's get back to it. Full screen. All right. So he also breaks this down. And he shows all the math, all the physics. Now, I've sent this to many people. They'll all say that I'm making this up, it's cherry-picked, it's wrong, whatever. Show me the math, show me the math. Well, then I give them all this math, and then I just get crickets, and they claim they didn't get it. I gave it to the PhD astronomer, Robert Parks, said he didn't get it. And then in public, I'm like, you absolutely did get it. I sent it to you immediately. Then next time I talked to him, he conceded that all the math and physics does in fact work out. He just had some questions about, what would be causing it to move around and stuff like that. I'm like, well, it says so. in the paper. So long story short, these two numerical calculations show that general relativity does not yield the measured values of these quantities in the Earth's frame of reference. This analysis shows clearly that in general relativity, kinematically equivalent situations are not dynamically equivalent. Now, this is pretty interesting. When he actually shows the math, he shows that relativity can't even hold up to the required equivalence. But Newtonian dynamics does. Now, this can be debated because you get into certain interpretive aspects of the mathematic that is relativity. But we don't have to get into all that, but specifically that it doesn't necessarily necessitate a constant speed of light in the presence of strong gravitational fields or a medium that is moving. Okay, here we have defined this equation to be the Coriolis term becomes similar to Lorentz magnetic force. So the Coriolis, right? Like, so the radially inward force that's being assumed, the inertial force that's accounted for in the actual GPS satellite equations, right? He's showing that using Newtonian mechanics, you can just treat it like a Lorentz magnetic force for the mathematical purposes. It might be called the gravitational magnetic field generated by the rotation of the set of distant galaxies. Pretty interesting, huh? I would say this is flirting with an accurate model. Not quite, though, because, Newtonian mechanics drops the ball, but the point is that you're getting in the right direction if you acknowledge that, well, it's a torus field. Everything within it is going to be contributing to the magnetic field, the spatial extension that is the magnetic field, but we won't get too far into the weeds. It's about GPS. Here he points out the flattened figure of the Earth, assumed as a globularist, of course, or Foucault's pendulum can no longer be utilized as proofs of the Earth's real rotation. Dun dun dun. This is not just some random guy. This is a physics professor. He shows you all the math and the physics and explains you can't claim that if a pendulum moves around that it's proof of the Earth spinning, because we've just shown very clearly that if you account for everything in the universe, you would have a dynamic equivalence. Here we also have Dr. Luca Papu of Newtonian Machian analysis of the Neo-Tychonian model for planetary motions, published by the European Journal of Physics in 2013. In his conclusion, he explains there's another interesting remark that follows from this analysis. If one could put the whole universe in accelerated motion around the Earth, the pseudo-potential corresponding to pseudo-force will immediately be generated. That same pseudo-potential then causes the universe to stay in that very state of motion without any need for exterior forces acting upon it. Now, what's funny is all of a sudden, globe earthers get how pseudo is kind of sus. Wait, it says pseudo force. Wait, isn't that funny? Keep that same energy in a few seconds. So this is a Neo-Tychonian model. I don't even care about that at all. It is interesting to show that he shows the dynamic equivalence. He actually tried to publish a follow-up paper. He kind of softballed this one, and he published a follow-up that just dunks on heliocentrism. And that's when they put together he was actually a geocentrist as opposed to just showing the dynamic equivalence, and they refused to publish it. That's real science. But all the math and physics couldn't be rebutted. So anyway, Steven Weinberg, here he says, if we were to adopt a frame of reference like Tycho's in which the Earth is at rest, then the distant galaxies would seem to be executing circular turns once a year, and in general relativity, this enormous motion would create forces akin to gravitation, which would act on the sun and planets and give them the motions of the Tychonic theory, which is geocentric, of course. Newton seems to have had a hint of this in an unpublished Proposition 43 that did not make it into the Principia. Newton acknowledged that Tycho's theory could be true if some other force besides ordinary gravitation acted on the sun and planets. Now, of course, disclaimer, I am not invoking the masses of the sun or planets or distances or the masses or distances of galaxies. Not the point. The point is that there is a dynamic equivalence indisputably. The kinematic equivalence is still disputed by some people in this circle, but that's laughably irrelevant in the real world. You'll never find someone with any degrees in any of these subjects that would ever dispute the kinematic equivalence, and you should understand that simply by reading the title of Einstein's theory. It's that goofy. So we're talking about dynamic equivalence. This is next level, and even Newton knew that back then. Okay, all this is important because what do they use when they put these satellites up? They use an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. They use Newtonian mechanics, and they account for real inertial forces. And even if you used Einsteinian, which they do not, then you still are having real inertial forces because of the kinematic and dynamic equivalence. So here we have the proposition that was unpublished, conveniently enough, the last thing he wrote. So the context is he wrote the whole Principia, and then the thing that he thought was important to add at the very end of everything he wrote was, well, with all that being said, in order for the Earth to be at rest in the center of the system of the sun, planets, and comets, there's required both universal gravity and another force in addition that acts on all bodies equally according to the quantity of matter in each of them and is equal and opposite to the accelerative gravity with which the Earth tends to the sun. And thus celestial bodies can move around the Earth at rest as in the Tychonic system. And this is not even accounting for additional masses outside of the local solar system, as he assumed the sun was in the center of the universe. So if you're following, even if you were to go all the way back to the time of Newton, he says if there's an equal and opposite reaction going on, which is how physics works, by the way, it's called pressure mediation, and all things abide by that. There are no exceptions, and there never will be, except in this model, people think that gravity is an exception. The point is that he's saying, with the equal and opposite reaction, the Earth could be in the center. Now, when you take away the assumption that the sun's in the center of the whole universe, it's an immediate dynamic equivalence, even without the equal and opposite reaction. So hopefully you guys are following, because I'm making a meta about the actual dynamic implications of the GPS satellites, and then we're going to open it up. We're going to get into more of the specifics about the GPS signals themselves. All right. So here we go. Now, these are all well-revered people that are notorious for having the most thorough understanding of relativity. And that should always have an asterisk beside it, because relativity is intrinsically not understandable. It is paradoxical. But anyway, we don't necessarily have to read this whole part, but again, he points out here, for example, if we consider a purely mechanical system consisting of a number of material particles acted upon by given forces and with the velocity small compared with the velocity of light relative to a system of inertia, Newton's fundamental equations of mechanics may be applied with good approximation in the description of this system. On the other hand, if we wish to describe the system in an accelerated system of reference, we must introduce, as is well known, so-called fictitious forces, centrifugal forces, Coriolis forces, etc., which have no connection whatever with the physical properties in the mechanical system itself. In fact, they depend exclusively on the acceleration of the system of reference introduced relative to the systems of inertia. Now, it's important to note that within this heliocentric paradigm, you have to call these pseudo forces, and that meaning that there's no truly known source, and they're strictly like illusory. They're effectively illusory relative to reference frame. Okay. We can go back over this later. I don't want to read all of it. Here's the important part here. It should break it down for everyone. So here's the depiction of the Newtonian system. And so you have the Earth is going to continue in a straight path, right? Because of inertia. So the Earth's mass seeks to move in a straight line at the velocity of the momentum, so that P equals mv, right? So momentum equals mass times velocity. So the Earth is going to continue in a straight path. Unless what? What does Newtonian mechanics say? The object will continue in a straight path unless an outside force acts upon it. So now let's get some outside forces. What do we have? We have centrifugal and we have centripetal forces. So you have centripetal forces by gravity, and as the gravity causes it to go around the sun, you then get the centrifugal effect. Centripetal plus inertia equals angular momentum of Earth around the sun. Okay, now this is assuming heliocentrism within Newtonian mechanics. Now, this is also what they're using for their satellites. It's very important to understand this. If you put satellites in the sky and you're using real inertial forces in your physics and equations. You're using Newtonian mechanics. Yeah, cool. You can do the math different ways. You can use an ECF. Oh, let's magically transform it to an ECI, which could never work. It's just a mathematical transform. Let's just completely ignore that it's not the solar barycentric coordinate system that we claim to be true, because sure, that one's just more complicated. Sure, we're from the Earth. It's all in relation to the Earth, and we can get all the math to come down to the same numbers. That is not what this is about, though. Getting the final mathematical solution to be synonymous does not mean anything. And I'm going to go on full camera here because this seems to be a concept that I cannot get people to land with. All right. If I have 3 theories and I can work all the theories out and get the same mathematical solution, but the 3 theories make completely opposite claims, would all 3 of the solutions being the same mean that all 3 theories are true? If I get the same solution in 3 theories mathematically, could all 3 theories be actually true in reality if they make contradictory claims of physics? Of course not. The fact that you can use many methods to get to the same mathematical solution means nothing. We're talking about physical reality, physics, mechanics, dynamics, reality. It's important to understand the distinction. Word salad. Someone just said this was word salad. All right. So, very important. And dude, I'm going to say, if you're coping to the extent that like you can't accept what I just said, that's kind of weird. So anyway, the point is that this is what they're using for the GPS satellites, right? So again, they have ellipses. That's a change in path, right? It's like a curved path. It's an ellipse over a plane. No big deal. Coordinate system transform means nothing. Let's talk about the physics, the equations, right? The mechanics of the satellites. If this satellite's going, we're using the Earth. Let's say the Earth's a satellite, the sun is the Earth, right? If you put this satellite supposedly in space or wherever, and it's about to go around the Earth, like the Earth's going around the sun, what do you need if you're using Newtonian mechanics? You need forces to prevent it from continuing on its straight path due to inertia. Okay, so it's very important to understand that this graphic right here should pull it all together for you guys. You get centripetal and centrifugal forces. And again, what happens? What happens if you flip it over with the dynamic equivalence of the Earth being stationary, which what do the satellites use? An ECEF, what does that stand for? Earth-centered, Earth fixed, which means stationary. If we treat the Earth as stationary, which we are, right? Then you're going to get angular momentum of the cosmos moving around the Earth. And this is going to result in centrifugal forces. So that everyone knows what that is, right? It's like if you put a ball on the end of a string and started spinning around, it's the tendency for that ball to go out away from the center of rotation because of its momentum. And you're also going to get a Coriolis force. It's the momentum actually pulling it in. Both of these things exist. Now, people do all kinds of mental gymnastics to try to act like one does, one doesn't, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is that they do. Both exist, right? Coriolis is a real effect in physics, can be easily demonstrated. Centrifugal force also is as well. What happens if you have the angular momentum moving around an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system, right? Is you would have twice the magnitude of the Coriolis, and that would be a real force, as opposed to in the heliocentric model, where it's just a pseudo force, a fictitious force. It would be a real, actual force in relation to absolute space, right? And even if space has motion within it, it's a background that can be measured against. And of course, the thing that we truly use is the lab frame. So if you have a stationary lab frame, that's going to be your absolute frame to measure against, and then you could have a drift within the background. All right, I don't want to get too in the weeds here. So the point is that you're going to have the Coriolis be twice the magnitude of the centrifugal force. So what does that mean? That means that you're going to have a net centripetal force. And this is why it's funny, because people say, It's word salad when I say centrifugal divergence or centripetal convergence. Well, those are just different descriptions of the same phenomena. Centripetal, it's going to be basically converging in, going in towards the center. Centrifugal diverges out from the center, right? So you're going to have twice the magnitude of the centripetal force. So that is a radially inward accelerative force. It's a real force, and therefore it could keep you perpetually moving around the center of rotational axis. Now, we'll cover this as many times as we need to. I knew I'd get word salad allegations. It's just because it's just I had to step up a little. We had to go up a little level here for the stream, but this is for the people that want to know the truth. So again, when we look at this, Newton knew it himself, right? Newton himself acknowledged this. It's important to understand, and I'll conclude in a sec. Now, here's another ironic part of all of this is even with, this is W.G.V. Rosser, An Introduction to the Theory of Relativity, again, well known to be considered one of like the utmost experts in terms of relativity. And here he is explaining that there's actually a misnomer. And the only reason this is in here from the presentation to back in the day was to show actually you even have to concede a dynamic equivalence with relativity in every way, including the speed of light. Because it actually says if gravitational fields are present, the velocities of either material bodies or the light can assume any numerical value depending on the strength of the gravitational field. If one considers the rotating roundabout as being at rest, the centrifugal gravitational field assumes enormous values at large distances, and it is consistent with the theory of general relativity for the velocities of distant bodies to exceed the speed of light in a vacuum under these conditions. Pretty interesting. Most people, and now he explains all of it in the paragraph right above that, but we don't have time for that. The point there is that even if you assumed the like mind-destroying, convoluted nonsense that is relativity, actually with distant galaxies and all these masses, a bunch of pseudoscientific assumptions as well, you would have to concede that everything can move around the Earth in the center. So now this is the part I really want to drive home here, just to wrap everything back up. They say satellites are going around the Earth. They use Newtonian mechanics, and they use an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. So what they do in their physics and equations are they account for, and I know this is like the fifth time I've said it, they account for real inertial forces, Euler forces, which is one of the not as dominant forces here, right? And then they account for centrifugal forces, and the Coriolis force. The Coriolis force is, wait for it, twice the magnitude. So it seems that the Coriolis acceleration not only cancels the centrifugal acceleration, but together they provide a net centripetal radially inward component of acceleration that is directed toward the center of rotation. Okay, so this is going to effectively give you, if you have a stationary Earth with the cosmos moving around it, right, you would just get angular momentum that was basically pushing you in towards the center of rotation and would just keep you going perpetually. That's what it would do. The satellites actually use the equations and physics of that system. So basically what's going on is they throw us, if this is real and we grant the satellites, they're putting a satellite up as if the Earth is stationary and the universe is spinning around it, creating a force, generating forces. And the net force actually would keep it moving perpetually around the Earth. And they account for, and we'll get more into this when I open it up, they account for a change in velocity. They account for a curved path. You have a problem. Einstein says that you're not in a curved path. You don't have a change in velocity. And so there are many other problems, but I wanted to focus on the meta of the actual orbital mechanics itself. It's very ironic. And then I'll close it off with this quote. I'll have to find him. But this guy sums it up pretty nicely. And then we'll wrap it up. But I think that this is going to be an information-dense stream, to be honest. It's crazy because we got started a little late, but here we go. Found him. It's all good. It is what it is. Let me read this final quote here. Oh, the word salad. This is quote mining. All right. Paste. All right. Hopefully you guys can see that, I think. So he says, yeah, you guys can see it. Again, once more for the record, it has been shown at least 6 different ways this century alone that the equations in physics used by NASA to launch satellites are identical to the equations derived from a geocentric universe. Thus, if the space program is proof of anything, and that's a big if, it's proof of fakery and deception. Thus, if the space program is proof of anything, it proves geocentricity and disproves heliocentrism. The evidence for heliocentrism is even weaker than the evidence for evolution. PhD astronomer Gerardus Bow. What is so interesting is that what he's saying is, again, the physics and equations used to launch satellites assume a geocentric universe where the Earth is stationary and fixed in the center of that universe, hence geocentric, and the universe moves around the Earth, generating forces that keep the satellites moving around the Earth. So if you assumed all of that, put it up there successfully, well, that would be positive physical evidence for that actual assumption that you utilize for practical use. So we're going to get more into how like that assumption doesn't even work within heliocentrism, which means if those satellites are up there, it is proof that the Earth is not moving. We're going to get much more into it as we get into all of the parts of GPS that show that relativity cannot be true. And of course, without relativity, we've covered a million different ways. If you don't have relativity, you don't have heliocentrism. So we'll get into those specifics. I'm going to open it up, and I know I got my boy Shane, Toby, Alan here, and we're going to get more into it. If you have any genuine questions, at me. If you're just trolling, I'm going to ignore you. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy that. It wasn't too confusing. It's pretty simple, right? I said it a few different ways, but if the GPS satellites are proof of anything, I mean, they're assuming the Earth's not moving, that the universe is moving around it, and that they're actually accounting for those forces that a spinning universe would generate. Pretty interesting. Now, I would tell you, well, we've actually measured the drift within the background medium, and so it generating actual angular momentum would be inevitable. Of course, it has to happen. If you have something spinning in a vortex or spinning around, it's going to generate angular momentum. It has to do that, right? And so it makes perfect sense to me, actually, that you could throw something up and you have no physical impedance of air or much less air, right? And you throw something up, well, you're going to get angular momentum of the cosmos moving around you. The closer you get to the sky, the more you're going to feel the impact of that force. So, cool. I'm going to... Yeah, so we'll go ahead and open it up. And then just a quick reminder, if you want to support the stream, links in the description. It'll also be up on the screen. It's kofi.com/whatsit. Your question or donation will pop up on the screen. 456 watching, 170 likes. Yeah, actually, I'm just going to stare in the camera awkwardly until you you smash the like button. I can sit there all day. Okay, no. Do it or don't. Word salad is literally the only defense they have. So freaking sad. I know it's actually... we were talking about it. You should just take that as a complete dub. You should just immediately take it as a victory. It's awesome. That's awesome that they say that. All right. Okay, the closest thing they can say was word salad is when I say that you have a radially inward accelerative force. It's like, if you want to rearrange the words, if that makes you feel better, whatever. It's radially inward. It's an accelerative force. So those words all mean something. All right, cool. So let's open it up. I think what is going to happen is I'm wanting my boys to bring up some more of the other parts of the topics, and maybe they can share screen as well, as they've been really deep diving into GPS. If you don't know, you should definitely be checking them out. Very good work there, and it is The emperor with no clothes. GPS claimed to prove relativity, and if relativity wasn't true, we couldn't even use GPS. And GPS proves the Earth's a globe, and that it's spinning, and that it's orbiting, and that relativity is true. And all of those things are patently false. So we'll get into more of the specifics as we go. Since you're hidden by YouTube, I'd say sharing is more important than likes. Sure, I agree with that. All right, cool. We're going to go ahead and open it up. Again, there's a link in the description if you want to join the Discord. And if you disagree, then we'll pop you up. You raise your hand, you get brought up. We are going to cover some more of the specifics before we do that. But yeah, I just kind of wanted to cover that part of it, the inertial forces and the orbital mechanics themselves, falsifying heliocentrism. All right, cool. Do you guys have any thoughts about that?
Relativity proves GPS, and GPS couldn't work without relativity is great rhetoric, because when on the surface level you can just say that and things are allegedly falling in the sky, so you can just kind of safely assume. Oops, sorry, you're echoing me a little bit.
Oh yeah.
So you can just safely assume that because you have the access to these services of GPS and all that therefore the correctness of relativity must be true. We need not look any further, right? Well, let's see, where should we start here? The clock corrections, the overall system, relative simultaneity. It's like, where do we begin with how relativity doesn't work with this system at all? And classical mechanics completely explained it. Up until 1995, they didn't even have any relativistic transformations in the entire system, right? And then to this day, right? So what they say is, well, the instrumentation at the time wasn't sensitive enough to detect the small differences that general and special relativity would make. So they actually cancel out due to the sensitivity error threshold of our current instruments. So we don't need to worry about implementing any relativistic transformations or anything like that. And we'll just run it off of classical mechanics. Now, they have more advanced instrumentation now, and they say that due to the scaling of that, their instruments are more sensitive, so that's where they're going to have to start accounting for these relativistic effects, right? So this is where the retardation that's happening with clock synchronization, or that's happening within the signal propagation that they're sending to ground receivers, right? There's let's see, where were we at? Oh, so the retardation that's happening within that has now, it has to be, it's more accurate, right? So to explain the ratio of how small this is getting now, they say, okay, well, now it's a relativistic correction. So at this point, the classical effects have stopped, and now this is due to a gravitational field. This specific amount of retardation is due to the gravitational potential of the geoid, right? And then due to XYZ velocity, now this correction has to be applied, right? They completely, I'm sorry, not velocity. Due to velocity, now time is slightly different, right? Now there's a time displacement that's causing retardation, well, apparent retardation. So really just depends on your reference frame on that, if it's apparent or physical or not. But in any case, it's the same effects, right, that we're working in the classical system, but just more sensitive now, and they have newly proposed mechanisms for the quote unquote cause of it, right? So all the math that existed in the system before, where it canceled out, so therefore it wasn't relevant or whatever, right? But now they say, well, now we're using it, now it's applicable, et cetera, right? And that's just in terms of keeping the clocks in sync and using the signal to derive distances, right? So that's not even touching on the dynamic aspect of it, which we'll get into. But that was just kind of a segue of how the rhetoric around relativity proves GPS couldn't work without it. It's literally the opposite. When you look into how they built the system, right? It was basically trial and error. They assumed Einstein clock synchronization would work. That didn't work. They had to go back to classical mechanics. So it's just a really interesting story when you know the history of it, and it's completely different than when you go to Wikipedia and it says that relativity is proof of GPS.
Yeah, isn't it crazy, man? If you go through the list of things, and of course, any of you guys can share a screen anytime you want to. I stopped like Alan really broke that down. And if you're unfamiliar with concepts and stuff like that, like we're happy to discuss them. But if you go through the list of things, it's so much. And it's funny because like from the rip, and that's all I covered, was the orbital mechanics, right? Like just the actual orbital mechanics themselves. See, like it refutes heliocentrism if it's true. If they're up there doing that, it refutes heliocentrism. And that's probably the most ironic part. So if you see here, Alan is showing, let me pop it up. There you go. Alan's showing the path over top of a plane. Okay, you can take it away.
Yeah, so real quick, before we get to the orbital paths and how that falsifies relativity, we'll talk about the atomic clock that's inside of these crafts, whatever they are, and how that also falsifies that, and another aspect of that falsifies relativity, right? Excuse me. So this is the old atomic clock here, and the magic happens in this chamber. We'll go over quickly. So to kind of, instead of thinking about this in the way that they try and teach it through the atomic model and valence, electrons, and all that, right? Just kind of think of it in basic terms. So everything's going to be a frequency related. So it's going to be related to an oscillation rate, so vibrations per second, right? So we have a cesium oven here, and if you heat cesium up, it gets excited and it oscillates, right? It starts vibrating at 9,192,000,000 oscillations a second. So they start heating up cesium. This is a vacuum chamber here, right? So they have cesium, they break the cesium in its oven, and then they start heating it up. And then the excited cesium gets funneled out through a collimator. So it's basically just, finally focusing out the gas vapor. And then that hits a magnetic field. Any oscillations that are not 9 billion or 9.192 gigahertz, it'll bounce it out, and the oscillation rate that matches will pass through and enter the radio wave, what do they call it? The radio microwave chamber. And what they'll do here is they'll inject microwaves in and to get the frequency of those microwaves to match the oscillation rate of the vapor of the gas, of the cesium vapor, right? So once they have an oscillation rate of the microwaves at 9,192,000,000 matching the cesium of the same value, it exits the chamber, there's another magnetic field here. Anything that's oscillating above or below that gets bounced in its appropriate direction. And anything that's of the correct oscillation rate, that's maintaining that 9,192,000,000 oscillations per second, hits a ionizer. When it gets ionized, that energy gets sent over here and it gets converted into an electric signal. This quote unquote electron multiplier is just like bouncing an electric signal back and forth with these mirrors to amplify the signal. Once they do that, they get a reading, and when the signal is proportional to an oscillation rate of 9,192,000,000 oscillations per second, they lock that in on the, what do you call it, in the radio wave chamber, so that it keeps like the same output on a loop, essentially, right? So the way that Einstein clock synchronization works, in theory, right, once they got this clock synchronized, we don't have to get into the details of the full process itself, but the theory is once this gets synchronized and we have a satellite free falling around the Earth in a local inertial frame, now because the speed of light is constant, it's not good. This clock should maintain its oscillation rate. It should not experience any retardation, meaning that the oscillation rate should not decrease. It should maintain, right? So what they found actually was that the oscillation rate retards exactly proportional to the craft's velocity. So if we recall back to free falling in space, that is, an inertial frame, it's a geodesic, all these things, right? You can't detect it. There's no reference frame. You're in space. How would you ever know the speed of light's the same? You'd have no way to tell. Well, it turns out that when this clock is free falling around the Earth, as they say, right, in their model, with respect to nothing, the oscillation rate changes proportional to the velocity of the craft, and they have to actually send additional energy into this radio wave cavity to compensate to that, to keep the oscillation rate at 9,192,000,000 of a second, right? Because that's what this whole process is about. It's to break a second into 9,192,000,000 of a second. Now, anyway, they got this clock free falling around the Earth. Now, in relativity theory, like we were talking about earlier with the orbits and all that, you're free falling around a geodesic, it's linear, blah, blah, blah. You can't detect it. Well, clock retards proportional to that. And in addition to that, so from our reference frame on the Earth, if we're looking at a satellite free falling around us, that's actually not its true path, right? Because every path is a geodesic around space-time curvature. So there's actually a different universal reference frame that the motion of the craft would actually be experiencing, if relativity were true in any case. So if you actually were to look at that orbit from another planet, like Mars, for example, you wouldn't see the elliptical path. You would see it being what's called a cycloid, like a more in and out orbit, which would have different acceleration and deceleration periods to it. And so what that means is that the clock retardation would be different, and it would correspond to the reality version of relativity, where everything's in a geodesic and there's an actual different reference frame that you could only see from another perspective outside of it, blah, 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 right? But that's not the case at all. It retards proportionally to a geocentric position, right? Exactly as we see it. So that's extremely damning for relativity theory, because that's the theory that was actually brought in to explain the fact that they couldn't detect linear motion when they were trying to measure the orbit around the sun. But that's kind of outside of the scope of this presentation, but all very related.
Nice. If you have any questions as we go through this stuff, just ask in the chat. So atomic clocks, which is hilarious because that's what they claim proves it almost, right? Like,
yeah. So atomic clocks in and of itself, they say, are a successful proof of relativity theory. But real quick, if we can diverge to one of the clock synchronization experiments that's said to actually be confirmation of relativity theory, the boys Heffel and Keating, right? If we remember them, they took 4 atomic clocks around the equator on an airplane going eastward and then westward, right? So the clocks had certain predictions, again, in accordance with relativity theory in regards to how the clocks would respond to the equal gravitational potential of the geoid. Sorry, I get really amped when I say that now because
yeah,
from astrogeodetic surveying. So
real fast, let's make sure everyone knows this is that people will claim that GPS proves relativity and that the atomic clocks have to account for time dilation, and that without the relativistic corrections, we wouldn't be able to use it, and that proves that relativity is correct. And they point to this quote-unquote experiment, this measurement that supposedly happened, where they put clocks on planes that went different directions. They flew at different altitudes in different directions, and they were supposed to show different time dilation rates based on relativity's predictions. And continue.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that was the experiment. So they had their clocks, they had their relativistic prediction on how much the clocks would retard or gain speed proportional to the gravitational potential, right? And the results of the experiment were published in 1971. Well, they weren't really published in 1971. They were documented in 1971 and then later FOIA'd by a man named A.G. Kelly, who was looking into the matter. But anyway, this entire experiment was funded by the Navy, so they were doing a debriefing afterwards, and this is from Heffel going on or talking about the experiment and what happened during it, right? Because during the experiment, the clocks came out of predicted desynchronization and synchronization, or plus or minus, right? So gaining or losing time. It varied so much outside of the experimental threshold that they had to adjust the clocks manually. They did this, I forget the amount of times, but just the fact that it happened once is kind of game over, right? But they had to make like 7 adjustments or something like that to reset these things. But anyway, they say here, the result of the analysis are in reasonable agreement with the theoretical predictions. However, those who doubt the validity of the conventional relativity theory, and there are many people in this category, will probably not be converted by the results shown in Figure 4. Indeed, the difference between theory and measurement in Figure 4 is disturbing, and our final analysis does not improve the agreement of the improved version, and this experiment should be given serious consideration, right? Or an improved version, right? So what they did was the predicted values are here in this slide, right? So it was supposed to lose 43 nanoseconds plus or minus 23 nanoseconds going eastward, and then it was supposed to gain 275 nanoseconds plus or minus 21 on the westward trip for the relativity theory. Now the measurements on the first round, not including the clock resets to keep everything in alignment, were not even close. And then in 1972, they published their paper, or they published their findings as proof of relativity, giving good agreement with clock synchronization, with their corrected results. And they never published like what they did for their corrections or anything like that. They just, you can get the paper and read it yourself. But anyway, a man named A.G. Kelly, like I said, physicist from Ireland, FOIA'd this whole thing, right? So this is from the debrief from that when they got back from the plane trip. So atomic clocks did not in 1972 prove relativity theory at all, or give substantial evidence that couldn't be explained through any like a different mechanism, right? So all right, so that's atomic clocks. Was there anything else we needed to talk about?
I mean, I guess there's a million things. Someone say something?
Yeah, I was going to be a glipper and be like, how come I just can't Lorentz contract and apply to the corrections wherever I am?
Globers aren't even saying anything like that. Let's be real.
I mean, Dog said exactly that.
Oh, really?
That they can't do that. Nice. All right, so let's see here. Okay, we can cover the principle of relative simultaneity, right? So we were kind of talking meta arguments in terms of the dynamics of the solar systems and the motions of things in the sky in relation to things that are moving on Earth. And another meta argument against relativity theory and GPS, right? Because we were talking about earlier how the rhetoric around GPS is that relativity or GPS wouldn't work unless relativity were correct, right? So we're going to read about relative simultaneity real quick, which is the core fundamental tenet really of relativity theory, because if this doesn't exist, then length contraction and time dilation are not valid explanations for anything. And the justification to even use a Lorentz transformation to say length contraction and time dilation is completely invalidated by this, because from our perspective, right, we experience length contraction and time dilation are explained to us as physical mechanisms, right? But they'll actually argue that they're apparent due to relative simultaneity and etc., right? So we're going to read a little bit about that here as soon as I can transition to the right slide and the relevance of that in GPS. So all right, so I'm going to close this out and we're going to do it from the paper. 1 second, sorry about that.
You're good, brother.
So Wang. Okay.
Dude, I'm just thinking we can create a totally functional model for all the dynamics in the sky, because the center of a magnetic field is the null pressure point. It's like the pure potential. That would be the thing that you have, basically centrifugal divergence, centripetal convergence, I'm just going to say it where people that are not just trying to dismiss it can understand it. Who cares? You have centrifugal divergence, centripetal convergence, like superimposed, right? You have that conjugate geometry that's centered on the center of the Earth. You're going to start getting the effects of the motion as you get out there. You'll even start getting counter rotation effects, and then everything moving around that would have such an immense angular momentum. It would basically press in towards that null pressure point, and it would just keep everything moving around it forever. Meaning, like, literally the center of the Earth, right, is the center of the surface of the Earth would be the center of the entire universe's torus field. All right, anyway.
Yeah, that's an awesome thought, man. We're definitely going to have to make a cool model of that.
Hi, guys. How dare you provide an actual dynamic explanation for things?
For the whole universe? Yeah. Who needs that?
You make a separate model for each like we do, and then have all everything.
All right, so we're going to quickly go over global simultaneity and relative simultaneity here. So this is from a paper in 2000 by Ruyang Wang. Shout out to Wang. So we'll read here what he has to say about it. In any debate about the speed of light, the problem of simultaneity is always a focus. Special relativity claims that relativity of simultaneity, which states that two events occurring at two different places, which are viewed as simultaneous for an observer in a system, usually will not be simultaneous if viewed from an observer in another system. But, oops, went too far. But contrary to this, simultaneity is key to GPS operations. Oh, no way. The thing that would not make it true is key to it, huh? Well, let's keep reading. GPS is a timing ranging system. It does not directly measure distance between two places where two events, i.e., signal transmitting and signal receiving, occur. It measures the difference in the instance when these two events happen, and the distance is calculated using the range measurement equation. GPS, especially its space segment and control segment, make a huge effort to establish and maintain GPS time, or GPS system time, or simply GPS time. In a scope where GPS is applied, roughly a scope of a diameter of 50,000 kilometers or bigger, if one is using GPS, one is using GPS time, and therefore the concept of simultaneity of GPS, i.e., so just regular simultaneity. If two events happened at two different places, and then the coordinate system for event number 1 is given, and the coordinate system for event number 2 is given, are simultaneous if the time is equal to the time in the second coordinate system. And this is true no matter who the receiver is, where the receiver is, what its status is, or what speed it is. This is the basic operational principle of GPS. We call it global simultaneity. So they've got a special term here that isn't called relative simultaneity. It's called global simultaneity. So we'll get back to that in a second here. So in the books about special relativity, the most commonly cited example about the principle of relative simultaneity is the example of a railway platform and a moving train. It says that these two events, two strokes of lightning, A and B, which are simultaneous, with reference to the platform, are not simultaneous with respect to the moving train, and vice versa. But now GPS receivers have been utilized extensively on railway platforms and moving trains, and lightning at two different places. A and B conceptually is the same as the emission of two GPS signals from the satellite, or two DGPS signals or stations. The fact that two signals are emitted from two satellites and two DGPS stations at the same time, at the same GPS time, both of the GPS receiver on the railway and the moving train car would acknowledge the two events. The emission signals would be simultaneous. Without this basic acknowledgement, GPS would not function at all. So we have here.
Let me just say here, like to those in the chat, look, there's always going to be these weirdos that are trolling, and I'm very pro free speech. So as long as they're not spamming, we have it on slow mode. That's cool to the mods. Like, it's cool. But obviously this information is going to require attention. So I encourage people in the chat to like try to pay attention with questions about it. The trolls in here that are saying you can't answer anything, you have no answers for anything, like they're just coping. We answer almost everything, right? So like just ignore the trolls and pay attention. That's just my suggestion. Obviously you also have free speech, do whatever you want. Sorry to pause it, but just saying that, I'm about to go refill my drink, but I just wanted to tell the mods, like, leave them alone, but also people, like, just don't give them energy, because we're ladling gravy. And I would say if you're not familiar with what Alan's talking about, it probably is going to require some attention. So okay, sorry about that, bro, go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. So the idea here is that relativity, or the principle of relative simultaneity, states that you wouldn't be able to sync multiple events to a single cohesive timeline. But that's exactly how GPS functions, through GPS time. So everyone gets the signal at the same time, and it all works out with no additional corrections, right? So this is a huge problem, because like I said earlier, this is the proposed mechanism for why time and distances are different, and that's where they get into length contraction and time dilation, right? As the proposed mechanisms to facilitate why the speed of light, is a constant, right, in their model. So we're going to look at this paper here from 1995. This is GPS and Relativity in Engineering Overview, right? So this is the response to, like I was talking about earlier, I didn't have the paper up, I apologize. But this is in response to all the engineers that work in GPS, especially the software engineers that are out there programming things, and they're trying to figure out what corrections they need to make the system accurate, right? And there was actually an initiative after they got the system working pretty good. This is 1995. This paper actually touches on some initiatives that were put forward to increase the accuracy of the system, et cetera, et cetera. Right. So this is what I was talking about earlier, though, when I said that they said, well, special and general relativity basically cancel out. Our instruments aren't sensitive enough. You don't need to worry about the corrections, blah, blah, blah. Right. So we'll skip here. Oop, 1 second. Accidentally deleted a highlight, I think. Never mind. All right, we'll skip here to the gravy at the end regarding relative simultaneity. So we have Carol Alley here who's chiming in about GPS, has a quick question. Now, quick note on Carol Alley. This is a person who did a second Heffelin-Keating type atomic clock experiment, and they actually got Einstein clock synchronization to last for about 14 hours before it completely failed. So shout out to them for putting in the good try. Anyway, we have their final notes here on this paper, and they said, and that if one perhaps does the explicit recognition of the special relativistic effects, I mean, it took a long time to get general relativity down properly, but I think that it is more or less correct now. But its absence of any explicit acknowledgement of special relativistic effects due to the speed of light being the same whenever measured by an observer, leading to the relativity of simultaneity and the associated Lorentz transformation. There is nothing of that modeled in the current system, and I think it should be. Thank you. So shout out to Carol Alley for being so polite and saying, like, hey, we don't incorporate anything that proves the core tenet of what we believe in mathematically because it's not necessary. And I think that we should incorporate it, even though up until this point it's not required at all. Thank you. Can you even be mad at the guy for being that polite?
Shouldn't we prove the thing we believe in? No? Okay, cool.
It's like, shouldn't we do that?
All right, cool story, Shane.
Yeah. So that's extremely damning for them. This is the key principle of why there would be a Lorentz transformation in the first place to even attempt to explain anything with a Lorentz transformation. So anything that requires time dilation or length contraction is out the window. It's not even on the table. Any questions,
Well
comments,
done, brother.
concerns?
Very well done. I don't have hand clap, golf clap. I don't have soundboard. Golf clap.
Any like Lobers? They always like spout this stuff when we're not around, or like to talk about it when we can't hear them. But now's a good time.
And now's a good time. Yeah. Any questions, opposition, anything? Doesn't matter. We have, anything that needs to be explained, we can definitely do it. So I'll check the chat now, see if anyone has any questions.
Ooh, anyone got any gotchas you want to throw at us? Come on, I know you guys love that. Just to get you up here.
Can you break that down for a fourth grader, please?
It doesn't do anything they said it does, and then they said it doesn't need to.
Perfect, thank you.
And they said that the fact that it doesn't need to is actually proof that they're correct the whole time.
That's the best part.
That's the tricky part. That's the part a lot of people forget is the fact that it wasn't there at all is proof that they were right the whole time.
Yeah, now you're better for it. Exactly.
Yeah, they do the trick to cover up the fact that classical mechanics are being accounted for, and they just call it relativity.
Yeah.
Call it proof.
Let's see. There was another paper I had. Let's see if I got that up still. We can dive into that a little bit. Yes, we have a modern paper here from 2013. I don't have any highlights for it yet. I just read it once, but basically this guy was going over how so keep in mind the paper we just went over with the relative simultaneity, etc., and the other relativistic corrections, which are just correcting for smaller increments of classical effects. This guy is saying that even the new stuff they added it's not proof of relativity. 2013. So they got nothing. It's the system completely falsifies the premise of their explanations. So
yeah, and just a reminder, anyone that's thinking that we're wrong about this, all you have to do is pop up on the stream, raise your hand, and we'll talk to you about it. You can show us why we're wrong or what we're misunderstanding, as opposed to basically claiming that we're wrong or changing the subject to what last week's stream was about. I find it odd that you guys will turn around and say that GPS proves relativity and debunks flat Earth, but then we'll avoid all of the arguments that directly refute that. That seems dishonest. So I'm inviting all you guys to pop on in a minute so we can maybe have a lively discussion, but I do have glasses ready. Don't worry, I can be a Glober.
Yeah, well, let's go over the corrections that they say they make now, like the current ones, right? Because they say, well, this paper's from 2000 as well. So in 2000, they were saying that they had to correct for, what was it? So they make three corrections, right? They say that or this is how they have them classified, right? Because they've passed classical mechanics, right? We're on relativistic mechanics now, as they say. So the way that they treat their corrections, they say that we're going to make a general relativity correction, and they say that this is due to the satellite free falling around the Earth and the gravitational potential, like the gravitational strength of Earth at this altitude that they're free falling around, right, is retarding the clock. Okay, it's making it oscillate a little slower. So they have to apply this correction relative to that altitude. And then they say, okay, well, the Earth's rotating under us, so we have to account for that for some reason. So they have a special relativity correction. This is a velocity correction, right? So general relativity is a gravitational or a gravitational field theory, right? So it's what it's about, right? Gravity fields. And then special relativity is a velocity theory. It's about motion. So they have their motion correction here for quote unquote Earth rotation in regards to a satellite orbiting, right? So that's the other correction. And then they have a third correction that they call a SAGNet correction. This correction, however, is not the same type of correction that they would normally apply for a velocity or anything like that. This is a coordinate system rotation that they do, and it's actually different from a Lorentz boost, right? So a Lorentz boost would be, we're all familiar with in contraction time dilation. This is a Lorentz rotation, and it's where you invert the time and distance axis. So they're basically just adjusting. In my opinion, they're uncorrecting for Earth rotation. That's not there.
Yikes.
So that guy A.G. Kelly that I was talking about earlier, who investigated all of this thoroughly, right? So he started writing the international clock standard institutions, and he got about these SAGNet corrections, and he has them on record. And this is kind of anecdotal, right? Because these are just like letter exchanges between him and these people, right? But they're on record saying, yeah, these aren't relativistic corrections at all, which is a huge problem.
And at the base of it, maybe just to mention, like, it's based on range measurement, and that means that it's one signal that's sent, and that signal has an encoded GPS time essentially, and it's based on the distance traveled from the one satellite to the other. And so then, when that other satellite receives that signal and does the decoding that was encoded into the to the electromagnetic propagation, essentially, it's like a. My understanding is that it's like a essentially like a pulse. But in any case, when it gets decoded on the other end, that decoding is then used to determine the range. And so that's based on the propagation rate, how much time it took for the light to travel, and that has to be accounted. This is all accounted for in that equation as well. So like it's not like it's just like all post corrections. Like it's literally in the way that it works is a violation of GP or a violation of relativity, because you're counting for when they do that, when that synchronous or when that decoding happens and it does its math there, it has to account for I mean, that's like literally how it determines the range, is how much time it took there, and it has to, and that's the velocity of the receiving satellite is fully included in that velocity. It's a violation of relativity.
If a Glober doesn't show up, bro, I'm ready to like step in. But I really hope a Glober. Please, guys, one Glober show up, please, guys. Good. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So here's the kicker, right? We just went over 3 different types of general relativity corrections. Well, Alan, doesn't that mean relativity is true? Well, as Paul Marmot points out here, the gravitational potential correction, the quote-unquote Earth rotation correction, all are equivalent to equation 13. What's equation 13? Oh no, is it the classical is it the way you would derive the Sagnac effect classically? Yep, it is. Oh, no way. So there's actually no way to distinguish between what physical mechanism is causing this retardation other than, velocity retarding proportional to a medium it's traveling through. That's my take on it. But anyway,